Chapter 349. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others tightened their grip on their weapons when they saw the approaching horses. When they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County. Behind him were Fang Chun and a group of bailiffs. This group of beggars came from Chang'an. If they wanted to reach Dingzhou village, they naturally had to pass through Hu County. At first, Yang Zwa didn't think much of it, but when his bailiffs came to report that the beggars had gone to Dingzhou village, he began to feel nervous. He hurriedly led County Magistrate Fang Chun and the bailiffs over. "Zio, are you okay?" "Ming House, it's nothing. It's just a group of strange beggars. Thank you for making a trip here. I'll get the bailiffs to disperse them. These bastards only know how to enjoy life and hate work. They're really despicable for stirring up trouble." Seeing that nothing major had happened, Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, it would be terrible. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ever since Li Wangyu was conferred a title, the two of them were still close. He even wanted to call Li Wangyu county magistrate man or county magistrate son, but Li Wangyu stopped him and said that the two of them should address each other the same way. However, no matter what, Li Wangyu was now a noble of the Tang dynasty and the county magistrate who founded the country. If something really happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility as a county magistrate. After Yang Quan finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered Fang Chun to lead a group of bailiffs to disperse the beggars. However, the beggars were not afraid of the bailiffs. Not only did they refuse to leave, they also cursed, "Why are you chasing us away? What law have we broken? We want to see County Magistrate's son and ask for his mercy. Give us gold. County Magistrate's son has so much gold that he can't use it all. Why won't he give it to us? Yes, we want gold. We can just pick some gold leaves and some gold stones. Don't waste your breath on these county magistrates. Let's rush into the village. That county magistrate has countless gold for us to use. Yes, yes, charge in and get the gold." The Yamen runners wanted to drive this group of beggars away, but they saw that the beggars suddenly became agitated. They actually wanted to break through the blockade of the young and strong villagers and rush into the village. Seeing that this group of beggars was about to cause trouble, the bailiffs did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly pulled out their knives and chains from their waists and threw them at the beggars. The youths of Dingzhou village were also nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands. All the beggars who wanted to attack the village were all beaten to the ground. More than 100 beggars, in front of Dingzhou village's group of strong and powerful youths, as well as the county Yamen runners. Naturally they did not have an easy time. It didn't take long for them to be knocked to the ground. Many of the remaining beggars wanted to run away, but they were all chased back by the bailiffs and tied together with ropes. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was still confused about the farce in front of him. What the hell was going on? What on earth happened in Ming House? Why did a large group of beggars from Chang'an city come to our Dingzhou village to cause trouble? Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan. Yang Quan had a strange look on his face. "Zio, don't you know?" "What do I know?" Li Wangyu was even more puzzled. Yang Quan hesitated for a moment and told him what happened in Chang'an city. When Li Wangyu heard all the rumors about him in Chang'an city, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What the hell was this? He was planning to build a polo field. Who did he offend? How could it be said that the trees and stones in his house were all made of gold? Damn it, why didn't they say that even the shit he took was made of gold? What was more infuriating was that he, a man of ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, a man from the 21st century, was actually rumored to be a typical example of a rich man being heartless. It was really unbearable. Who the hell was this person who was disgusting him? Li Wangyu began to flip through the little black book in his heart again, preparing to find out what kind of enemies he had. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no one else who could and would do this except for those shameless aristocratic families. He had forgotten that his method of pasting big characters and small posters to the aristocratic families did not seem to be any better than the aristocratic families spreading rumors. While Li Wangyu was sulking and cursing the aristocratic families in his heart, Yang Quan had already asked the county magistrate, Feng Chun, to tie up all the beggars with ropes and string them into a string, intending to escort them back to the county office. However, his county office could not hold so many people. Most likely, they would be brought back to the county office to be beaten and then driven out. Yang Quan was worried that these beggars would come back to cause trouble again, so he called the old village chief over and gave him a few instructions. He told him to be more careful and not let the rascals disturb the village and the county magistrate. In response, the old village chief nodded repeatedly. The old man was also worried. Now that the village had suddenly become rich, it would not be good if there were rascals spying on them. After consulting with Li Wangyu, the old village chief ordered the old soldiers to lead the group of young men to start setting up fences at the village entrance. He also arranged for people to start patrolling the village day and night. While Yang Quan and the old village chief were busy, Li Wangyu angrily returned to the mansion. He found his beautiful superior and poured out his grievances. When the beautiful superior heard the unreliable rumors in Chang and city, she could not help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Li Wangyu angrily glared at her. What kind of person was she? Not only did she not comfort his hurt heart, she was even gloating at his misfortune. She really deserved a spanking. He unconsciously looked at the beautiful superior. Because she was kneeling on the wooden couch, her dress was stretched to the point that it looked like a tempting peach. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Where are your eyes looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. The beautiful superior naturally noticed Li Wangyu's gaze and could not help but blush. She twisted her body, stretched out two slender fingers, and waved them in front of Li Wangyu's eyes like scissors. No, nothing. Li Wangyu hurriedly averted his gaze, not wanting to think about those annoying things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, why should he think about those bullshit rumors? Who would like to spread those nonsense? Would he lose a piece of flesh? Looking at the beautiful superior's soul-stirring face, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a fire in his heart. Hee, Chongqing, you see, since we came to the Tang dynasty, we haven't gone out together. Why don't we go sightseeing in Chang and city today? Humph, are you asking me to go out? Su Chongqing proudly raised her white slender neck, with a sly smile on her stunning face. Li Wangyu could not help but swallow his saliva again. Hee, yes, little girl, how about accompanying me to have fun today? Sorry, I don't date children. After the beautiful superior finished speaking word by word, she giggled and ran back to her room before Li Wangyu could react. When Li Wangyu figured out the meaning of her words, he was so angry that he almost pulled out a 40-meter-long broadsword and chased after her. Damn, I was teased again. You are a child. Chongqing, you tell me clearly, who is a child? Li Wangyu turned around and chased out. After a while, Li Wangyu and the beautiful superior rode straight to Chang and city. The beautiful woman rode a snow-white horse, which made Li Wangyu feel a bit of resentment. Without a doubt, the horse that Zhang Liang had lost to him, Zhao Yebai, had been taken by his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu, who could not be Prince Charming, could only pinch his nose and ride the date red horse to accompany the beautiful woman. This was really the first time the two of them had a real date. Chapter 350. There were not many scenic spots in Chang and during Zhenguan's reign that were suitable for transmigrators. At least the big Wild Goose Pagoda and Little Wild Goose Pagoda had not been built yet. The terracotta soldiers and horses were still lying quietly on the ground, accompanying Qin Shi Huang. In the Tang dynasty, there were no cinemas, bars, KTV, or nightclubs. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that Sujiang Pool was the most worthwhile place to visit. There was a poem that said, "The brocade hall is always embroidered with curtains during the day." The pink beauty coaxed him with wine, and the young man in green followed. The jade staff gently knocked the flower petals, and the golden whip was like a willow branch. Riding 3 to 5 horses, they traveled leisurely along Sujiang Pool. This Jianghu pool was very suitable for traveling with the Pink Beauty. It just so happened that his beautiful superior had not been to Jianghu pool before. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, she was also interested. The two of them leisurely rode their horses and chatted softly in front of the pool. They were relaxed and comfortable. The only thing that made Li Wangyu dissatisfied was the big light bulb following behind them. Niu Wu insisted on following them and protecting them. Li Wangyu could not persuade him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only tell Niu Wu to stay away from them while his beautiful superior snickered. Only then could he and Su Chongqing have some space to talk privately. After strolling until noon, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior felt hungry and prepared to find a place to eat in Chang'an. Jianghu pool was too far away from Shi City. Li Wangyu did not want to cross the city to eat in those restaurants. Suddenly, he remembered the famous Zhao soup pancake in Chang'an. The soup pancake in the Tang dynasty was also known as wonton in the future. Yang Xiong of the Western Han dynasties, Fang Yan, mentioned that pancake is called wonton. Wonton was a kind of pancake. When it was cooked with soup, it was called soup pancake. Li Wangyu had eaten this Chang and Zhao's soup pancake once out of admiration. Zhao's wonton pancake was delicious but not greasy. The seasoned soup was mellow but not bland, giving a long aftertaste. Li Wangyu ate it with great satisfaction. Listening to Li Wangyu's introduction, the greedy worm in the belly of the beautiful boss was also aroused, and she nodded repeatedly. The Zhao's soup pancakes were not opened in the east and west markets, but in Zhaogua Square, not far from Jianghu Pool, outside Chongji Temple. The old couple led their son and daughter-in-law to run a restaurant in the square. The business was quite good. When Li Wangyu arrived with his beautiful boss, the restaurant was almost full of diners. The waiter was shopkeeper Zhao's son. He saw that the three of them were all riding horses, especially the beautiful boss's shining night white. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. He knew that the three of them were nobles. In the Tang dynasty, such a majestic horse was comparable to the supercars of the modern era in the eyes of the public. It attracted the attention of the passers-by, and the diners in the restaurant also whispered to each other. Shopkeeper Zhao's son didn't dare to be negligent. He attentively helped them tie up their horses and invited them to an empty table to sit down. "Give us 3 bowls of soup pancakes." "Oh, 4 bowls." Li Wangyu thought of Niu Wu's appetite and quickly added. "Okay, 4 bowls of soup pancakes. Please wait a moment." Shopkeeper Zhao's son hurriedly responded and went to the kitchen to inform his father. The restaurant of the Zhao family was not big, and the diners sat very close to each other. When Li Wangyu and the others waited for the dishes to be delivered, they could clearly hear the diners' conversation. The beautiful boss's shining night white attracted a lot of envious voices. People who loved horses in the Tang dynasty could be found everywhere. Many diners commented on the majestic white horse clearly and logically. They were very envious, and Li Wangyu felt a little complacent in his heart. "Wan Sanlang, look at this white horse. How much is it worth?" "Hee, that's a big deal. In the West Market, it only costs 10 strings of copper coins to pull a horse, but in the army, it costs 50 strings of copper coins to pull a horse. I think this white horse is even more expensive. You can't buy it for less than 100 strings of copper coins." The diner called Wan Sanlang's voice was not low, and all the diners in the restaurant could not help but gasp. "Hiss, so expensive? Wan Sanlang, are you trying to fool us?" "Hey, what's there to fool you? I've been working in the cattle and horse market in the West Market for so many years. How can I not know this?" Wan Sanlang's words made the diners look at Li Wangyu and the others differently. At this time, Li Wangyu and the others' wontons had been delivered. They just pretended not to hear and buried themselves in the food. Everyone's discussion soon shifted from the precious shining yabai to the rumor of 20,000 taels of gold for the construction of a polo field in Chang'an. Li Wangyu could not help but frown when he heard that. Actually, compared to the famous founder of Hu County, what does this horse count for? I'm afraid you don't know. I have an elder brother who works in that county's residence. TSK, I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but in the residence of this county's founder, even the chestnut used for the toilet is made of gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems. Just those gems, any one of them can be exchanged for several horses like this. The man's words caused everyone in the restaurant to gasp again. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, almost choked to death because of his words. Bragging really doesn't pay tax. Also, your elder brother works in my house. This bragging really makes it seem as if it's true. Li Wangyu felt that if he was not talking about himself, he might have believed it. Damn, so what Yang Quan said was true. This rumor is getting more and more exaggerated. If it continues to spread, Li Wangyu will probably become the god of wealth who can turn stone into gold. The beautiful boss naturally heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he glared at her. Niu Wu's mouth was wide open. He thought that he was hallucinating. He was about to stand up and refute, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant became livelier because of the bragging man's words. That's why that county spent so much money to build a baseball field for him to play in. It was a small matter. It's just a pity that the people of Zhaoxing and Dan were chased out of their houses in the middle of the night in order to make room for that county. A perfectly good home was gone just like that. I heard about this matter. That county had countless gold in his house, but he was still so stingy. Not only did he not give them the money to buy the land, but he also let the people in his house kidnap women. TSK, the people of those two houses are in trouble. Their homes are gone, and even their slightly beautiful daughters were taken to the county's founder's house to be ravaged day and night. Isn't that right? Fortunately, my house is in An Le House, which is just across An Weiman Street from that Dan house. These days, the cries of the people of Dan house can be heard through the walls of the house. It's too pitiful. That county really doesn't know shame and acts like a beast. He's so extravagant and lascivious. I thought that someone who could write such a strange book as The Three Kingdoms must be a great scholar. I didn't expect him to be so unbearable. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful boss's face also turned cold. Her mischievous expression was gone. Niu Wuza clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged in anger. It's fine to say that I'm rich and heartless, but to even talk about raping women and ravaging them day and night? This is simply forcing me to feed *T into my mouth. Damn it. Chapter 351. The sound of Li Wangyu slamming the table was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu angrily asked, "Everyone, aren't you afraid of being punished by the authorities for making up such rumors?" However, his words only caused the restaurant to be silent for a few seconds before being mocked by everyone. Bah, why can't we talk about what that county magistrate did? Only county magistrates are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't allowed to light lamps? This Lord Xiao Lang must be from a wealthy family. That's why he's so protective of that county magistrate, right? Humph, they're all jackals of the same tribe. So what if he's rich? Just because he's riding a good horse, he dares to shout and shout? If it were any other day, these diners wouldn't have dared to curse at someone riding a horse like Yabai. However, today, everyone in the restaurant was condemning that county magistrate. It was as if they were of one mind and the law couldn't punish the majority. Thus, even though they knew that Li Wangyu's group of three had extraordinary identities, they still attacked them. The beautiful woman's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Everyone, why are you insulting my innocence without any evidence? When has that county magistrate ever kidnapped a woman or occupied someone's land?" It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Her words caused everyone in the restaurant to laugh. "Ha, young lady, why aren't you properly taking care of your husband and children in your residence? Why are you spouting nonsense? We all saw what that county magistrate did with our own eyes. How is he insulting your innocence? His appearance isn't bad, but I didn't expect him to have the heart of a poisonous scorpion. How much gold did that county magistrate give you for you to protect such a beast like him? I'm afraid this young lady isn't this young man's mistress, is she? Or perhaps she's a girl from Peace Square? Li Wangyu had already been enraged by these rumors in the marketplace. At this time, when he heard them humiliating his beautiful superior, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly picked up the bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it at the person who said that his beautiful superior was the miss from Peace Square. The Zhao's soup pancakes used the best chicken soup as the base. It tasted delicious, but the temperature of the chicken soup was also quite high. The bowl of soup splashed onto the head of the person who had spoken just now. The scalding soup made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly launch an attack, the customers in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. All of them suddenly stood up and rushed toward Li Wangyu and the other two. For a moment, the Xiao family's small eatery was in a mess. When Niu Wu saw that his Lang Jun had made a move, he didn't hesitate. He waved his big fist and smashed it toward the surrounding diners. With his martial arts, it couldn't be easier for him to deal with these ordinary people. With just 2 or 3 punches, he knocked down several people. However, as the saying goes, the Tang people revered martial arts while the Song people revered literature. Although these diners were all common people, they didn't fear Niu Wu's fist at all. Instead, after he knocked down a few people, the others became even more fierce and surrounded him. After Li Wangyu threw the bowl of soup, he also felt a bit of regret. In this eatery, there were more than 10 diners, but Niu Wu was only one person. With his small body, he couldn't help much. If by any chance he got into a fight and hurt his beautiful superior, then it would be too late for regrets. Seeing that all the diners had surrounded him, Li Wangyu quickly pulled his beautiful superior behind him. He reached out and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table again and smashed it toward the diners. The eatery was in chaos. The Xiao family's shopkeeper and his son hurriedly shrank behind the counter and repeatedly called for everyone to stop. But at this time, how could everyone stop? Niu Wu naturally had a lot of skills. If he really hardened his heart and pulled out the weapon at his waist, then these diners would probably all be lying on the ground. But it was only a verbal disagreement and a fight, so Niu Wu naturally couldn't hurt people. And with his bare hands, although he was brave and fierce, he might not be able to deal with the siege of more than 10 people. Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu was being besieged and that there were several people on his side surrounding him again. He quickly picked up the bowl of soup on the table and made a gesture to throw it out again. His action scared the diners who were surrounding him. They immediately dodged, afraid that the hot soup would be poured on them. The person who was poured a bowl of hot soup by Li Wangyu just now was still rolling on the ground and howling in grief. After using the hot soup to force the diners away, Li Wangyu didn't waste any words. He threw down the bowl of soup, pulled his beautiful superior, and turned to run. He didn't forget to call out, "Niu Wu, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Lang Jun, you guys get on the horse first." Niu Wu blocked the entrance of the restaurant by himself. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Li Wangyu untied the reins. He didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He stretched out his hand to hold his beautiful superior's perky buttocks and pushed her onto the horse. Then he also turned over and got on the horse. He pulled the reins of Niu Wu's horse and shouted at Niu Wu, let's go. Niu Wu kicked the person in front of him to the ground and turned around to run. He turned over and landed on the horse's back. The 3 of them didn't care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. They whipped their horses and ran away. The group of diners squeezed out of the restaurant. Looking at the horses that were far away, they couldn't catch up. They could only jump and curse. Li Wangyu urged the horse to run straight out of Zhaoguofang. Then he laughed and pulled the reins. The conflict just now had let him vent his anger. He was in a good mood. "Niu Wu, send 10 copper coins to Zhao's soup pancake shop as compensation." Today, the Zhao's soup pancake shop had suffered an unexpected disaster. Because of the fight between Li Wangyu and the others, the shop was smashed into a mess. Li Wangyu was naturally not an unreasonable person. Although today's incident was caused by the diner's obscenities, it had nothing to do with Zhao's soup pancake shop. He naturally had to compensate. Niu Wu grinned and nodded with a smile. The beautiful female boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu in a flirtatious manner and rebuked, "Look, why are you building a polo field all of a sudden? Now you've made yourself a pest that everyone in Chang and city hates. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." Of course, she didn't really blame Li Wangyu. She just complained out of concern. Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly. He didn't know that it would cause such a big trouble. Have the people of Chang and city gone mad? There are people who believe such ridiculous words, and all of them speak as if it's true. The beautiful superior also sighed. Everyone has the idea of getting rich quickly, but it's difficult to realize. You've been so high profile and spent so much money to build a polo field. Besides, some people added fuel to the fire. Naturally, their envy turned into jealousy. Li Wangyu was furious. He obviously wanted to add some cultural entertainment for the people of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. The matter of buying land had not been solved. Now his reputation in Chang and city was so bad because of the rumors. Li Wangyu really regretted it. If he had known it, he would not have built a polo field. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he couldn't find a way to solve this matter, he really didn't need to come to Chang and city in the future. More than 1 million people in Chang and city could drown him with their saliva. Li Wangyu looked up and sighed. So what if I'm rich? Who did I offend? Chapter 352. Li Wangyu was indeed very annoyed. He had clearly done a good thing, but was misunderstood and even abused by the other party. It was hard for him not to get angry. Just like that monkey's son, he was clearly fighting a monster, but was misunderstood by Tang Sanzang, who not only chanted the golden hoop spell, but also drove the monkey away. It was really sullen. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back and fought in the Zhao soup pancake shop today. After being disturbed like this, he and the beautiful boss no longer had the interest to continue dating and play. They were also too lazy to find another restaurant to eat, so the three of them directly rode back to Dingzhou village. Back in the backyard, Li Wangyu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he opened his arms to the beautiful boss. "Poor, weak and helpless me, please give me a loving hug." "Bah, stinky hooligan, stay away from me." The beautiful boss saw through his sinister intentions at a glance and pushed him away with a very disgusted expression. Li Wangyu's heartbroken look made the beautiful boss unable to help but laugh. "Well, seeing how pitiful you are, this miss will reward you with a hug." The beautiful boss said that she was disgusted with Li Wangyu, but still went forward to give him a gentle hug. This was the first time that a beautiful boss had taken the initiative to hug him, so Li Wangyu was instantly revived on the spot as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around the beautiful boss's slender waist, but this demoness had already pushed him away with a giggle. "Hey, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Stingy, I'm not leaving you out." "What did you say?" "Say it again." The beautiful boss put 2 fingers on Li Wangyu's waist. "No, nothing. Hee, I said don't let me see you again, otherwise, I'll fall in love with you every time I see you." Li Wangyu's desire to live was very strong, so he immediately began to show off his vulgar words of love. The beautiful boss made a disgusted and vomiting expression. "Ugh, too disgusting. You can save these vulgar words of love for Aphrodite." Amidst the laughter and banter between the two lovers, Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved a lot. For Li Wangyu's depression, the beautiful boss could understand. She comforted him, "Wangyu, don't worry." There was no way to explain this kind of thing. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. It was better to just let it be. Anyway, people are forgetful. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. Although the beautiful boss's words were reasonable, Li Wangyu still felt aggrieved. "Sigh, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch." "Alright, stop sighing. You can't really distribute gold to the people of Chang'an, can you? His beautiful boss didn't mean it, but Li Wangyu suddenly felt a trace of inspiration. Changqing, what did you just say? What? You can't give gold to the people of Chang'an. Before the beautiful boss could finish her words, she saw Li Wangyu fiercely hugging her and kissing her pretty face with lightning speed. Wahahaha, I have an idea. Yes, it's to give them gold. Hee, I'll see who in Chang'an will say bad things about me. They will have to worship me as the god of wealth. Li Wangyu laughed out loud. His beautiful boss's words just now reminded him, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He thought of a way that was not a way, but could perfectly resolve the current situation. Wasn't it just that the people of Chang'an were jealous of his wealth? How big of a deal was it? If he gave them a chance to become rich, would he still be afraid of the people talking bad about him? He was laughing, but he didn't notice that the beautiful boss's cheeks had turned red, and her eyes were about to kill someone. Li Wangyu. The beautiful boss, who was suddenly attacked by Li Wangyu, was embarrassed and angry. She went berserk. It was only then that Li Wangyu realized what he had just done. He hurriedly ran away. With great difficulty, he managed to escape the pursuit of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu giggled as he touched his lips. The feeling was quite good. After smirking for a while, he began to seriously think about the idea he had just come up with, which was to issue lottery tickets. Li Wangyu bought lottery tickets a lot in the future. However, it was obvious that he didn't have much luck. On the day he transmigrated, the highest winning amount was only 5 yuan. However, there was a reason why this thing could be popular all over the world. Lottery tickets with gambling properties could satisfy people's curiosity and adventurous mentality. Although the winning rate was very low, under the temptation of a huge prize and a small investment, it still stimulated people to buy it tirelessly. As a veteran lottery fan, Li Wangyu knew a lot about lottery tickets. This thing could be traced back to ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, which was Rome a few hundred years before the Tang dynasty. The earliest modern lottery tickets were issued in Florence in the 15th century. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, if Li Wangyu wanted to issue lottery tickets, there wouldn't be any problems. At least, there wouldn't be any technical problems. The only thing he needed to consider was the anti-counterfeiting function of the lottery tickets. He thought hard for a long time and felt that he could only learn from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The anti-counterfeiting method of banknotes should be able to prevent people from forging lottery tickets. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Moreover, there were huge profits to be made by issuing lottery tickets. If Pai Lupi knew how much money he could make, he would be crazy with joy. Not to mention how much profit the lottery made in the future would make, Li Wangyu knew that in the 15th century, Spain first issued lottery tickets to collect a huge amount of money. The annual income was about 5 million yuan, which was one of the country's huge sources of income. In the 15th century, 5 million pesetas was an astronomical figure in Spain. With the richness of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that the profit he could make through lottery tickets would also be a huge number. Li Wangyu didn't dare to hold such a huge amount of wealth in his hands. That would cost him his life. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought about it and decided to report the lottery to Pai Lupi. He wasn't greedy. It would be enough if he could get a share of the profits. Li Wangyu also thought that if lottery tickets were to be found in the Tang dynasty, it would probably be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Maybe he could also solve the little problem of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. After the beautiful boss stopped chasing him, Li Wangyu immediately told her his idea. The beautiful boss gave him a thumbs up. Wangyu, the lottery is really a good idea. I'm afraid that once it's issued, it will cause a sensation in Chang'an. Of course. Don't they all want gold? I think the grand prize will be 200 taels of gold, which is worth 1,200 strings of copper. Each lottery ticket is worth 2 coins. I'm not afraid that the people of Chang'an won't go crazy. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply took a pen and paper and discussed the specific details of the lottery with the beautiful boss, listing them one by one on the paper. From how the lottery tickets were printed, how the prize money was distributed, how the lottery was drawn, and so on, the two wrote in detail based on their knowledge of lottery tickets in the future. Li Wangyu planned to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow morning to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. He wanted Chang and to go crazy for the lottery. Chapter 353. In Chang'an City, in the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was carefully reading Li Wangyu's proposal regarding the issuance of lottery tickets. Li Wangyu sat beside the table proudly, sipping on the fragrant tea. Ever since Pai Lupi tasted the Medicine King tea, personally made by Sun Simiao at the Li family, he became interested in this method of drinking tea. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to pick fresh tea leaves and process them according to the old Taoists' method. The tea leaves he obtained were very delicious and he liked them very much. Most of the tea in the palace was brewed using this method of brewing tea. Whatever was good at the top, the subordinates would be even better. Pai Lupi's fondness for tea leaves was copied by many officials. Now in Chang'an City, this method of brewing tea leaves directly was gradually becoming popular. However, the tea leaves that had not been stir-fried did not have a strong aroma. Moreover, the tea leaves had a pungent smell. Li Wangyu leisurely drank his tea while thinking about these trivial matters. He wondered when he should make the stir-fried tea leaves. After presenting this proposal to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu waited to see the shocked expression on Pai Lupi's face. Wahahaha, I am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. Li Wangyu was very proud. However, Pai Lupi on the throne frowned more and more. Not only did he not show the shock and joy that Li Wangyu imagined, but he also looked confused and puzzled. Zio, I'm afraid this lottery ticket of yours is not appropriate. I know that you have been wronged recently, but you don't have to be so prodigal as to give away the gold, right? Not to mention, you can't let the imperial court issue lottery tickets. What? Li Wangyu thought that he was hallucinating. What was Pai Lupi saying? Lottery tickets were a way to accumulate wealth, and he actually said that they were prodigal? Uncle, how is this prodigal? Lottery tickets make a lot of money. Do you think I'm stupid? 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, guess 7 numbers, and win 200 taels of gold if you guess correctly. Aren't you just giving away gold? Pai Lupi shook his head. In the past few days, he had already heard all the rumors about Li Wangyu in Chang and through the 100 Cavalry Department. However, Pai Lupi couldn't do anything about the aristocratic family's incitement of the people's hearts and spreading rumors. There was no way he could go and issue a report to the imperial palace to help Li Wangyu explain and clarify that there wasn't that much gold in Hu County's house, and that Li Wangyu didn't bully the market, kidnap women, or take over other people's fields. That would be too ridiculous. After reading Li Wangyu's suggestion of issuing lottery tickets, Li Er only thought that his nephew had been wronged and couldn't think straight. Thus, he gave away the gold that he had worked so hard to obtain. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by Pai Lupi's answer. Damn, this illiterate person didn't even pass elementary school math, right? Pai Lupi can't even understand such simple probability. The lottery plan that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss came up with was basically a copy of the 2 colored balls of the future. However, the 6 red balls didn't have numbers from 1 to 33, but from 1 to 20, and the blue balls had numbers from 1 to 16. A simple mathematical formula could calculate the probability of winning the grand prize. 20 times 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 16 times. The answer was 620160. A 1 in 620,000 chance of winning. Although this was much higher than the 2 colored balls of the welfare lottery, which had a 1 in 17 million chance of winning, the population of the Tang dynasty was much smaller after all. If the rules of the lucky lottery were completely copied, Li Wangyu was worried that no one would really win the prize. If 1 million people in Chang'an bought a lottery ticket, they would earn 2 million. Even if someone won the first prize, they wouldn't lose money. Moreover, it didn't mean that if 1 million people bought the lottery ticket, they would definitely win the prize. This was a matter of probability. If the lottery ticket was a loss, the lottery agencies in the future all over the world would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and felt that this matter couldn't be explained to Pai Lupi, who was illiterate. "Uncle, about this matter, let's ask Minister Dai to come. He will definitely understand what is going on." In Li Wangyu's opinion, Dai Zhou's mathematics level was still not bad. He should be able to explain it to him clearly. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu doubtfully, but still ordered the chamberlain to summon Dai Zhou. The 6 government offices were all in the imperial city, so they weren't far from each other. Dai Zhou was quickly led into the hall by the chamberlain. After greeting Pai Lupi handed Li Wangyu's proposal for the lottery ticket to him and asked Dai Zhou to look into it and see if it was feasible. To Li Wangyu's surprise, Dai Zhou, who was considered a top mathematician in the Tang dynasty, actually shook his head after looking at his lottery ticket proposal. "That's not appropriate. Huxianzi, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but your lottery ticket is too risky. If many people win, wouldn't you have to pay out a lot of gold at once?" Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, couldn't see through such a lucrative lottery ticket. He opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't know how to respond. The reaction of the ruler and his subject was truly beyond his expectations. For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to think. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince the ruler and his subject. Since they didn't want the money that was sent to them, they couldn't blame him. Li Wangyu planned to issue his own lottery ticket. Once Pai Lupi saw the benefits of the lottery ticket, he would naturally return to his old ways. When the time came, it would be fine for him to hand over the lottery ticket, but when the time came, he would have to ask for more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He looked at Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou with a look of superiority. "Your Majesty, since you and Minister Dai both feel that this lottery ticket is not feasible, then forget it. Your nephew will issue it himself. Your Majesty, please allow it." Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, but his smile was like that of a fox that was about to steal an old hen. "Ziyu, why do you have to do this? The common people are ignorant. There is no need to pay too much attention to the rumors. Your family's adults are no longer alive. As your uncle, I can't watch you act recklessly and be a hedonistic prodigal son. This matter cannot be allowed. I won't allow it." Pai Lupi still believed that Li Wangyu had become muddle-headed from anger. That was why he thought of issuing a lottery ticket. Winning 200 taels of gold for 2 copper coins was, in his opinion, giving away money. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi didn't allow it and couldn't help but become anxious. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune and wash his reputation clean. How could he let Pai Lupi ruin it like this? "Uncle, it's not what you think. This matter really has a lot of potential. Just believe in your nephew. When have you ever seen your nephew do a losing business? Ziyu, there's no need to say more. I won't allow it." Pai Lupi's resolute attitude almost caused Li Wangyu's nose to become crooked from anger. This fellow was blocking someone's path to wealth, yet he still acted as if he was doing it for his own good. Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. As expected, the truth was in the hands of a few people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to let it go like this. His eyes spun for a long time and he thought of a way that wasn't really a way. Chapter 354. Li Wangyu naturally would not give up on the idea of issuing lottery tickets. Since Pai Lupi refused to budge, he had to find another way. Pai Lupi had his own plan, but he had his own. After being rejected by Pai Lupi, the next day Li Wangyu unexpectedly changed out of his usual self. He wore the official robes of a county official and came to Jianghu to attend the court session. Those who were familiar with Li Wangyu all asked curiously, why did he come to court today? The 2 disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were also confused. They had long known about their little division master's lazy personality. He was definitely not the kind of person who would visit a temple for no reason. Today, he came to attend the court session for the first time, but they did not know why. Qing Yaojin was even more curious when he saw that Li Wangyu was holding a wooden box in his hands. "Young man, what are you holding in your arms?" "Greetings to Uncle Cheng, this is just a small toy." "Hee, a small toy." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to the old hooligan, but avoided answering his question. Qing Yaojin glared at him and was about to flip out. Fortunately, Yu Shinan came to his rescue. No matter how shameless the old hooligan was, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Shinan. Not to mention, the old man was old enough to be Qing Yaojin's father. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yu Shinan. Qing Yaojin could only glare at Li Wangyu and go to chat with Qin Qiong. Yu Shinan did not care about why Li Wangyu came to court today. He was more concerned about whether Li Wangyu was troubled by the recent rumors. He pulled Li Wangyu aside and consoled him for a while. This made Li Wangyu feel very touched. This old man was really too cute. He was very much like his grandfather who had passed away in his previous life. The imperial censor called for everyone to meet the emperor. After they received their sword, which was purely for decoration, Li Wangyu insisted on bringing the wooden box into the Great Hall. Seeing Li Wangyu's insistence, the censor had no choice but to allow him to open the box and inspect it. After confirming that there were no sharp blades, he allowed him to bring it into the main hall. However, the censor was also confused about what was in Li Wangyu's wooden box. He had no idea what this county magistrate was trying to do. All the officials were seated in the main hall. Li Er sat on the throne, but when he saw Li Wangyu in the crowd, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this brat come to court today? Could it be because of the lottery he mentioned yesterday? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. He made up his mind that no matter what Li Wangyu said today, he would not agree to the lottery. This was simply nonsense, a wastrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had nothing better to do today and was here to listen to the court affairs. For more than 2 hours, Chang Chao didn't utter a single word. He sat obediently in his seat, as if he was listening with great interest. This made Pai Lupi suspicious, but since Li Wangyu wasn't causing any trouble, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing that the morning's court discussion was over, the eunuch was about to announce the end of court when Li Wangyu stood up. "Your Majesty, this subject sees that Your Majesty and all the other officials are having a hard time discussing state affairs. This brat has a game here that would like to amuse Your Majesty and all the other officials. I hope that Your Majesty will agree." The officials in the hall were stunned, and they all looked curiously at Li Wangyu. They couldn't understand what this county magistrate was up to. Pai Lupi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw the wooden box in Li Wangyu's hands, he couldn't help but feel curious. Pai Lupi thought to himself, "I'll see what this brat wants to do. In any case, no matter what he says, that lottery ticket won't be able to get me to agree. Zio, let's hear it." "Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone, I have 20 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20 written on them, and 16 basketballs with the numbers 1 to 16 written on them." As Li Wangyu spoke, he opened the wooden box in his hands and showed it to Pai Lupi and the other officials. 2 colored balls. This was the game that Li Wangyu was going to play with Pai Lupi and the other officials. These ping-pong sized wooden balls were all made yesterday after he was rejected by Pai Lupi. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he found Carpenter Lu and asked him to make them for him. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were truly amazing. Although there weren't any modern machines, there were already handmade spindle beds, which worked on the same principle as the beads made by modern machines. Carpenter Lu easily used the spindle bed to help Li Wangyu process 36 ping-pong sized wooden beads. Then, he painted the red and blue balls with wood paint, and wrote the numbers on them. The Tang dynasty version of the 2-colored balls was ready. Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't convince Pai Lupi with numbers, then he would let him experience it for himself. He would let him know that he wasn't crazy and didn't want to use his family's gold to squander. After showing everyone the 2-colored balls in the wooden box, he took out a stack of small pieces of paper that he had prepared and asked the chamberlain to distribute them to the officials in the hall. Your Majesty, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to play with me? As long as you give me 2 copper coins, you can write a set of numbers on these pieces of paper. 6 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20, and 1 blue ball with the numbers 1 to 20. Li Wangyu then handed the wooden box to the chamberlain. Later, I will ask your Majesty to randomly pick 6 red balls and 1 blue ball from the wooden box. If you correctly guess all the numbers of the 7 balls that your Majesty picks, I will pay you 1,000 taels of gold. I don't know if anyone is interested in playing with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the officials in the hall couldn't help but be in an uproar. Giving Hu Xianzi 2 copper coins and correctly guessing 7 numbers would be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. This was very interesting. There were about 400 to 500 people who could enter the Taiji Palace and participate in the daily court meetings. They were all officials of Chang and city who were 5th rank and above, as well as those low-rank imperial censors. 1,000 taels of gold naturally didn't attract the big shots of the imperial court, but it didn't stop them from thinking that this game was very interesting. But for those ordinary officials, 1,000 taels of gold wasn't a small amount. The salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty wasn't high. It could even be said that it was very low. Compared to the Song dynasty, the salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty was no different from that of a migrant worker. They were both first-rank officials. During the Jianghu period, the monthly salary was only 68,000 copper coins, but in the Song dynasty, it was as high as 120,000 copper coins, in addition to 150 dawn of grain and other benefits. Other than the officials who were born in aristocratic families or those who had business acumen, ordinary officials of the Tang dynasty were really poor. In history, when Ma Zhou was an imperial censor, he wanted to buy a house worth 2 million taels of gold, but he couldn't afford it. As for 1,000 taels of gold, that was 6 million taels of gold. It was equivalent to 800 months of salary for a first-rank official of the imperial court. Li Wangyou's words couldn't help but cause the majority of the officials in the hall to become restless. Hu Xianzi, you're not joking, are you? You're really giving you 2 copper coins. If you correctly guess the number that His Majesty will draw, you'll get 1,000 taels of gold? Huh, it's even interesting. Hu Xianzi, this old man will give you 10 copper coins. Can you write down 5 sets of numbers? I'll bet 20 copper coins. Write down 10 sets of numbers. Li Wangyu repeatedly confirmed that his words were correct and asked Pai Lupi to testify for him. Moreover, there was no limit to how much the officials could bet. They could bet as much as they wanted. For a moment, the hall of the Taiji Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 355. When Li Wangyu proposed this game of 2 colored balls, even Pai Lupi, who had always opposed his lottery, became interested. He waved his hand to summon an eunuch and had him give him a piece of paper so that he could place a bet. The officials in the hall began to open their pouches. The smallest was 2 copper coins, while the largest was 100 copper coins. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben chuckled at their junior division commander. They threw out their copper coins and began to place their bets. As the officials placed their bets, they also began to discuss Li Wangyou's actions. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold. Had this county son gone mad? If many people guessed the number today, wouldn't he have to pay out tens of thousands of taels of gold? In the eyes of the gambling addicts of the Tang, such an unfair game was simply madness. Just what does County Sun Huxian mean by this? Does the officials know? Perhaps there's too much gold and the residents can't fit it all in. The rumors on the street say that County Sun Huxian's daughters are all gold. It seems like they're true. Someone used the rumors to ridicule Li Wangyu, though none of the officials took them seriously. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold. I've never heard of such a thing. I think that County Sun Huxian will lose miserably today. With so many people here, is he afraid that no one will guess the 7 numbers correctly? If many people really do guess correctly, will County Sun Huxian be able to take out so much gold? What's there to worry about? Isn't there a sage as a witness? Are you afraid that County Sun Huxian will renege on his debt? Besides, County Sun Huxian is preparing 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium. Is he afraid that he won't have enough money? I'm afraid that after today, all the gold that County Sun Huxian is preparing to use to build a baseball stadium will change owners. This old man still can't see through this County Sun's intentions. It's truly strange. Cui Gong, why do you care what he's planning? In any case, it's fine as long as he has the gold. Perhaps County Sun Huxian has gone mad, Some of the officials ridiculed and some made fun of him, but this did not stop them from placing their bets. Even the eunuchs in the hall who were distributing paper and collecting copper coins couldn't help but ask Li Wangyu if they could also place their bets. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. He laughed as he watched the officials place their bets. He was in a good mood. He didn't believe that in this hall, there would only be 400 to 500 people who would be able to win the prize. If there was really someone with heaven-defying luck who had a 1 in 620,000 chance of winning the prize, then he would accept it. Actually, if Li Wangyu had suggested this method of playing, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he encountered the future lottery players. This was because the probability of winning was 1 in 620,000. In other words, if someone bought all the numbers, they would only need 620,000 bets. With this conversion, he would only need a little over 1.2 million copper coins to win the 1,000 taels of gold. One must know that 1,000 taels of gold was worth 6 million copper coins. Therefore, when Li Wangyu issued the lottery, the special prize was only 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200,000 copper coins. If someone really did that, they would lose a lot of copper coins. Naturally, he was not afraid that someone would do that. Today, in order to attract the attention of the officials, Li Wangyu deliberately increased the prize by 1,000 taels of gold. He was betting that the mathematics students of the Tang dynasty would not be able to calculate the probability of winning the prize. It didn't take long for the eunuch to help Li Wangyu collect all the copper coins that the officials had placed their bets on. These officials more or less had some copper coins scattered on them. After counting, there were actually more than 30,000 copper coins, which made up 30 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu smiled and asked the eunuch to help him put away the copper coins. He held the box of 2 colored balls and walked to the front of the imperial stairs, asking Pai Lupi to personally open the prize. Pai Lupi did not refuse. Under the eager gazes of the officials, he reached into the wooden box and casually pulled out the first red wooden ball. Li Wangyu reached out and took it. He glanced at the number on it and shouted, "Number 17. After shouting twice, he handed the wooden ball to the eunuch and asked him to show it to the officials to show it to them to show fairness. After the number was read out, the officials were busy looking at the small pieces of paper in their hands. Some people found that the number they had bet on was 17. They were so excited that their eyebrows danced. They were very happy, as if the 1,000 taels of gold already belonged to them. Those who did not guess the number were depressed and helplessly threw away the pieces of paper in their hands. Today, Li Wangyu only wanted to show Pai Lupi how the lottery worked, so he did not set up the first prize, second prize, and so on. Anyone who guessed the wrong number would be invalidated. When the first red ball was drawn, half of the officials in the hall had already thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, they did not guess the number 17. Pai Lupi continued to draw the red balls from the wooden box. Li Wangyu on the side constantly called out the numbers. Number 5. Number 19, number 11. Before Pai Lupi could draw the blue ball from the wooden box, he was shocked to find that the officials in the hall had all thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, none of the 6 red ball numbers were correct. The officials who had just laughed at Li Wangyu were now silent. The people who were originally full of confidence and wanted to win the 1,000 taels of gold from him were now shocked to find that in the end, it was Li Wangyu who won the 30,000 taels of gold from them. Everyone could not help but feel that they had been tricked, but they did not know where the problem was. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Was this the lottery that Li Wangyu spoke of? He seemed to be able to taste something from it. He gestured to the eunuch, indicating that the court was dismissed. He then pointed at Li Wangyu, indicating that he should follow him. The eunuch called for the court to be dismissed. After the officials bowed to Pai Lupi, they discussed the game of 2 colored balls, and walked out of the hall. Li Wangyu hurriedly followed Pai Lupi in the imperial palanquin, all the way to the legislative hall. Zio, was that the lottery that you spoke of? Pai Lupi finally became interested. As soon as he returned to the legislative hall, he could not wait to ask. Uncle, that's right. This is how the lottery is played. Using a small price to win a huge prize, in order to attract the people to buy it. The money to buy the lottery may seem small, but when sand accumulates, it will make a tower. This insignificant amount of money will accumulate into a terrifying amount of wealth. Pai Lupi nodded thoughtfully. He also saw that just now in the hall, there were 400 to 500 people, and Li Wangyu had collected 30,000 taels of gold. What if the lottery was bought by the millions of people in Chang'an? What if it was bought by the millions of people in Guangzhong Road? Seeing that Pai Lupi was tempted, Li Wangyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He analyzed and calculated the possible income from the lottery for him. This time, Pai Lupi finally listened. Zio, are you really confident? Uncle, I can guarantee with my head that this lottery is absolutely feasible. In that case, I approve. Uncle is wise. Li Wangyu was overjoyed and hurriedly flattered him. Uncle is wise and virtuous. You follow the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Long live Uncle. After Pai Lupi heard his flattery, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death. Cough, cough. Zio, get out of here. Chapter 356. 10 days later, the rumors about Li Wangyu, the founder of Huxin County, in Chang'an City decreased significantly. No matter how bored the people of the Tang dynasty were, they wouldn't gossip about one person for so long. But when it came to Li Wangyu, most of them looked at him with disdain. But on this day, Li Wangyu became the hot topic of discussion among the people of Chang'an City. The morning drums sounded in Chang'an City, and the doors of the 108 workshops opened. The people of Chang'an City, who were busy making a living, were preparing to go out to work, but they were surprised to find that a notice had been posted on the doors of the workshops. Some people immediately thought of the erotic notice from not long ago and thought that there would be something interesting to watch, so they all gathered around. When the literate people read the notice out loud and found that it wasn't what they were looking for, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. But when they heard the news written on the notice, the commoners were in an uproar again. Brother Wen, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? What kind of double-colored lottery is this? You can really win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins? Which Huxian son did this? TSK, does he really have so much gold at home that he doesn't know where to spend it? If you really win, you'll get 200 taels of gold. That's more than 1,000,000 taels of gold. How much money is this? Dalong, quickly take a look at the notice and see if it's true. What's with the double-colored lottery? Lang Jun, please explain it to everyone. If you guess 7 numbers correctly, you can get 200 taels of gold. This isn't a joke, right? This notice is stamped with the official seal. How can it be fake? Is Huxian's son really the god of fortune? Isn't he just rushing to give away money? Similar scenes appeared in almost all of the 108 workshops in Chang'an City. Even in the wealthy district, in the north of the city, this notice caused quite a stir. When the officials who were rushing to the court noticed this notice, they immediately thought of the game that Huxian's son had played with them in the Taiji Palace 10 days ago. So this was called a lottery. Many officials who were short of money were actually somewhat happy. He originally thought that he had missed the opportunity to make a fortune, but he never expected that Huxian's son would make the lottery public and make such a big fuss. Although the prize money had changed from 1,000 taels of gold to 200 taels of gold, it was still attractive enough. After all, one only needed to spend 2 copper coins to have the chance to win 1,200,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be willing? Many officials also noticed that the way the lottery was played this time was different from the way it was played in the main hall. Not only did they have to guess all 7 sets of numbers correctly to win the prize, but there were also small prizes such as second and third prizes. The first prize was to guess all the numbers correctly and win 200 taels of gold. The second prize was 50 taels of gold for guessing 6 red balls. The third prize was to guess any 5 red ball numbers, or 4 red balls plus a basketball number. The prize was 5 taels of gold, and so on until the 6th prize was 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu had almost completely copied the rules of the Wuxia double-colored welfare lottery. However, this simple and easy-to-understand lottery rules caused an uproar in Chang and city. In order to promote the double-colored lottery, he didn't just put up notices in front of the gates. The four-wheeled carriage company's carriage once again played the role of a promotional vehicle. It drove all over Chang and city and threw out a large number of advertisements. Now that there was engraving printing, it was simple to print these advertisements. The most exaggerated thing was that after Li Wangyu convinced Pai Lupi, especially after he made some calculations, Pai Lupi finally understood the huge benefits contained in the lottery. The monarch of the Tang dynasty could no longer sit still. With Pai Lupi's tacit approval, large advertising banners were hung above several important city gates in Chang and city for the first time. Make a fortune. The double-colored lottery will help you. Buy the lottery and win the big prize. Gain both fame and fortune. Winning 1,000,000 taels of gold is not a dream. Luck is in 2 copper coins. 1 lottery ticket, 1 chance, 1 big prize, 1 lifetime of benefits. Buy more, buy less, buy as much as you want. Early, early, late, late, and early, you must win. These advertising slogans that Li Wangyu directly plagiarized from the lucky lottery advertisements of the later generations stimulated the people of the Tang dynasty as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all looking forward to the unfamiliar lottery ticket. It was as if they really only needed to spend 2 copper coins to get the 200 taels of gold. Under the instructions of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Civil Affairs cooperated with Li Wangyu to operate the double-colored lottery ticket. In Chang and city, 6 lottery sales points were set up in Pingkong Square, Bujing Square, Changsha Square, and Xianyang Square, where the 2 counties of Chang and city were located. More than 20 scribes from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were responsible for these 6 sales points. There were also government runners from the 2 counties of Chang and city to maintain order. Both Chang and County Magistrate Chui Zhua and Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang had some understanding of the lottery. During the daily court session, these 2 mayors of the capital of the Tang dynasty were also in the court. They also used their wallets to buy a few numbers. Although they did not win, they were quite interested in the lottery. Now, with Pai Lupi's edict and the instructions of Minister Dai of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they naturally did their best to cooperate and transferred the government runners from the counties to help maintain order. There was no computer network in the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be done manually, including filling in the lottery tickets and statistics. For this reason, Minister Dai Zhou directly transferred more than 100 scribes from the various government offices of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fill in the lottery tickets at these sales points. Dai Zhou thought that he was well prepared, but he underestimated the attraction of the lottery to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins. This huge stimulation of wealth made the people of Chang and city all jealous after they understood what the lottery was. They did not even go to work. They hurried back home to take out their money bags and rushed to the nearest sales point to buy the lottery tickets. Some believers of Buddhism and Taoism first ran to the temple and Taoist temple to burn incense and pray that they would win the lottery. Some people even asked the Taoist masters to help them calculate the numbers they would win. The Taoist masters who did the divination were stunned for a while. Some people murmured and grabbed a handful of copper coins to calculate which 7 numbers they should buy. Some people who liked to gamble even took out their counting chips and started to calculate. The 6 sales points in Chang and city were instantly crowded by the surging tide of people. Even the yamen runners from the 2 counties of Chang and who were in charge of maintaining order today were pushed out of sight by the crowd. Under the stimulation of the gold, the red-eyed people of Chang and had no time to care about the yamen runners. The lottery tickets were originally scheduled to be sold at the auspicious time calculated by the Directorate of Heaven. Because there were too many people, the officials in charge of selling the lottery tickets were worried that something would happen. They did not even have time to light up the sticks and hurriedly announced the start of the sale. Seeing the government runners in front of the lottery shops disperse, the people holding the money bags in their hands immediately rushed into the shops. The Tang dynasty's two-colored lottery tickets were officially on sale. Chapter 357. The first lottery ticket of the Tang dynasty was handwritten by a scribe from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed to the people who bought the lottery ticket. When the Chang'an citizen took the lottery ticket excitedly, he was shocked to find that the lottery ticket in his hand was actually colored. Those who had studied high school history knew that there was a question in the history exam that asked when the earliest color printing technology in China appeared. A. Sui and Tang dynasties. B. Tang and Song dynasties. C. Song and Yuan dynasties. D. Late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. According to the principle of choosing C if you don't know how to do the question, C was the correct answer during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Therefore, although engraving printing appeared during the Jianghu period, color printing technology would only appear 300 or 400 years later. The three paintings of the Buddhist Sutra from the Song and Liao dynasties were found in the Sakya Pagoda of the Buddhist Palace Temple in Shaanxi Xing County. Historians also recognize them as the earliest color printing in China. There was no doubt that the color printing technology of the lottery ticket was invented by Li Wangyu. In fact, the principle of color printing was not complicated. Like engraving printing, the window paper would break with a poke. According to the needs, red, blue, and black engraving plates would be engraved. A piece of paper would be engraved 3 times, and the colors would be engraved on a piece of paper. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to create this color overprint technology was to prevent counterfeiting. Because the lottery ticket needed to be printed in large quantities, Li Wangyu even invented copper plate printing. This was not difficult. He just had to change the wood used for the engraving plates into copper coins. The advantage of using copper plate printing was that the copper plate had a long lifespan, and the patterns that needed to be printed could be carved very carefully. The printed lines were bright, and the fine patterns could be reproduced. With Pai Lupi's instructions, the best craftsmen and the supervisor were all convinced. In just a few days, this set of complicated copper plate engraving printing technology was created. The printed lottery ticket was the size of a palm, but there were complicated and fine-colored patterns on it. These patterns were not randomly drawn. When Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the drawing, he deliberately designed a secret code to hide it. Of course, this was also to prevent counterfeiting. The same was true for the Qing dynasty banknotes. They used complicated patterns and red and blue color printing to prevent counterfeiting. Another anti-counterfeiting technology for lottery tickets was the anti-counterfeiting seal, which was also something that Li Wangyu learned from the Qing dynasty. They specially hired skilled craftsmen to carve the seal using the microcarving technique and stamp it on the lottery ticket. It was not a big seal, but it was actually engraved with 300 to 400 words of Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Moreover, it was deliberately engraved with a few wrong words as an anti-counterfeiting mark. There were even words printed on the lottery ticket: counterfeiters will be executed. First report will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. It serves as a warning to those who attempt to take risks. There were color overprints, copperplate printing, dark lines, and anti-counterfeiting seals. If the lottery could be forged, Li Wangyu could only accept it. These lottery tickets were filled in by the scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs using tiny Chinese characters. A lottery ticket could contain up to 10 sets of numbers. As for the income from the lottery tickets, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would record it and record it. The imperial censorate would send an imperial censor to supervise it. In order to prevent the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs from cheating, Pai Lupi even sent people from the 100 Cavalry Department. The 6 lottery sales points in Chang'an City were all supervised by people from the 100 Cavalry Department. Every blank lottery ticket was strictly recorded. The Ministry of Civil Affairs even had special personnel to record the lottery numbers sold so that people could check it after they won the first prize. It could be said that with the experience of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss in the future, the Tang dynasty's unprecedented lottery was not chaotic at all. Everything was in order. The only thing that needed to be criticized was the need to manually fill in the lottery numbers. Even though there were more than 20 scribes at each lottery sales point, it was still inadequate in the face of the flood of people in Chang'an City. Filling in the lottery numbers manually could not be sloppy. Even if the scribes were tired to the point that their wrists were sore and their foreheads were covered with layers of sweat, the crowd outside the lottery sales points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Even the 100-meter wide streets outside the East and West markets and Ping Kong Fong were blocked by the crowd. It was as if all the people in Cheng and city had crowded here today. When Pai Lupi was still in the court, he was informed by the chamberlain that the lottery sales were booming. This made Pai Lupi feel incredible. He did not care that the court was still in session and directly announced the adjournment of the court. After that, he changed into casual clothes and went out of the palace with a few guards. Pai Lupi was still worried if he did not see the lottery sales with his own eyes. Li Wangyu naturally came to Cheng and city early today. He led Niu Wu to inspect the 6 lottery sales points and was ready to make up for the loopholes. Behind him, Qing Chumo and a group of foppish people were still complaining that Li Wangyu did not ask them to join in such a fun thing. It was not good enough. Fang Yai also shamelessly asked Li Wangyu what the winning numbers were. He also wanted to buy a lottery ticket. Regarding Fang Yai's shameless words, the foppish people actually followed suit and clamored for Li Wangyu to give them the winning numbers of the first prize. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes and give them the middle finger. This group of bastards was really infuriating. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the foppish people who were bored. After looking at the 6 lottery sales points, he was also a little anxious. He did not expect that the people of Cheng and city would be so enthusiastic about the lottery. The more than 100 scribes prepared by the Ministry of Civil Affairs were just a drop in the bucket. The attraction of 200 taels of gold was not small. Li Wangyu wondered if the people of Cheng and city had all come to buy lottery tickets after seeing the notices and advertisements. Li Wangyu hurriedly rode his horse to the imperial city. He was going to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to discuss with Dai Zhou and see if he could transfer more scribes to the 6 lottery sales points to help. The group had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate when they coincidentally met Pai Lupi, who was out on patrol. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. "Zio, you came at the right time. I was just about to go to the 6 markets to take a look. How is the situation now?" "Uncle, there are too many people." Li Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Little nephew and Minister Dai both underestimated the enthusiasm of the people to buy lottery tickets. Now the 6 markets are packed with people who want to buy lottery tickets. The scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are simply too busy. Little nephew is going to find Minister Dai to see if he can transfer more people to help. Are there really that many people buying lottery tickets? It is indeed so. Little nephew estimates that there are already no less than 70 to 80,000 people gathered in the 6 markets, waiting to buy lottery tickets. When Pai Lupi heard that there were so many people gathered, he was also a little nervous. He waved his hand to summon the eunuch beside him and gave him an order. Order the imperial guards to immediately send imperial guards to the 6 markets to maintain order. Then have Minister Dai mobilize scribes to the 6 markets to help sell lottery tickets. "Zio, come with me to take a look." The last sentence was directed to Li Wangyu. The uncle and nephew pair led Qing Chumo and his group of foppish people to the nearest peace square. Chapter 358. Pai Lupi's prompt decision to mobilize the imperial guards to maintain order was a very wise choice. Otherwise, the lottery sales in Cheng and today would have caused a lot of trouble. The 6 markets selling lottery tickets were already overcrowded. Whether it was the yamen runners of Cheng and or the marquis in the market, even if they shouted until their throats were broken, they could not stop the people from crowding forward. With so many people crowding here, if an accident happened, the crowd would panic and cause a large-scale stampede. The consequences would be unimaginable. If that really happened, Li Wangyu would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life and would feel guilty for the rest of his life. When the fully armed imperial guards of Golden entered the market to maintain order, the surging crowd in the 6 markets was finally contained. No matter how great the temptation of gold was, it could not resist the threat of the shining weapons of the imperial guards of Golden. The people of Chang, and who were anxious to buy lottery tickets, finally calmed down a little and did not force their way into the 6 markets. Even so, Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others, under the protection of the palace guards, spent a lot of effort before they finally squeezed into the lottery sales in Ping Kong Square. These lottery sales were all equipped with long wooden counters, behind which sat a row of clerks from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. All of them were extremely busy. In front of the lottery sales counter, it was so chaotic that one could not look straight at it. Even with the yamen runners, marquis, and imperial guards of golden to maintain order, the front of the counter was still a mess. The people who were in a hurry to buy the lottery tickets almost pushed over the wooden counter, making Li Wangyu worried for a while. It seemed that the people of the Tang dynasty urgently needed to spread the awareness of queuing. However, when he thought about the time when Li Wangyu transmigrated to the future, the country was still vigorously promoting the concept of queuing and cultivating the awareness of queuing. Li Wangyu felt relieved. It seemed unrealistic to expect the Tang people of 1,300 years ago to have the awareness of queuing. Understanding was one thing, but with such chaos, it was easy to cause trouble and affect the efficiency of buying lottery tickets. Pai Lupi also frowned. Zio, with so many people, it's easy to cause trouble. Should I let the imperial guards of golden disperse the crowd? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. This lottery ticket was something new. Now, the commoners were only here because they were stimulated by the gold. If the golden guards were to disperse the citizens, it would affect the lottery sales. However, Pai Lupi's worries were not without reason. With so many people crowding around, it was indeed inappropriate. He had to think of a way to satisfy both parties. Looking at the crowd in front of the counter, Li Wangyu suddenly patted his head in annoyance. How could he forget about the line railing and the 1-meter line? He hurriedly waved his hand to summon the imperial guards and ordered them to immediately transport a batch of bamboo. Then, he ordered them to find a group of carpenters from the work supervisor to come here. Pai Lupi didn't understand, but he didn't stop him. It didn't take long for the bamboo and the craftsmen to arrive. Under Li Wangyu's orders, the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain cleared out all of the commoners in the lottery shop and allowed the craftsmen to enter. Li Wangyu took a pen and paper and drew a simple diagram. Then, he ordered the craftsmen to use bamboo to make a path for the queue. The path for the queue was very simple. They just had to saw the bamboo into bamboo poles of suitable length and tie them up with hemp rope. For the craftsmen, this was a simple matter. Li Wangyu only had to explain a little to them to understand. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, there were more than 20 bamboo paths in the lottery shop. At this time, Dai Zhou also rushed over with a group of scribes. After he received Pai Lupi's orders, he urgently mobilized more than 100 scribes from the various departments of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and sent them to 6 lottery shops to provide support. After a period of bustle, the lottery shops were once again opened. With the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Insignia maintaining order at the scene and the bamboo queues separating the commoners, the chaotic situation from before didn't appear again. In addition, with the help of the new scribes, the speed of the lottery sales increased by a lot. Seeing that this method was effective, Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered the craftsmen to go to the other 5 shops and modify them according to this method to ensure that the lottery sales would proceed smoothly. Seeing the commoners excitedly holding up the lottery tickets they just bought and squeezing out of the crowd, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Zio, is this the right thing to do? I'm a little uncertain. Look at them, each and every one of them is holding on to hope. The probability of winning is 1 in 10,000. Isn't this cheating them? However, Li Wangyu didn't see it this way. He shook his head and said, Uncle, as long as this lottery is done properly, it should be a good thing for the country and the people. 2 copper coins isn't a burden to the commoners. However, little drops make a mickle. When this money is gathered together, it can fill the national treasury. It can also allow the imperial court to have more than enough power to protect the commoners. This is a great merit. The protection he was talking about was the measures to protect the commoners and allow them to reproduce. In other words, it was the welfare system of the Tang dynasty. The rights of Zhou, recorded, to protect the commoners in 6 ways. The first is to be kind to the young, the second is to provide for the elderly, the third is to shake up the poor, the fourth is to compensate the poor, the fifth is to relieve the sick, and the sixth is to live in peace and prosperity. This was the 6 policies of protection. Kind to the young was to raise children, old age was to support the elderly, shake up the poor, and relieve the poor were to help the poor, relieve the sick was to protect public health, and live in peace and prosperity was to stabilize the rich. What Li Wangyu said was not wrong. Just like the welfare lottery of the later generations, in his advice to Pai Lupi, he also divided the sales of the lottery into several parts. 40% would be the lottery's bonus, 30% would be collected into the national treasury, 20% would be used to protect the commoners, and the remaining 10% would be split 60-40 between the palace and the Li family. Although Li Wangyu had been busy for half a day and it seemed that he had only obtained 4% of the shares, this was still a lottery ticket. In the future, if the results of the pilot test in Chang'an were good, it would be pushed to Guangzhong Road and even the entire Tang dynasty. Under the rough calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even 4% of the lottery's earnings was still a suffocatingly large number. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi ponder for a while before nodding his head. Zio, what you said is very true. You are experienced in scheming for the country. If this matter is really successful, I will definitely give you a reward and increase your nobility. Increase my nobility again? If Pai Lupi said this to anyone else, they would probably go crazy with joy. However, Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly declined. Uncle, this is what I should do. Please don't mention the matter of increasing my nobility again. I am already very satisfied as a founding viscount. I am still young, and I am afraid that the court officials will criticize me if I am given a nobility title. Please don't mention this matter again. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi snort coldly. Humph, Zio, you have contributed greatly to the country. What can others say? If anyone has an opinion, let them come and speak to me. Pai Lupi's domineering words made Li Wangyu smile bitterly. He wasn't being pretentious, but it was really too troublesome to increase his nobility title. For the nobles of the Tang dynasty, being able to be increased by Pai Lupi was not only equal to glory and wealth, but also a kind of honor. As for Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, they still didn't really consider themselves as Tangs. It had been 3 months since they transmigrated, and for them, the prosperous Tang dynasty was still like a dream or a game. It was so unreal. In Li Wangyu's view, whether it was founding viscount or founding viscount, they were just protective talismans. Now, based on his closeness with Pai Lupi, these nobility titles didn't have much meaning. However, since Pai Lupi said so, Li Wangyu couldn't embarrass him. He could only vaguely say, "Hee, this nephew thanks uncle." How many lottery tickets will be sold today? Chapter 359. Li Wangyu's words were just to change the topic, but it also aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He roughly estimated the number of people who came to Ping Kong Fong to buy the lottery today and said with uncertainty, "I estimate that there will be at least 80,000 to 90,000 people buying the lottery today. After today, I'm afraid there will be more than 1,000,000 yuan." Li Wangyu, however, chuckled. "Uncle, I think there might be 1.5 million. Oh. Ziyu, you have such confidence?" "I have confidence in uncle." It was uncle's literary and martial arts skills that built the prosperous Tang dynasty. Now that the chaos is over at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people are recuperating and living in peace and contentment. That's why they have the spare money to buy the lottery. Speaking of which, this is all uncle's credit. Li Wangyu's flattery was quite on point. Pai Lupi was very pleased and couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. On the other hand, Qing Chumo and the other debauches secretly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing their admiration for him. The Tang dynasty naturally didn't have a thumbs-up gesture, but Li Wangyu had this habit. After interacting with him for a long time, the playboys naturally learned it. Even when Li Wangyu gave them the middle finger, this group of playboys was naturally not stupid. They already knew that they were fooled by Li Wangyu's sign language for elder brother. It was hard to learn, but they only learned for a minute. Now that the playboys knew the true meaning of the middle finger, they all enjoyed it. Li Wangyu regretted teaching this group of scoundrels. Pai Lupi didn't plan to deal with court affairs today. He led Li Wangyu and his group to all 6 lottery sales points. He even took out 20 copper coins and personally queued up to buy 10 lottery tickets. On that day, after the drums were beaten and the people dispersed, Li Er even pulled Li Wangyu and asked him to wait with him for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate the sales amount. When the final lottery sales amount was released, Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 2,400,000. Not only was Pai Lupi surprised by this number, Li Wangyu also did not expect it. Dai Zhou's face was also wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Master Huxian wasn't lying. This lottery ticket is truly amazing. That's 2,400,000 coins in a day. I can't imagine how much you can sell in 10 days. If the lottery is successful, I congratulate Your Majesty. The reason why Dai Zhou said it would take 10 days was because Li Wangyu's lottery drawing plan was to draw the lottery 3 times a month, once every 10 days. If he could reach today's sales in 10 days, that would be 24 million yuan. According to the lottery money distribution plan, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could take 30% of the lottery money from the treasury, which was 2 million yuan. 200,000 strings of cash a year, and this was only the initial stage. As the lottery was pushed to Guangzhou Road, there would be tens of millions of people, and its ability to amass wealth would be even more astonishing. Even 200,000 strings of cash was a shocking number. During the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, the central government's revenue was only about 34 million strings of cash. Of this, the revenue from corn was 25 million stones, cloth was 25 million bolts, and money was only 2 million strings of cash. In other words, even during the peak of the Tang dynasty, the country's revenue was only 2 million strings of cash. And this money had almost no surplus. The 1.4 million strings of cash was the monthly salary of the court officials and the prefectures, as well as the expenses for materials and horses. The 600,000 strings of cash needed to be added to the military and military rations. When there was a lack of copper coins, the Great Tang would often use silk as currency. This was a common problem throughout the dynasties, and it was also one of the reasons why the Song dynasty gave birth to paper money. During the early years of Jianghu, the annual income of the Tang dynasty was only about 1 million strings of cash. If they could really earn 200,000 strings of cash through the lottery, it would be truly shocking. This was why Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was smiling so brightly. Zio is indeed a talent, and he is one of my trusted aides. Once the effects of the lottery show, I will give Zio a title. Pai Lupi laughed and once again brought up the matter of giving Li Wangyu a title. If the lottery sales could continue to be so good, Pai Lupi would indeed give Li Wangyu a title. To not reward someone for their contributions was not the way of a ruler. When Dai Zhou heard this, he was secretly shocked. This Hu Xianzi was only 16 this year, and he had already been given 2 titles in just a month. Now that the saint wanted to give him more titles, this favor was truly in the emperor's heart, and no one could compare to it. However, when Dai Zhou thought about it, he felt that it made sense. Hu Xianzi had given him water wheels, 4-wheeled carriages, mirage mud, horseshoes, and many other things. All of them were good tools for the country and people, and their importance was no less than that of opening up new territory. Thinking about it like this, Dai Zhou even felt that Pai Lupi was being too stingy. Just the title of Hu Xianzi was not enough to reward Li Wangyu for his contributions. When Li Wangyu learned that the lottery had sold for 2.4 million on the first day, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Based on his 4% share, he could earn 30,000 strings of cash a year. This was a shocking amount of wealth, and Li Heng would probably have a headache. He had too much gold and copper coins at home, and he had nowhere to store them. It seemed that he really needed to urge the Ministry of Works to take out some more copper coins to reward the craftsman and see if he could speed up the construction of his manor. Not to mention how excited Pai Lupi and the others were, as the lottery went on sale. the first thing that people in Cheng and would say when they saw each other was, "Have you bought it?" If anyone had not bought a lottery ticket, their neighbors would immediately enthusiastically explain to them what the lottery was, how to play it, how to choose the numbers, and when to draw the prizes. Even the illiterate commoners could almost memorize everything about the lottery, including how to play it, how to draw the prizes, and when to draw them. Those who didn't care about the lottery were treated like heretics and were treated with disdain. The attraction of gold was so great that it made the commoners of Cheng and feel as if they had been possessed. No one mentioned the rumors about Li Wangyu in the past. The government's notice clearly stated that the lottery ticket had been created by Hu Xianzi. The fickle commoners of Cheng and no longer said that the founder of Hu Xianzi was heartless and took advantage of the commoners. Instead, they saw him as the god of wealth. Some people even secretly worshiped Li Wangyu as the god of wealth in their homes. They burned incense and kowtowed to Li Wangyu every day, hoping that Li Wangyu would bless them with the lottery and give them 200 taels of gold. Every day, the lottery sales in the 6 markets were filled with people. As the clerks of the Ministry of Civil Affairs became more familiar with the lottery sales process, more and more tickets were sold every day. Even the officials in the imperial court sent their families and servants to line up at the lottery sales to buy tickets. This palm-sized lottery ticket had suddenly become the most expensive paper in Luoyang, and everyone was scrambling for it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the first lottery of the Tang dynasty to be drawn. For a moment, the streets of Cheng were empty. Everyone ran to Vermilion Bird Avenue and waited for the lottery to be drawn. Chapter 360. In order to make the people of Cheng feel at ease, Li Wangyu decided to place the lottery on Vermilion Bird Avenue above the Vermilion Bird City Gate after obtaining Pai Lupi's approval. In order to allow everyone to directly witness the lottery, Li Wangyu had already ordered the craftsmen to build a giant lottery machine and placed it on top of the Vermilion Bird City's gate tower. It looked like the roller used by hamsters in the future, except that this roller was very large, about 3 meters in diameter. Standing on the city gate, the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue could see it at a glance. The roller used for the lottery was made of thick iron wire and hollow, so the situation inside could be seen clearly. As for the balls used for the lottery, Li Wangyu asked the craftsmen to replace them with kuju balls and paint them with numbers. In the Tang dynasty, kuju balls were filled with air using animal bladders and wrapped in 8 pieces of leather. The balls were light and round. Li Wangyu asked the craftsmen to prepare 30 red balls and 16 blue balls for today's lottery. The time of the lottery was already announced to the public, and it was even held at the palace gate for the first time. On this day, the people of Cheng all walked out of their houses and went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to see the lottery. Notice Vermilion Bird Avenue was full of people, and there were still people coming from all over Cheng. A rough estimate showed that there were no less than 100,000 people here to see the lottery today. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue stretched from the Golden Light Gate Avenue south of the Vermilion Bird Gate to 4 to 5 streets, 7 to 8 miles long, and it was packed with people. In fact, in an era without live television, no matter how big the lottery machine on the Vermilion Bird City Gate was, people 2 miles away would not be able to see it clearly. Even so, the people of Cheng enjoyed it. Even if they could not see the scene on the Vermilion Bird City Gate, they were still whispering to each other, enthusiastically discussing whether they could win the lottery. Such a turbulent crowd made the imperial guards in charge of the safety of the Vermilion Bird Avenue clench their weapons and be on full alert, afraid that an accident would happen. At 9 in the morning, after the court session ended, Pai Lupi also went up the Vermilion Bird City Gate Tower. Today was the day of the lottery, and he was going to personally draw the lottery. When they saw the yellow-robed Pai Lupi appear, the hundreds of officials who had been waiting at the city gate all bowed in greeting. And the more than 100,000 people of Cheng on the Vermilion Bird Avenue also knew that His Majesty had appeared. They all knelt down and shouted, "Long live," 3 times. Pai Lupi had a bright smile on his face. He waved his hand, indicating that he was ready to draw a prize. Indeed, he could not help but feel happy. Within 10 days, the lottery in Cheng city had sold nearly 30 million yuan. Pai Lupi couldn't wait to give the order to promote the lottery to the entire Guangzhou road. In the end, it was Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou who managed to persuade the emperor, who had been blinded by the copious amount of copper coins. After all, the lottery was a new thing. It would be better for it to operate in Cheng and for a few more days before making further plans. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was an emperor who was willing to listen to advice. After a moment of impulse, he didn't mention this matter again. Seeing Pai Lupi give the order, the group of imperial guards on the Vermilion Bird Gate shouted in unison, "Draw the prize." Immediately, there was an earth-shattering cheer from below the Vermilion Bird Gate. The sound was so loud that the birds in the sky of Cheng and scattered in panic. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs held 30 red balls and threw them into the roller one by one. Pai Lupi rolled up the sleeves of his yellow robe and stepped forward to shake the handle of the roller. This roller was 3 meters in diameter and made of thick iron wire. Naturally, it was very heavy. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to let the imperial guards with strong bodies shake it. However, how could Li Er, who cared about his reputation, be willing to give his first chance to someone else? After rejecting the request for help, Pai Lupi's face turned red. He used all his strength and finally shook the huge roller. As the roller started to turn, the originally noisy crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue all held their breaths and stared at the roller that was spinning faster and faster. In the roller, the 30 red balls were constantly colliding and rolling. Seeing this, Li Wangyu quickly had someone remove a plate from the bottom of the roller, revealing a hole for the balls to come out. The 30 red balls were continuously turned by the roller that Pai Lupi was shaking. Finally, a red ball fell through the hole in the roller. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs immediately stepped forward and picked up the red ball. He raised it with both hands and showed it to the crowd below. At the same time, the imperial guards on the city gate shouted in unison, "Number 3, number 3." The shout of the first number was also transmitted to the rear by the imperial guards on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In a moment, the entire crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue heard it clearly. When the first number was shaken, the previously quiet Vermilion Bird Avenue once again exploded with a huge wave of sound. The people who were anxiously waiting with their hands on the lottery tickets that they had bought let out cheers and screams. Some let out dejected sighs. Number 29. Number 29. The numbers of the lottery tickets were shaken continuously. Below the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the numbers were revealed from time to time, causing a commotion. When the last number of the blue ball was shaken, the Vermilion Bird Avenue was filled with all kinds of cries and howls. "I've won. I've won. Second prize. Dao Zhu above, I've won. Ha ha ha, 50 taels of gold. Congratulations, Dalong, you have to treat us. Today's Peace Square, I'll treat everyone. We're not going home until we're drunk. Huh, I've won too. Third prize, not bad. 5 taels of gold. What about the first prize? Did anyone win the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold." However, some people were crying tears of joy, some people were shouting, but no one admitted that they had won the grand prize. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu stood on the city gate and looked at the crowd below. Suddenly, they asked, "Zio, will no one win the first prize? If no one wins, won't the people think that the lottery is a scam?" When he said that, Li Wangyu also scratched his head. That day in the Taiji Palace, when he demonstrated the lottery with Pai Lupi, there were only 20 red balls, and the probability of winning was 1 in 600,000. However, when he returned to Dingzhou village, he was mercilessly laughed at by his beautiful boss. His beautiful boss just asked him to do a simple calculation. If there were 10 million lottery tickets, how many people would win the first prize? Li Wangyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he did the calculation. According to his original idea, if there were only 20 red ball numbers, he would have lost so much that he wouldn't even have his underwear left. He would really become a child of wealth. Therefore, when the lottery tickets were officially released, Li Wangyu changed the 20 red ball numbers into 30 red ball numbers from 1 to 30. As a result, the probability of winning the first prize changed from 1 in 640,000 to 1 in 9.5 million. He replied uncertainly, uncle, it shouldn't be that bad, right? The lottery tickets sold a total of 14 million tickets, and the probability of winning is 1 in 9 million. Logically speaking, at least 1 or 2 people should have won the grand prize. What if no one wins the grand prize? Pai Lupi calculated in his heart and still felt that it was very likely that no one would win the prize. Li Wangyu chuckled, that, hee, uncle, I've already asked Minister Dai to prepare a lottery ticket. The number is the number you just rolled. What if? Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi already understood what he meant and couldn't help but glare at him. This bastard was planning to cheat and get a fake first prize to fool the people. Chapter 361. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyu's actions. This was also a precaution. After all, this was the first time the lottery was held. Pai Lupi also planned to publicize it with great fanfare so that the lottery could continue to grow. If no one really won the grand prize, it would indeed cause the people to have a sense of distrust toward the lottery. Therefore, Li Wangyu's actions could not be considered cheating. It could only be considered false advertising. Li Wangyu set the rules for the lottery in the Tang dynasty. Just like in the future, within a month, the winner had to bring the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to receive the prize. After discussing with Dai Zhou, he decided to wait and see. If no one came to receive the prize in 5 days, then he would arrange for someone to bring the fake lottery ticket to receive the prize. When the time came, the palace would publicize it to ensure that the lottery sales would not be affected. Of course, it was best not to cheat. After all, a fake lottery ticket was a fake. It could be hidden for a while, but it could not be hidden forever. The second, third, fourth, and sixth prizes of the lottery ticket could be redeemed directly at the lottery sales in the 6 markets. Ever since Pai Lupi publicly announced the lottery at the Vermilion Bird City Gate, there had been an endless stream of people going to the 6 markets to redeem their prizes. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 people who won the second prize of 50 taels of gold. As for the other small prizes, there were even more. The people who received their prizes not only beamed with joy, but also turned and went straight to the lottery sales counter to continue to buy the next lottery ticket. These people who came to receive their prizes attracted the envy of the surrounding people. The people who were originally just watching could not help but walk into the lottery sales counter and spend a few copper coins to buy a few lottery tickets. However, after 2 or 3 days, there was still no first prize winner. It inevitably caused the people in Chang, and who bought the lottery ticket to discuss it. There were those who doubted it, and there were those who suspected that the officials were cheating. The chain reaction was that in the days after the lottery was held, the lottery sales in the 6 markets showed varying degrees of decline. During the peak period, the lottery sales in the 6 markets could sell more than 2 million taels of gold. In the past 2 days, it had dropped to more than 1 million taels of gold. This made Dai Zhou very anxious. Let's not talk about how Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was so anxious that he couldn't immediately send the fake winner to receive the prize. On the east side of Shi City, in Yanshou Square, there was an uproar. Because Yanshou Fang was close to Shi City, most of the rich merchants lived here. The price of the house here was only lower than the Li Fang where the noble officials lived in the north of the city. Outside a residential building on the north side of the East Street, there were a lot of people who were banging on the door and shouting non-stop. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Shopkeeper Ren, we know you're at home. Open the door quickly. You have to pay up today, or else I'll go to the Yamen of Chang and County to complain. Yes. Shopkeeper Ren, we've already given you 3 days to collect the payment for the goods. Why are you hiding from us now? Come out and talk. This group of people was obviously here to collect debts. There were also a few people in mourning clothes gathered outside the house. They were also wailing and banging on the door. Shopkeeper Ren, give me back my dalong. My son died so miserably. Don't think that you'll be fine if you hide at home. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll go to the county yamen to report it. You with the surname Ren, come out and give me back my brother's life. My brother worked so hard for you and now he's lost his life in the sea of fire. How can you just give us 10 copper coins and send us away? Don't even think about it. The noise outside the door of the Ren family had already attracted the neighbors to come out and see what was going on. Lady Lu, what's wrong with the Ren family? Why is it so noisy? Hey, isn't it because shopkeeper Ren has bad luck? His shop caught fire a few days ago and all the goods were burned. Now, the owner of the goods and the creditor are here to collect debts. Shopkeeper Ren is really unlucky. He's such a good person and has never been angry with anyone. He's also honest when doing business. How could he suffer from such an unexpected disaster? Shopkeeper Ren's craftsmanship in making saddles is passed down from his ancestors. Even the nobles in Chang and city would ask shopkeeper Ren to customize saddles. This business is also not small. Even if the shop was burned, it shouldn't be to the extent of being chased for debts, right? A neighbor who knew the Ren family asked in confusion. Shopkeeper Ren, who was being chased for debts, ran a saddle shop in Chang and West City. He specialized in making saddles, reins, and other utensils. Because of his excellent craftsmanship, his business had always been good. A neighbor who knew about this explained, I heard that a few days ago, a nobleman asked shopkeeper Ren to customize a set of saddles. He requested that it be made of good leather and wood and also inlaid with gold and jewels on the saddle. After shopkeeper Ren received the deposit, he spent a lot of capital to buy a batch of precious wood and leather. He also bought a lot of gold and jewels on credit. In the end, it was all burned. Now, the saddle can't be delivered and the gold and jewels on credit are also being chased by others. The neighbors shook their heads and sighed. They felt that shopkeeper Ren was really unlucky. Someone asked in confusion, who are those wearing mourning clothes? It's the family of the shop assistant. They felt that the money given by shopkeeper Ren was too little and came to make a fuss. Shopkeeper Ren was really wronged. The Marquis of West City said that the shop assistant who was on night duty accidentally knocked over the oil lamp. This caused the fire and the shop assistant was burned to death. It's already good that shopkeeper Ren didn't ask for compensation from his family. He even gave 10 strings of money for the fire, which can be considered as benevolent. But the shop assistant's family felt that the money was too little and came to him crying and demanding compensation. Bah, that family has no shame. They burned all of the boss's goods and still want compensation. They're really shameless. That's right, Sai, public morals are really degenerating day by day. Buddha above, I hope that shopkeeper Ren's family can safely survive this disaster. When the neighbors were discussing and banging on the door, the Ren residence was also closed with a gloomy atmosphere. Wife, bring Xiao Lang back to stay with your family for a few days. I have my own ways to deal with the family matters. Husband, what other ways do you have now? The family owes almost 500 strings of copper. Unless you sell this residence, how will you repay the debt? Madame Ren cried while wiping her tears. No, I can't sell this residence. This is my ancestral property, how can I sell it? How can I be an unfilial descendant and shame my ancestors? Then what other ways do you have? Those people outside are making a fuss every day. Even the shop assistant's family asked for 50 strings of copper. They're really shameless. Alright, stop talking. The dead can't be brought back to life. Forget it. With my ancestral skills of making saddles and reins, how can I starve to death? Sai, if there's no other way, I'll ask the master of Shiming Temple to borrow money for the kitchen. Shopkeeper Ren's words made his wife suddenly stand up and grab his robe tightly. Husband, you can't borrow money for the kitchen. Those monks eat people without spitting out the bones. Wife, what can I do if I don't borrow money for the kitchen? I've asked the county government of Chang and County. It's not that easy to borrow money. Sai, you don't have to say any more. I know what to do. Although the profits from the kitchen are high, as long as we get through this crisis and rebuild the store, I'll definitely be able to repay the kitchen. But... Chapter 362. The fragrant kitchen mentioned by the Ren couple was referring to the temple's loan. The fragrant kitchen was the temple's kitchen and had close contact with the people. Over time, the fragrant kitchen became the temple's name for loan sharks among the people. Even though the temple was lending money, the interest was not low at all. It was still okay to borrow for food, and the interest was 50%. However, if one borrowed for copper coins, the interest was 10% a month and 120% of the principal for a year. In other words, if one borrowed 100 strings of cash from the temple, they would have to return 10 strings of cash each month as interest, and return 100 strings of cash a year later. The 120% annual interest rate of the fragrant kitchen made many borrowers unable to repay and went bankrupt. Now that the Ren family owed 500 strings of cash, if they wanted to rebuild the saddle shop, they would need at least 100 to 200 strings of cash. In other words, if the Ren family wanted to get through this difficult time, they would need at least 700 strings of cash. The Ren family had several generations of experience in the saddle shop and also had some assets. In addition to real estate and shops, they also had a few thousand strings of cash. In the future, it was equivalent to a few million. Originally, even if the shop had a fire, it would not have been so serious that they would be forced to borrow for the fragrant kitchen. However, shopkeeper Ren, who had always been cautious, could not resist the persuasion of his friends and was attracted by the dozens of times profit. He invested most of his family's assets into his friend's caravan. He spent a lot of money to buy silk and entrusted his friend's caravan to transport to the western region. A bolt of silk from the Tang dynasty was worth 3,600 strings of cash. On the Silk Road, most of the trade was done through bartering. A bolt of silk was traded to various countries in the western regions, and could be exchanged for 2 stunning beauties, or a western region's precious horse. Regardless of whether it was a beautiful woman or a western region horse, they could be sold for at least 50 strings of cash after being transported back to Jianghu. Under the stimulation of the dozens of times profit, shopkeeper Ren directly purchased more than 200 bolts of silk and entrusted them to his friend's caravan. If everything went well, these 200 bolts of silk could become more than 400 horses a year later. After deducting the profit and expenses from the caravan to his friend, the Ren family's profit would be no less than 20,000 strings of cash. Marx said in Das Kapital, with 50% profit, capital will take risks. With 100% profit, capital will dare to trample on all human laws. With 300% profit, capital will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Although shopkeeper Ren didn't dare to trample on the law, he still took a risk because of the high profits and invested all of his family's savings into it. His friend's caravan set off on time, but even if everything went smoothly, it would be at least a year before they returned. However, an unexpected fire forced shopkeeper Ren into a dead end. In the Ren family, Madame Ren was crying non-stop. She couldn't figure out how her family had become like this out of the blue. Shopkeeper Ren let out a long sigh. Sigh, we can't hide forever. This isn't a solution either. Today, I will go to Shiming Temple and pay off my debt first. Let's talk about other things later. Husband, is there really no other way? Shopkeeper Ren laughed bitterly. Could it be that copper coins can still fall from the sky? Sigh, it's all because your husband was greedy and invested all our savings into the caravan. Madame Ren wiped her tears and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly ran back to the backyard and took out a piece of paper. Husband, a few days ago, I also bought a lottery ticket from that county's son. If I win, won't I have money? It's 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren's face became even more bitter. Wife, you don't understand mathematics and don't understand the mystery of this lottery ticket. Your husband has roughly calculated before. Although I didn't calculate the probability of winning the lottery, I know that it's really a daydream to expect to win the lottery. I don't know about probability, but you can win the lottery as long as you guess 7 numbers, right? Who knows, maybe this concubine will win the lottery. Husband, I heard that a few days ago, the sage had already won the lottery at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Because something happened at home, I didn't go to see the winning number. Why don't you go and take a look? What if you really win the lottery? Wife, you're really turning to any doctor in a desperate situation. Don't mess around. Your husband won't talk to you anymore. I will go and send away the creditors outside and then go to Shiming Temple to borrow money. Shopkeeper Ren turned to leave, but Madame Ren stuffed the lottery ticket into his hand. Husband, go and take a look. What if you win the lottery? Shopkeeper Ren shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't persuade his wife, so he could only put the lottery ticket into his sleeve and turn to walk out of the door. As soon as he opened the door, the crowd outside the door surrounded Shopkeeper Ren and clamored for him to return the money. Shopkeeper Lin, Shopkeeper Ma, I will go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen now. Tomorrow, I will definitely return the debt tomorrow. Is that okay? We have been partners for many years. Can you give me face and extend the deadline for one day? Shopkeeper Ren repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. His words made the few shopkeepers around him hesitate for a moment. Shopkeeper Ren, it's not that we are forcing you, but we are also a small business and can't afford to default. Sigh, since you have said so, then tomorrow. We will come again tomorrow. You must not avoid us. Yes, please rest assured. I will go to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen today and will definitely pay the debt tomorrow. I have been running the saddle and rein shop in Chang'an for many years. When have you seen me not keeping my promise? Hearing Shopkeeper Ren's words, the shopkeepers who were anxious to collect the debt couldn't say anything more. They could only agree to come again tomorrow. As for the waiter's family, they began to cry and make a fuss again. Shopkeeper Ren had a headache. In the end, he could only promise to give them 30 strings of copper coins tomorrow to settle the matter. Only then did he send these people away. After the crowd dispersed, Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands to the surrounding neighbors and walked out of the shop. Sigh, if the Ren family borrows the fragrance of the kitchen, how will they live in the future? What a good family. They also take care of the neighbors in the shop. Isn't this something that can't be helped? Sigh, everyone, let's go back. I hope Shopkeeper Ren is a good man and can get through this difficulty. The neighbors shook their heads and returned to their homes. Since the Ren family owed so much money, the neighbors couldn't help even if they wanted to. Shopkeeper Ren walked out of the shop and let out a long sigh. He prepared to walk towards Eternal Peace Shop in the south. Shiming Monastery was an Eternal Peace shop. Just as he walked a few steps, he inadvertently saw a lottery advertisement banner hanging on the wall of the shop. 100 taels of gold is not a dream. The winning prize is 2 copper coins. Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly and unconsciously touched the lottery ticket in his sleeve. His footsteps paused for a moment and he hesitated for a moment. He then turned his footsteps and walked towards the west side of the shop wall. In front of the lottery shop in the west side of the market, it was no longer as crowded and lively as it was a few days ago. Even though there was still an endless stream of commoners going in and out, the number of people buying lottery tickets had decreased by a lot. Shopkeeper Ren stood in front of the lottery shop and didn't dare to take a step in for a long time. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't dare to look at the winning number of the lottery ticket. Just as he was hesitating, he heard the 2 people beside him talking softly. Ziyu, why don't we arrange for someone to go to the Ministry of Civil today? Elder Dai, let's wait for another 2 days. Maybe someone didn't see it? How is that possible? He's not an idiot. He doesn't even know if he won the lottery or not. Ziyu, don't lie to yourself. Is there anyone in Chang'an who doesn't know the winning number of the lottery ticket? Is there anyone who doesn't know? The people who spoke were Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu. Today, the lottery ticket sales kept dropping and Dai Zhou was anxious. He pulled Li Wangyu to the lottery shop in the west side of the market to discuss with him if they should arrange for someone to receive the prize as soon as possible. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a voice beside him, "Tu Langjuns, may I trouble you to ask what the winning number of the lottery ticket is?" Chapter 363. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment. Just now, Dai Zhou was talking about the lottery numbers that everyone in Chang'an knew. Now, someone immediately asked about it. This made Dai Zhou a little angry. He wondered if this person was deliberately making him lose face as the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. When they saw that the person who asked the question was a middle-aged man dressed like a merchant, they couldn't help but be stunned. "My 2 Langjuns, may I ask what the lottery numbers are?" It was shopkeeper Ren who asked the question. He didn't dare to step into the lottery sales place. He happened to see a young man and an old man in front of him talking about the lottery numbers, so he couldn't help but ask. Dai Zhou saw that he didn't know the middle-aged merchant in front of him and knew that he had wronged him. The angry expression on his face eased. "My Langjun, do you really not know the lottery numbers?" Dai Zhou asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, yes. Something happened at home a few days ago, so I didn't have time to check. This lottery ticket was bought by my wife. I want to see if I've won." The lottery numbers were shaken out by the sage at the Vermilion Bird Gate 3 days ago. I remember very clearly that they are 3, 7, 11, 17, 20. Dai Zhou smiled and stroked his beard. He naturally didn't think that the middle-aged man in front of him could win the lottery. However, as the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he felt very close to the people who bought the lottery tickets. Naturally, he didn't refuse and reported the lottery numbers. Shopkeeper Ren didn't care at first, but when he heard the 3 sets of numbers, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. His wife was the one who bought the lottery ticket. She even used the birthday of his wife, and his eldest son. His birthday was on the 17th day of the 3rd lunar month. His wife's birthday was on the 20th day of the 7th lunar month. His son's birthday was on the 29th day of the 11th lunar month. For the last blue ball, his wife bought 3, which meant a family of 3, therefore, his wife only spent 2 coins on the lottery ticket in his sleeve. The numbers were 3, 7, 11, 17, 20, 29, and 3. Dai Zhou continued to report the winning numbers. 20, 29, and the last blue ball was 3. Hee, how was it? Did you win a prize, Langjun? His words were like spring thunder, exploding in shopkeeper Ren's ears. Langjun, you didn't lie to me, did you? Is this really a winning number? Shopkeeper Ren couldn't even speak clearly as he was tongue-tied. Of course. This old man has nothing better to do, so why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, the lottery sales store will post the winning numbers. You'll know when you take a look. Dai Zhou snorted with some dissatisfaction. Shopkeeper Ren didn't care about etiquette anymore. He lifted his robe and rushed into the lottery shop. Because he was running too fast, he even bumped into a commoner who had just bought a lottery ticket and was coming out. He almost tripped. He didn't care if he bumped into someone. Like a headless fly, he stumbled into the lottery sales shop. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou looked at each other. Suddenly, both of them had a guess. Grandpa Dai, this person, Zio, did he win the lottery? Both of them were stunned after they finished speaking. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Were the two of them so coincidental that they met the person who had won the lottery today? Let's go in and take a look. Dai Zhou was anxious. He grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and ran toward the lottery sales store. At this time, in the lottery sales store, there was a piece of paper pasted on the wall. The winning numbers were written in large characters. Shopkeeper Ren ran to the bottom of the winning numbers and looked up at the numbers one by one. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat. His excitement was like a pot of boiling water in his chest that was about to overflow. I won, I won, I won. At this time, there was only this sentence in Shopkeeper Ren's heart. His hands trembled as he took out the lottery ticket from his sleeve. He carefully checked the numbers on it word by word. 3, 7, 11, 3. At this time, Shopkeeper Ren almost stepped into hell a second ago, but suddenly rose to heaven a second later. Under the great stimulation of worry and joy, just like when Fan Jin passed the Juju exam, he read it over and over again. Then he clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying, "Oh! I won! I won!" As he spoke, he fell backward. He clenched his teeth and fainted. His shout attracted the attention of everyone in the lottery sales store. Whether it was the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the people who came to buy the lottery ticket, they all heard his words. Just as they were wondering, they saw the person suddenly faint. Everyone was shocked. When shopkeeper Ren fainted, he happened to fall into the eyes of Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu, who had just rushed in. The two of them were also shocked. They hurriedly called the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fetch water and quickly woke the middle-aged merchant. Dai Zhou gently pried open the man's fingers and picked up the lottery ticket that he was holding tightly in his hand. "Oh, Zio, this person actually won. I was worried that no one would win, but I didn't expect to see such a scene." Dai Zhou looked at the number of the lottery ticket and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Li Wangyu also took the lottery ticket and carefully checked the various anti-counterfeiting measures on the lottery ticket. He was sure that this was a real lottery ticket. It was the first prize-winning lottery ticket. Grandpa Dai, you see, I said that maybe people didn't know that they won the lottery. It's true, right? Dai Zhou shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. You were right. In the sales store, everyone was busy. Finally, shopkeeper Ren, who had fainted due to excessive excitement, woke up. His eyelids trembled a few times and he slowly woke up. What's wrong? Yes, I won. Where did my lottery ticket go? My lottery ticket. Seeing that he was about to get excited again, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and handed the lottery ticket back to him. Don't worry, your lottery ticket is here. Congratulations, you really won the lottery. The first prize is 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren hurriedly took the lottery ticket that he now regarded as a treasure. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. He turned his head to look at the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the sales store and asked, Excuse me, can I exchange this lottery ticket now? Where can I get the gold? Congratulations, you need to bring the public examination and the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to get the prize money. Ministry of Civil Affairs? Shopkeeper Ren was a little hesitant. The Ministry of Civil Affairs official was in the Imperial City. As a businessman, when had he ever entered the Imperial City? Li Wangyu suddenly said, Grandpa Dai, why don't you make an exception and give the prize money to this Lang Jun here? The people can also see it with their own eyes. What do you think, Grandpa Dai? Okay. Dai Zhou thought for a moment and understood Li Wangyu's meaning. He nodded and agreed. Chapter 364. The commotion at the lottery sales point had naturally been heard by the onlookers. When they heard that the middle-aged merchant who fainted actually won the first prize, everyone was in an uproar. All kinds of exclamations could be heard. He won, this person won the first prize. Buddha, is there really someone who won the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold. Damn it, it's the first prize. Why didn't I win the prize? It would be great if I won the prize. I must go to Shi City first and buy a huji to bring home. You wastrel, stop dreaming. TSK, this person is really lucky. More and more people heard that someone had won the grand prize and gathered around. This made shopkeeper Ren very nervous. He held his lottery ticket tightly in his hand, afraid that it would be snatched away. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hurriedly called the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards who were guarding the lottery shop to separate the crowd. Only then did shopkeeper Ren feel slightly relieved. There were even more people who had bought their lottery tickets and were about to leave. However, they turned back to the counter and took out copper coins from their money bags to buy their lottery tickets again. Obviously, they were stimulated by shopkeeper Ren winning the prize. Lang Jun, did you bring your lottery ticket for the public examination? When the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs saw that Dai Zhou nodded and agreed to immediately redeem the prize, he went forward and asked. Yes, I did bring it. Shopkeeper Ren nodded repeatedly and reached out to take out his ticket for the public examination. He was originally prepared to go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance accumulation kitchen. Naturally, he had to bring his identification. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs checked his ticket and asked someone to double-check his lottery ticket. Only then did he take out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and let shopkeeper Ren register and receive his prize. Duke Ren, do you want gold or copper coins? 200 taels of gold and 1,200 strings of copper coins. Can I have half gold and half copper coins? Shopkeeper Ren thought that it was inconvenient for him to have more than 500 strings of copper coins to pay for the compensation. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs smiled and nodded. No problem, Duke Ren, don't be impatient. I will immediately arrange for the treasury to send the gold and copper coins. Shopkeeper Ren gratefully bowed again and again. At this time, he remembered that he had not thanked Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou. He hurriedly walked in front of the two and bowed. I would like to thank both of you for your help just now. Please forgive me for offending you just now. Dai Zhou twirled his beard and said with a smile, it's all right. It's understandable that you're overjoyed when you hit the jackpot. But don't be so agitated in the future. It's not worth it to hurt your body. Shopkeeper Ren replied, yes, you're right. I was too agitated just now. The main reason was that something had happened to his family, and he really needed this bonus. I won't hide it from the two of you. Just now I was prepared to go to Shiming Temple to cook. Fortunately, when I was leaving the workshop, I saw the cover of the lottery. That's why I came to Shi City to see if I could win the lottery. Oh. Judging from your attire, you must be a merchant, right? How did you end up in such a predicament? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren let out a long sigh and recounted his experience. At the end of his story, Shopkeeper Ren couldn't help but shed tears. Fortunately, the son of Huxian created this lottery. Fortunately, my wife bought this lottery. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. When Dai Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at Li Wangyu. Zio, I didn't expect that your lottery would allow eunuch Ren's family to be saved from a hopeless situation. It's really a good story. Li Wangyu also didn't expect such a coincidence. It seemed like this really was fate. Dai Zhou's words stunned shopkeeper Ren. He looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Langjun, are you the son of Huxian? Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him. I am the son of Huxian, Li Wangyu. He had just finished speaking when shopkeeper Ren knelt down in front of him and kowtowed a few times. Li Wangyu was shocked. Eunuch Ren, what are you doing? Quickly get up and speak. Son of Huxian, I thank you on behalf of my entire family. Thank you for creating this lottery ticket and saving me from disaster. Everyone in Chang and City is now saying that you are the reincarnation of the god of fortune. It's true. Shopkeeper Ren's words stunned Li Wangyu. He didn't create this lottery ticket to become some god of fortune. His initial idea was very simple. He just wanted to divert the attention of the people by relying on the huge attraction of the lottery since he was at the cusp of the gossip in Chang'an. It was a very selfish idea, but shopkeeper Ren was thanking him so profusely. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Shopkeeper Ren's shout was heard clearly by the surrounding commoners. When they saw that the young man in front of them was the legendary son of Huxian, many of the people immediately kowtowed. It's son of Huxian. Son of Huxian, you really are the god of fortune. Please accept this bow from this slave. Son of Huxian, please bless us to also win this lottery ticket. Thanks to son of Huxian, I won the second prize. Son of Huxian, I will kowtow to you. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless at the reactions of the surrounding people. *CK, have I become a clay statue in a temple? Why don't you just light some incense for me? He didn't know that many of the people who bought the lottery ticket had placed a memorial tablet with his name on it at home and burned incense and kowtowed to it every day. If Li Wangyu knew about this, he would probably want to kill someone. What are you saying, shopkeeper Ren? Quickly get up. This lottery ticket was created only because of the wisdom of the saint and the support of Minister Dai. I am not some god of fortune, but this lottery ticket is indeed a good tool to benefit the country and the people. Li Wangyu helped shopkeeper Ren up and gestured at the surrounding commoners to get them to stand up. Everyone, the saint and the imperial court set up this lottery ticket not only to make the winners wealthy, but also to fill the national treasury. Moreover, 20% of the money will be used to protect the people. Therefore, by buying the lottery ticket, not only can you enrich yourselves, but you can also be compassionate to the young, old, and poor. This is a matter of great merit. If you want to thank me, why don't you buy a few more lottery tickets? Buying lottery tickets is accumulating virtue. Li Wangyou's words made the surrounding people applaud and cheer. Shopkeeper Ren, who had just won a big prize, couldn't help but run to the counter and take out a lot of copper coins from his money bag to buy a few more lottery tickets. Not long after, the Ministry of Civil Affairs took the gold and copper coins from the treasury and were escorted by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. They were sent in a four-wheeled carriage to the Shi City lottery shop. 100 taels of gold wasn't conspicuous and was just a small bag. But 600 copper coins was a large pile that weighed 3 tons. Looking at the cart full of copper coins, the surrounding people gasped and gasped. Envy and jealousy filled the air. Flaunting wealth, this was simply blatant flaunting wealth. This cart of copper coins was no different from a cart full of RMB in the future. Many people had never seen such wealth in their lives. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou obtained shopkeeper Ren's consent and simply let the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards escort the coins. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs beat the gongs and drums and directly sent the copper coins to the Ren family in Longevity Extension Square. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many people and made the lottery a living advertisement in Chang'an City. Chapter 365. The news of shopkeeper Ren of the Renji Saddle Shop in Chang'an's West City winning the lottery spread like wildfire. Within a few days, the news had spread to all the shops in Chang'an. On that day, shopkeeper Ren, in front of the neighbors of Yanshou Square, continuously took down the shiny and heavy copper coins from the four-wheeled carriage of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed them over to the creditors. The scene of them clearing their debts was also spread everywhere along with the mouths of the people. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. As a result, the lottery outlets in the 6 markets were once again filled with people buying lottery tickets. Shopkeeper Ren's family avoided bankruptcy because of the lottery tickets that cost 2 copper coins each. Not long after, the Renji Saddle Shop in the West City was rebuilt and its business was even better than before. A year and a half later, shopkeeper Ren's friend's caravan returned to Chang'an with a large group of horses from the West region. The Ren family once again earned more than 20,000 coins and became a famous wealthy merchant in Chang'an. The matter of him winning the lottery back then had always been talked about enthusiastically, and shopkeeper Ren was also proud of it. Buying lottery tickets also became a habit of shopkeeper Ren. Although he did not win any more prizes, he still enjoyed it. These were all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. The lottery tickets were successfully distributed, and Li Wangyu successfully washed away the dirty water that the aristocratic families had poured on him. He began to think about how to buy land from the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. Now in Chang'an, no one was talking about Hu Xianzi's spending a lot of money to build a baseball stadium. The land in Da'an and Zhaohang squares, except for Li Ru's courtyard, had been bought by Li Wangyu through the Ministry of Works. If he wanted to start the baseball stadium, he had to deal with Li Ru. During this time, Li Wangyu was not idle. He had already asked the Fancy Pants to help him find out about Li Ru's situation. Although Li Ru and his sister Li clan both had the surname Li, they were not from the Li clan in Longxi or the Li clan in Zhao County, nor were they relatives of the Li Tang royal family. They were just from a small clan. After finding out about Li Ru's background, Li Wangyu was sure that this guy was not clean. The Zhenguan era was one of the most strict anti-corruption dynasties in Wuxia history. Pai Lupi once said, if someone commits a crime, they will be punished. This meant that as long as there was corruption, no matter what identity, they would be punished. Even if they were old servants of the Duke of Qin's manor, Li Er would still punish them according to the law. The imperial uncle was also imprisoned for his corruption. The aristocrats and the royal family were all prim and proper. The Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not prohibit officials from doing business, so most officials' families were in the family members were in charge of their families' families to subsidize their families. Even Feng Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the other dukes were the same. Otherwise, how would he be able to support a large family with that meager amount of money? However, through Li Wangyou's various connections, he discovered that although physician Li's family also ran a shop, the business was bleak and there was no income. In fact, they would even lose a lot of money. But just by looking at the fact that Li Ru was able to set up a side courtyard in Da and Lane, it could be seen that his status was not low. The villa in Da and Square covered a large area. When Li Ru bought it, he spent 2 million. Li Ru was a minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but he was only at the 5th rank. His monthly salary was 3,600 copper coins. Even if he added the 160 dawn of grain and the income from the farmland, his monthly income would not exceed 10 strings of copper coins. Li Li's family was naturally a big family. The 10 copper coins were enough for him to live comfortably, but he did not have much left. Under such circumstances, he could still take out 2 million to buy a villa. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy about it. The director of the Ministry of Commoners was the director of the Ministry of Commoners. This was the office in charge of the Tang dynasty's money. Just a little of it could let Li Ru, the Minister of Civilian Affairs, eat a lot. Li Wangyou thought that instead of finding a way to make Li Ru sell his land, he might as well help Pai Lupi build a clean government. He did not believe that Li Ru did not have any tricks up his sleeve in the Ministry of Civilian Affairs. Since Li Ru was determined to go against him for the Li clan, then he could not blame Li Wangyou for being ruthless. However, it was not easy to find a corrupt official like Li Ru. Without any evidence, he could not accuse him just because he bought a villa, right? That was not realistic. As for the accounts of the Ministry of Civilian Affairs, even if he was trusted by Pai Lupi and had a good relationship with Dai Zhou, it was impossible for him, a founding county official, to run to the Ministry of Civilian Affairs to check the accounts for no reason. Li Wangyou thought about it for a long time, but he came up with a way to save the country. Today, Li Wangyou put on his brand new founding county official robes and went out early in the morning to Cheng and City to attend the court meeting. When the officials saw that Li Wangyou rarely appeared, those who were familiar with him all came up to tease him. Zio, why are you attending court today? What did you come up with this time? Little nephew of the Li family, did you come up with something fun? Quickly take it out for me to see, wahahaha. Zio, this should be the 5th time you've attended court, right? You really are a rare guest, huh? Teacher, what is the matter today? Why don't you tell me first? I can cooperate with you later. Li Wangyou was speechless. He could only cup his hands and bow to the crowd, indicating that he had nothing to do. He was just bored at home and had come to listen to the court meeting. However, no one believed his words. They all smiled, waiting to see what this guy was up to. Not only did the officials think this way, even Pai Lupi thought the same after he sat on the throne. County official, what is the matter today? Pai Lupi asked first, causing the officials to look at him. Li Wangyou felt like 10,000 mud horses were galloping through his heart. Why did everyone think that he was attending court to cause trouble? Although he did have something to do today, Li Wangyou couldn't help but blush with shame after being exposed by Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, this subject has nothing to do. Pai Lupi looked at him suspiciously, but his face said, we don't believe you. The number of times that Li Wangyou attended the imperial court could be counted on one hand. The first time he attended the imperial court, he made the Dao ancestors show his divinity, which made the aristocratic families who forced Li heir to issue an imperial edict of guilt speechless. The second and third time, he had been impeached by the imperial censors. In the end, Li Wangyou had refuted them in court, causing the imperial censors to lose face. The last time he had attended court, it had been for the lottery. In the Taiji Palace, he had taken 30,000 taels of silver from the officials. He had even gotten Pai Lupi to agree to the lottery. Today, this guy had come to court again. What was he up to this time? Seeing Li Wangyou insist that he had nothing to do, Pai Lupi could only suppress his suspicions and begin to discuss court affairs with the officials. Halfway through the discussion, Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou stood up and reported to Pai Lupi about the lottery sales. Li Wangyu also stood up. Your Majesty, this subject has something to report. Pai Lupi and the officials all had the same thought. This guy was here again. Chapter 366. Li Wangyu's shout attracted the attention of all the officials in the hall. Even Dai Zhou stopped talking and looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. Pai Lupi raised his arm at him speechlessly, indicating that he should speak quickly. Being stared at like this, Li Wangyu blushed with shame. He could only clear his throat and raise his hands apologetically to Dai Zhou before continuing. Your Majesty, I just heard Minister Dai say that the Ministry of Civil Affairs was calculating the amount of lottery sales and suddenly remembered something. The Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Tang dynasty is in charge of land, money, and grain. However, the officials in the Ministry of Civil Affairs are not good at mathematics and their calculation efficiency is too low. Before he could finish, Dai Zhou couldn't help but interrupt him. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, although Dai Zhou had a good relationship with Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but frown. County magistrate who, all the officials in the Ministry of Civil Affairs are proficient in mathematics. Although there may not be anyone as knowledgeable as you, I dare say that there is no one in the world who is better than you in mathematics. Dai Zhou was also a bit angry and his tone was unavoidably tough. As the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he naturally couldn't bear to hear Li Wangyu criticize the Ministry of Civil Affairs for its poor calculation ability. Li Wangyu saw that the old man was angry and quickly bowed deeply. Minister Dai, if what I said is wrong, please don't blame me. However, the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method is indeed backward. I am only thinking for the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which is why I brought this up. In truth, if Li Wangyu had communicated with Dai Zhou privately, Dai Zhou definitely wouldn't feel any disgust. Instead, he would be grateful to Li Wangyu. However, to say that the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation ability was bad in front of all the officials, wasn't this slapping Dai Zhou's face? It was no wonder that the old man was angry. However, Li Wangyu had other intentions, so he couldn't care less about offending Dai Zhou. In any case, he believed that as long as what he said was true, Dai Zhou would be grateful to him. Today, this old man would like to ask for advice. Let's see how brilliant county magistrate's arithmetic is. Dai Zhou flung his robe angrily, no longer giving Li Wangyu any face. Li Wangyu had been waiting for him to say this. He quickly climbed up the pole and said, Your Majesty, since Minister Dai doesn't believe me, I would like to have a competition in this hall today to prove that what I said is true. Is that okay? Pai Lupi rubbed his temples and thought to himself, this guy is really here to cause trouble. However, he could not remain indifferent to Li Wangyu's words. After all, if what he said was true, it would be a good thing for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to increase their efficiency. Huxianzi, how do you want to compete? Pai Lupi asked. It's simple. Minister Dai, please find 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who are proficient in calculation. Let them compete with my 2 disciples in calculation speed in this hall and see if what I said is false. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the officials all looked at Ma Zhou and Yan Liben in the hall. The 2 of them were also confused. They stood up in disbelief, looked at Li Wangyu, and then pointed at themselves. Are you sure, teacher? Although the 2 of them had studied with Li Wangyu, they had very little contact with mathematics. Wasn't it a joke to have them compete with officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs in calculation? Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, King Bin, Liben, I'm not talking about you. He then cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, I'm talking about His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, Dai Zhou's face darkened. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were qualified to attend court also had ugly expressions. The officials were in an uproar. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Some even rubbed their ears, wondering if they were hearing things. The Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? Li Qingxian was only 9 years old and Li Tai was only 8 years old. Although the 2 of them had noble statuses, they were still just 2 young children. Did County Master Huxian just say that he wanted these two young children to compete with 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were proficient in calculation? This was truly the greatest joke in the world. Pai Lupi was also speechless. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai were his precious sons, Li Wangyu shouldn't be messing around like this. Wasn't this just blatantly humiliating Dai Zhou and the others? If one were to say that Li Wangyu's calculation ability was better than the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, both Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou believed this. Back in Zhang Liang's residence, Li Wangyu had already displayed his calculation ability. But now, he was shamelessly boasting that two young children who had only studied with him for a little more than a month were better than the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. No one would believe such words. County Master Huxian, don't joke around. Pai Lupi's face stiffened. Hurry and apologize to Grandpa Dai. How could you say such a joke so casually? Pai Lupi's words were to give Dai Zhou a way out and also to protect Li Wangyu. By saying that Dai Zhou's words were a joke, everyone laughed it off. Unexpectedly, Li Wangyu didn't appreciate this at all. Shaking his head, he said, "Your Majesty, this subject is not joking. This matter cannot be faked. Your Majesty will know once you try. If this subject speaks the slightest falsehood, I am willing to accept your Majesty's punishment." Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Pai Lupi was somewhat hesitant. He couldn't help but look at Dai Zhou, wanting to see what he would say. At this time, Dai Zhou was truly angry. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so unforgiving and wanted to slap the face of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he couldn't care less about the little bit of friendship he had with Li Wangyu. The old man huffed and puffed. He straightened his neck and said, "Your Majesty, since County Master Huxian is so certain, this subject is willing to accept this competition. According to County Master Huxian's words, this subject requests your Majesty's permission. If this subject loses, this subject will give up my position as Minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs." Dai Zhou's words gave Li Wangyu a fright. He didn't want to offend Dai Zhou to the point of death. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Dai Zhou. "Minister Dai, why do you say such a thing? If my words just now have offended you, I ask Minister Dai to forgive me. I had good intentions. Seeing that the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method is indeed a bit behind, I anxiously brought up this matter. I truly didn't mean to humiliate the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I ask Minister Dai to investigate this matter thoroughly." Only after hearing these words did Dai Zhou's expression become slightly better. However, since both sides had already spoken to this point, Pai Lupi couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what kind of medicine Li Wangyu was selling in his gourd. Could it be that his two sons were really calculative geniuses? Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he was no different from a normal parent in that he wanted his children to succeed. Otherwise, after seeing Li Wangyu's talent, he wouldn't have forced his eldest son and second son to become Li Wangyu's disciples. Although calculus was a small path, if his two young children could surpass the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, it would be something worthy of Pai Lupi's pride. "County Master Huxian, how do you plan to have Qingxian and Qingke compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs?" Pai Lupi's face was filled with anticipation. "Your Majesty, Minister Dai, why don't we compete like this? Minister Dai, please order people to bring over the Ministry of Civil Affairs' financial and grain accounts for this year. The 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Crown Prince, and the King of Yu will do the calculations together. In the end, we'll see whose calculation speed is faster and whose results are more accurate. What does Minister Dai think?" "This." Dai Zhou muttered to himself and then turned his gaze to Feng Xianling, wanting to ask for his opinion. Chapter 367. The 6 ministries of the Tang dynasty were all under the jurisdiction of the Minister of State. When Pai Lupi was the king of Qin, he had held the position of Minister of State. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, the position of Minister of State had been vacant for a long time. The Minister of State only had left and right servants. The left servant, Feng Xianling, was the Minister of State. Feng Xianling thought for a moment and felt that Li Wangyu was not an impetuous person. There must be a reason for today's matter. Thinking of this, Fang Xianling gently nodded, indicating that she agreed. Seeing that his immediate superior had agreed, Dai Zhou naturally did not say anything more and agreed to Li Wangyou's seemingly absurd request. But, since Hu Xianzi is so confident, then let's have a competition. This old man will order people to go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to transport the official scroll. Before Dai Zhou finished speaking, one of the officials suddenly stood up and interrupted, Minister Dai, this lowly official feels that this matter cannot be done. The official scroll of the Ministry of Civil Affairs is of great importance. How can it be taken out so casually? Li Wangyu looked at the person who spoke and could not help but be amused, thinking that there was indeed something wrong with this fellow. The one who spoke up to oppose was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. Your Majesty, Minister Dai, the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain is not a trivial matter. How can it be used for a competition? If Hu Xianzi wants to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials, you can ask Your Majesty to set the topic. Li Ru's words were righteous, but how could Li Wangyu let him do as he wished? He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, this lowly official's calculation method is not only faster, but also more accurate. Using the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book as the topic can let Your Majesty see the results and also help the Ministry of Civil Affairs review it. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? He glanced at Li Ru and continued, unless there is something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book and it is not convenient to see people. Otherwise, with only Your Majesty and the officials in the hall, who are you guarding against when you keep saying that it is of great importance? Li Wangyou's words were a bit harsh. Pai Lupi could not help but squint and look at Li Ru. This scared Li Ru so much that his back was almost drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is slandering us. The Ministry of Civil Affairs has always been reliable, how could there be any tricks? Since there is nothing fishy, why are you objecting, Dr. Li? Li Wangyu immediately asked. Li Ru was rendered speechless by the question. He opened his mouth but didn't refute it. Originally, Pai Lupi also felt that Li Wangyou's proposal to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account as the topic was inappropriate. There were many ways to compete and calculate. Even using the daily statistics from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was possible. Although the Tang dynasty did not have any confidentiality system, how could the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which was an important institution in charge of the country's money, grain, farmland, and population, casually show the public archives to others? However, when Li Wangyu suddenly brought this up, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. His opinion was the same as Fang Xuanling's. Although Li Wangyu was young, he wasn't an impetuous person. Today, he inexplicably suggested that the Ministry of Civil Affairs was behind in mathematics and asked for a competition. He also asked that the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account be used to compete and calculate. Pai Lupi couldn't help but think about it. Was there really someone who was so daring? Did he dare to do anything to the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account? Official Dai, according to Hu Xianzi's proposal, have someone send over this year's money and grain account. In addition, send 10 officials who are proficient in mathematics to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Once Pai Lupi's golden mouth opened, there was no more dispute. Dai Zhou bowed and immediately went to arrange the matters. Pai Lupi also ordered an internal servant to report to Empress Changsun in the Eastern Palace and bring Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince Li Tai to the palace. At this time, the officials were whispering to each other, discussing the intentions of Hu Xianzi's actions today. These officials weren't fools. Everyone could see that Li Wangyu wanted to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account to make an issue out of it. The officials were all speculating whether or not there really was something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. As for Li Wangyou's suggestion of having the Crown Prince and Prince Yu compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account, everyone, including Pai Lupi, thought that it was just Li Wangyou's excuse. At this time, Li Ru was naturally nervous, but he wasn't too worried. He had only objected out of caution. Li Wangyou's guess was naturally correct. As an official of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru's family didn't have any property. Naturally, he had done something to the accounts. However, Li Ru was very confident. Even an experienced accountant wouldn't be able to find anything without several months of time to clean up the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. Not to mention bringing it to the palace for the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Crown Prince to calculate. They wouldn't be able to find anything fishy about it. The Tang dynasty's accounting system inherited the Qin and Han dynasty's daily harvest, monthly budget, and annual meeting system. There were 3 sets of accounts. Usually, what he submitted to Dai Zhou were the monthly budget and annual meeting accounts. As for the daily harvest, it was the daily flow of money of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The data was too complicated, so Dai Zhou didn't look at it. The part that he had done something to was within it. The Ministry of Civil Affairs financial report had to be made in duplicate. It would be reviewed by the Pai Lupi and sent to the Ministry of Official Affairs. As for the other reports, they would be sent to the comparison department to be audited and the results would be reported to the Pai Lupi. The comparison department was one of the 4 divisions under the Ministry of Justice and was in charge of auditing the books. Even the comparison department, a professional organization, couldn't find anything wrong with the accounts, so why would Li Ru be worried that Li Wangyu would find anything? He also regretted that he had been too nervous and lost his composure. The county head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was within the imperial city and wasn't far away. Not long later, 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, as well as a large stack of accounts, were sent into the main hall. Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai also followed the servants into the main hall. What no one expected was that the pregnant Empress Zhongsun also came. Your Majesty, I heard that the county head wants Qingxian and Qingke to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. I was also curious and came to the main hall. Please allow me to watch from the side. Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He called for the servants to bring a soft stool for his wife and place it beside the throne. He naturally knew why Empress Zhongsun came, so there was no reason to refuse. Although this couple was the emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty, they were the 2 people with the most respected statuses in the world. However, they were no different from the parents of the future. They were filled with anticipation and attention towards any competition that their sons participated in. The officials all stood up and greeted Empress Zhongsun and the Crown Prince. After a series of greetings, Pai Lupi waved his hands at his 2 sons. Qingxian, Qingke, your teacher wants the 2 of you to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. Are you willing? Father, I am willing. Li Qingxian immediately replied, Teacher said that no one in the world can calculate faster than us with the method he taught us. Father, I will definitely calculate faster than elder brother. Teacher often praises me. Li Tai also didn't want to fall behind. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun only laughed at this. The 2 of them only treated it as the words of a child. As for Li Wangyu saying that they were the fastest in the world, even as parents, they didn't believe it. They only treated it as words that Li Wangyu used to coax children. County head, the accounts are already here. You can begin. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu, ready to see how he planned to compete. Chapter 368. Actually, Li Er did not believe that his 2 sons would be able to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in terms of calculating speed. This was too ridiculous. Even if Li Wangyu's calculation skills were outstanding, his 2 sons, one 8 and one 9, had only studied with Li Wangyu for 2 months. According to the reports of Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai's guards, Hu Xianzi usually only played games with the 2 children and didn't have much time to study. Under these circumstances, even if Li Wangyu really was a literary star, he couldn't turn 2 young children into prodigies overnight, right? Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu must have accidentally discovered that someone from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was messing with the accounts. That was why he used some competition as an excuse to have Dai Zhou bring the accounts so that he could expose the tricks in front of the officials. Thus, he didn't stop him. He wanted to see who was so daring as to mess with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. Pai Lupi's guess wasn't wrong. Li Wangyu was thinking this way, but it wasn't just that. He really wanted Li Qingxian and Li Tai to show off their skills in front of Pai Lupi and the officials. This was also a demonstration of their learning. The more powerful Li Qingxian and Li Tai were, wouldn't it show that Li Wangyu was a good teacher? This was killing two birds with one stone. That was why Li Wangyu put so much effort into it. He didn't even hesitate to offend Dai Zhou and the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu ordered people to bring in a screen and place it in the middle of the hall. He arranged for the 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingxian and Li Tai to sit on either side of the screen. Your Majesty, the accounts sent by the Ministry of Civil Affairs are the accounts for copper coins and the accounts for corn. I believe that these accounts must be accurate. Otherwise, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs remembered incorrectly, the Ministry of Civil Affairs audit would be able to find out. Li Wangyu's words made Dai Zhou's expression soften quite a bit. What he said was the truth. From the very beginning, Li Wangyu had never thought that the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have any miscalculations. Just as Li Ru had said, the Ministry of Civil Affairs account books would not only be reviewed internally by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but also by the Ministry of Justice's Comparison Department. If he had faked the numbers, he would have been found out. Li Wangyu didn't know how much Li Ru had embezzled, and was distressed over it for several days. It wasn't until he chatted with his beautiful boss that he was enlightened by her answer. This was why he had come to Taiji Palace today and caused such a commotion. Dai Zhou's expression softened slightly, but Li Wangyu continued, however, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book is accurate, it can still be checked again. It won't take much time. It was also a good opportunity for His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The method of the competition is for the subject to read out the numbers in the account book, and both parties will calculate. In the end, the faster and more accurate side will win. What does Your Majesty think? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the thick pile of account books in the center of the hall. He then looked at Empress Jiangsun, his face full of confusion. What did this kid want to do? Was he really going to have his two sons compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Before Pai Lupi could speak, Dai Zhou couldn't help but frown and speak. County Head Huxian, there are so many accounts books this year. How can it be finished in such a short time? With so many accounts books, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs did their daily calculations, it would still take more than a month. How could it be finished in such a short time? Li Wangyu chuckled, Minister Dai, it won't take much time. 15 minutes is enough. His words caused an uproar among the officials. They felt that County Head Huxian was joking again. The accounts books of the Ministry of Civil Affairs had a thick pile of money. Even if it was just to look through them once, 15 minutes was far from enough. Before Dai Zhou could speak, Li Wangyu walked to the front of the account books and picked up one of them. He looked at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Everyone, are you ready? When the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs heard that they were going to compete with two young children in mathematics, they all felt humiliated. Even if the two young children were the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty and His Highness King Yu, Li Wanyu's suggestion was still a form of humiliation to these officials who were skilled in mathematics. In the face of Li Wanyu's words, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs didn't say anything. Instead, they silently took out their calculating chips and placed them on the table. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose and then looked at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Qingxian, Qingke, are you ready? Li Qingxian and Li Tai's faces were already filled with anticipation. Hearing this, the two of them took out something from their sleeves and placed it on the table in front of them. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely win. After spending many days with the naughty children of Dingzhou village, Li Qingxian's personality had become much more cheerful. He finally returned to the appearance of a 9-year-old child and no longer had the Crown Prince's majesty that he had purposely put on before. Li Tai also didn't want to be outdone. The little fatty waved his fist. Teacher, I will definitely calculate the fastest today. The things that the two of them took out made Pai Lupi, Dai Zhou, and the others very curious. They all stretched out their necks to see what it was. It was a small wooden box with many wooden beads inside. If there were any of the officials in the hall who had traveled through time, they would definitely be able to recognize this item at a glance. An abacus. Li Wangyu taught the two children mathematics, but he didn't expect Li Qingxian and Li Tai to be so smart. They were even more familiar with the numerals than he was. After learning the Arabic numerals that Li Wangyu taught them, Li Wangyu couldn't compare to the two little fellows when it came to simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. This made him feel that he had lost face. In order to save his face, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the abacus that originated from the northern Song dynasty. As a result, the two little fellows, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who only knew how to use numerals, were once again defeated by Li Wangyu. In reality, Li Wangyu wasn't proficient at using an abacus. After all, calculators were prevalent in the modern world. Aside from those old accountants, who would use an abacus? Li Wangyu only knew how to use an abacus because his grandfather had taught him when he was young. He only knew how to use it and was still very far from being proficient. However, no matter how rusty he was at using an abacus, his calculation speed far surpassed that of numerals. It must be known that the meritorious service of China's 2 bullets and 1 star relied on hand-operated calculators and an abacus to calculate a huge amount of data. The two little fellows were shocked by Li Wangyu's abacus. They worshipped their teacher even more. The two of them were indeed smart. They didn't need much time to use the abacus to become proficient. Especially the little fatty, Li Tai. His little chubby hands were as fast as lightning when he used the abacus. This made Li Wangyu speechless. In the modern world, he had seen some videos of gaming gods. Those were simply inhuman people who used their hands to dance on the keyboard. They made him speechless. In Japan, there was a player called Takahashi who could press the button 16 times in a second on an old-fashioned game controller and fire 16 bullets. He was called 16 Brothers in a Second. Needless to say, those professional gamers could effectively type 200 to 300 times on the keyboard in a minute, which made Li Wangyu, who was not very good with his hands, feel speechless. And the little fatty, Li Tai, was unexpectedly also a master of hand speed. Ever since he learned how to use an abacus, every time he used the abacus, Li Wangyu would unconsciously associate it with a scene in a manga. In short, ever since the two little fellows learned how to use an abacus, Li Wangyu never used the abacus in front of them again. He couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 369. The abacuses in Li Qingxian's and Li Tai's hands were also specially found by Li Wangyu. He had Carpenter Lu make them as a gift for the two little ones. When Carpenter Lu knew that he was making the abacuses for the Crown Prince and the King of Yu, he was very attentive. Even when her own son wanted to help, he was chased far away by Carpenter Lu. He used all of his skills to make 2 exquisite abacuses. Li Qingxian and Li Tai loved these 2 exquisite abacuses so much that they couldn't put them down. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun naturally didn't recognize the abacuses their sons took out. Empress Jiangsun couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Qingxian, Qingke, what is this?" "Mother, this is an abacus. The teacher gave it to us." Li Qingxian proudly shook his abacus, making a clattering sound. "What is its use?" Empress Jiangsun turned her gaze to Li Wangyu, hoping for an explanation. Li Wangyu quickly bowed, "Your Highness, the abacus is used for calculation. It is the same as counting chips, but it is faster and more accurate." Empress Jiangsun nodded. This county often made these strange things, but she didn't know how much faster this abacus was than counting chips. Could it really let her 2 sons win the competition? She didn't care about the problems with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. That was something her husband needed to worry about. As a mother, Empress Jiangsun cared more about her son. Could it really be as Li Wangyu said, that he could calculate faster than 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Li Tai couldn't help but yell, "Mother, the teacher said that in terms of calculating speed, my abacus is the best in the world. No one can be faster than me." His words made Empress Jiangsun cover her mouth and laugh. She felt that her silly son believed everything. This was most likely Li Wangyu teasing them. They actually took it seriously. Okay, mother knows. Qingke, work hard in a bit." Empress Jiangsun smiled. However, even Li Tai, this little brat, could hear her half-hearted tone. Seeing that his mother did not believe him, Li Wangyu was so anxious that his chubby face turned red. He reached out and tugged at Li Wangyu's sleeve. "Commander, mother doesn't believe me." Li Wangyu smiled and comforted her. "Hehe, Qingke, then prove it to Empress Zhongsun. I believe that your calculation speed is the fastest in the world. No one can compare to you." Their voices were not soft, and their words were heard by all the officials in the hall. Many of them laughed. Most people thought that Li Wangyu was coaxing the child again, so they laughed kindly. However, there were quite a few people who burst into laughter. The mockery in their words was too strong. Previously, Li Ru felt that he was too nervous and had lost some face. Moreover, he was unhappy with Li Wangyu, so he couldn't help but stand up again. "Hu Xianzi sure talks big. Do you really think that the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are all good-for-nothings?" His words were clever. He directly placed Li Wangyu on the opposite side of the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, causing all the officials in the hall to glare angrily at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu glanced at Li Ru. "Physician Li, Mo Fei doesn't believe me?" "That's simple. If you think I'm talking nonsense, why don't we make a bet?" "Let's make a bet." "What do you want to bet?" "Hehe, let's bet on your villa in Duthan Lane. If the officials of the Ministry of Civil win, I will offer you 1,000 taels of gold. If the Crown Prince and King you win, I don't want anything else. You just have to give me your residence in Duthan Lane. How about it?" "Physician Li, do you dare to make the bet?" "Huh, since Hu Xianzi wants to give me money, how can I refuse?" When Li Ru heard the offer of 1,000 taels of gold, his eyes widened. Afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, he immediately laughed and nodded. The reason Li Wangyu proposed this bet was because he was afraid that if he didn't find anything fishy in the account book, he wouldn't have wasted his time. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would agree without even thinking about it. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. If he had known that this guy would be so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have spent so much effort. As Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, he picked up the account book and prepared to start the competition. However, he heard someone speak from among the officials. "Hu Xianzi, wait a moment. I'm also interested in making a bet with you. Are you willing?" Li Wangyu looked over in surprise. It was the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. "Oh. The Duke is also interested? What do you want to bet?" "I want to bet on Zhao Yebai. If the Crown Prince and King you win, I will give you 100 taels of gold. If not, Hu Xianzi will lose Zhao Yebai to me. How about it?" Zhang Liang really couldn't bear to part with Zhao Yebai. Ever since he lost to Li Wangyu in front of the Hall of Martial Virtue and lost his mount, he had been brooding. Today, after seeing Li Wangyu shamelessly boast that 2 8- or 9-year-old children were faster than an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and that it was 2 against 10, he felt that his opportunity had come. Thus, after Li Wangyu made a bet with his brother-in-law, Li Wangyu, he immediately stood up. He also wanted to make a bet with Li Wangyu and win back his beloved mount. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. He only had one precious horse. After it was mercilessly seized by his beautiful superior, he was still wondering where he could buy another one. He knew that Zhang Liang's mansion also had a precious horse similar to Zhao Yebai. It was called the Jade Flower Horse. Horse was a horse with a greenish-white coat. Zhao Yebai and the Jade Flower Horse were 2 precious horses that Zhang Liang had spent a lot of money to get from the western regions. He treasured them a lot, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were worth 100 taels of gold. "County Duke, we can make a bet, but I don't want gold. If the prefectural duke loses, just give me your Jade Flower Horse." What does the prefectural duke think? Li Wangyu's condition made Zhang Liang feel a toothache. Losing Zhao Yebai already made him lose his appetite. If he lost the Jade Flower Horse as well, it would be even worse than killing him. However, looking at the angry official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who were still acting cute in front of Empress Zhongsun, Zhang Liang hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, Hu Xianzi, I'll use the jade flower horse to bet with you. Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. There really was someone rushing to give him benefits. When luck came, it really couldn't be stopped. Whatever he wanted came, it really was a pleasant surprise. He hurried forward and struck Zhang Liang's hand to seal the bet. Just as he was about to announce the start of the competition, several people among the officials stood up. Hu Xianzi, this old man also wants to make a bet with you. Are you willing? Li Wangyu was taken aback. Before he could speak, he heard Qing Yaojin slam the table and stand up. Surnamed Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you bullying this old man's nephew? How do you want to bet? This old man will bet with you. The people who stepped forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu were the head of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou of the Zheng clan in Xinjiang. The aristocratic families had targeted Li Wangyu many times, but they had all been defeated. The grievances between the two sides had long been irreconcilable. Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the others naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words today. Seeing Li Ru and Zhang Liang step forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu, they looked at each other and felt that this was a good opportunity to add insult to injury, so they also stepped forward. They hadn't expected Qing Yaojin to interfere. Duke Lu, why do you say this? Could it be that Duke Changping can make a bet, but we can't? Bastard, you want to bet? Sure, this old man will bet with you. Qing Yaojin's words moved Li Wangyu and angered him. Wasn't this old hooligan blocking his chance to get rich? Chapter 370. On the throne, Pai Lupi's face darkened. He was already dissatisfied when Li Ru and Zhang Liang wanted to bet with Li Wangyu. Now, the aristocratic families also jumped out, which made Pai Lupi even more annoyed. One had to know that although these people were betting with Li Wangyu, they were betting on his eldest son and second son. Although Pai Lupi didn't believe Li Wangyu's words, he didn't want others to look down on his son. The Tangs loved gambling. Many people didn't believe in Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince Li Tai. Seeing that Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and others also wanted to participate in the bet, many of the officials in the hall became restless. But Pai Lupi's darkened face made them change their minds. No one present was stupid. They soon realized that something was wrong. The people who wanted to stand up all kept silent and watched the fun. Li Ru and Zhang Liang naturally saw Pai Lupi's darkened face. They couldn't help regretting it. But now that the bet had been set, it was too late to say anything. But Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and others were not afraid of Pai Lupi's face. They, the aristocratic families, even dared to force Pai Lupi to confess. Now, they were betting on Pai Lupi's two sons. What was the big deal? In the face of Qing Yaojin's curses, Wang Renyu just nodded indifferently. If High Duke Lu wants to bet, you can. How about 10,000 taels of gold? High Duke Lu, are you willing? With the financial resources of aristocratic families, 10,000 taels of gold was nothing. It was only 60,000 strings of coins. During the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, the central government's revenue of corn, silk, and copper coins was about 20 million strings of coins. And the annual income of the aristocratic families led by the aristocratic families was not much less than this figure. The 1,000-year-old aristocratic families, the top aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty, were like huge icebergs. The huge ice hidden under the sea was terrifying. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi and other monarchs of the Tang dynasty had been working hard to weaken the aristocratic families. No matter who the emperor was, they wouldn't want to have such a powerful subject under their rule. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to snore beside one's bed? This was also the reason why the Li Tang dynasty and the aristocratic family supported each other from the end of the Sui dynasty until the establishment of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations were held to clean up the influence and control of the aristocratic families in the imperial court. But even at the end of the Tang dynasty, although the aristocratic families were under control, they still stubbornly restrained the imperial power. It wasn't until the Huangchao uprising at the end of the Tang dynasty that the Tang dynasty fell into the abyss. The aristocratic families also declined rapidly, following the decline and fall of the Tang dynasty, disappearing from the stage of history. The imperial power and aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty could be said to be a perfect example of a love-hate relationship. At this time, the main hall was a microcosm of the struggle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families in the history of the Tang dynasty. Hearing Wang Renyo's words, Qing Yaojin didn't even frown and nodded in agreement. Wahahaha, Wang Renyu, although I'm not as rich as your Taiyuan Wang clan, I can still afford to bet 10,000 taels of gold. Since you want to bet, I'll naturally accompany you. Good, since High Duke Lu is so straightforward, then it's a deal. They were all top nobles of the Tang dynasty, so they didn't need to clap their hands to make an oath. Words spoken in front of hundreds of officials were like nails in a mouthful of saliva. No one would go back on their words. When Li Wangyu saw that both sides had made a bet, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Motherf *Ker, this old man is simply robbing me of my gold. If Qing Yaojin didn't interfere, then wouldn't this bet of 10,000 taels of gold belong to me? Although Li Wangyu was very grateful to this old hooligan Qing Yaojin for protecting him, he hated that he couldn't cover this old hooligan's mouth and take his place. Whether or not Li Qingxian and Li Tai would lose, Li Wangyu didn't even consider this kind of thing. Especially the little fatty Li Tai, the speed at which he calculated the abacus. Li Wangyu admitted that even if he was given a calculator, he wouldn't be able to calculate as fast as this little fatty. This little fatty was really heaven-defying. Not to mention the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, even if all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs attacked together, they still wouldn't be the little fatty Li Tai's opponent. Hanging and beating, Li Wangyu could only think of this word to describe the gap between the two sides. Therefore, when Qing Yaojin stepped forward to accept the bet with the aristocratic family, in Li Wangyu's eyes, he was robbing him of his gold. Now that Li Wangyu was very rich, who would complain about having too much gold? Forget it, being able to get Li Ru's house and also get the jade flower horse from Zhang Liang was already very good. One must be content with what one has. Li Wangyu comforted himself for a while. Feeling slightly depressed, he squeezed out a smile at the old hooligan Qing Yaojin. He turned around and announced the start of the competition. He picked up the account book for the first month from the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book. He roughly flipped through it and quickly read it out. Cooked horse feed, 200 dan and 36 buckets. The price per bucket is 210 copper coins. Cooked horse feed, 517 buckets. The price per bucket is 213 copper coins. Cooked horse feed. Li Wangyu continuously flipped through the copper account book, but only selectively read out the words. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs paid full attention and began to calculate with the abacus. Li Wangyu read through the thick account book very quickly. The 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs couldn't help but become somewhat flustered. Large beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, but they didn't have the time to wipe it away. The more Li Wangyu read, the faster he became. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were clearly unable to keep up with his speed. They could only helplessly send out 2 people to copy down the numbers that Li Wangyu read out on paper. The other 8 people were constantly calculating with their hands, and as they calculated, they also had to record with pen and ink. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, these 2 little fellows, were very much at ease. Every time Li Wangyu read out a number, their little hands would click on the abacus and finish the calculation. They even had the time to wink at their mother, Empress Zhongsun. The performance of the 2 sides naturally fell into the eyes of the officials, and they couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the Crown Prince and King Yu were truly peerless talents? Could it be that what Hu Xianzi said was true? Zhang Liang was abnormally nervous. His eyes widened, and he almost stood up to cheer for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He didn't believe that these 2 children could calculate so quickly. They must be fooling around on some dog's hit abacus. It must be so. Zhang Liang comforted himself in his heart. There were many people who thought the same as Zhang Liang. Although it seemed that the Crown Prince and King Yu were very relaxed. That was most likely an act, right? Just a few clicks of the fingers and they finished calculating? The faces of Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the other leaders of the noble families were also somewhat ugly. Although they didn't care about gold, they cared about face. They had lost to Li Wangyu in front of the officials. How could they accept this? The officials whispered to each other and discussed spiritedly. No one noticed that the doctor of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru, had become pale and his body was trembling like a sieve. Chapter 371. The reason Li Ru was so scared was naturally because of the account book Li Wangyu read out. Many of the officials also noticed the problem. Li Wangyu had chosen to read out the contents of the account book, which were all about the expenses of the cooked horses. Could there be a problem with this? Li Ru's face was pale, but he still comforted himself in his heart. Impossible, this is impossible. How did that young man know the trick? Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. As a director of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he naturally embezzled a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he have the money to buy a house in Chang'an? And he thought that no one would be able to find the key. The account book was also clean. Even if the Ministry of Comparison checked it several times, there was no problem. However, the numbers that Li Wangyu kept reading out caused Li Ru to tremble in fear. Every time Li Wangyu read out a set of numbers, his heart would beat wildly. It didn't take Li Wangyu long to finish reading one account book. He picked up another one and flipped through a few pages. When he found the content he needed, he continued to read quickly. Cooked food, horse feed. When he was reading out the account book, his eyes inadvertently saw Li Ru's face. Li Ru's panicked expression made Li Wangyu's lips curl up unconsciously. Caught you. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what he and his beautiful boss had analyzed. This Li Ru really did something here. Li Wangyu previously couldn't understand how Li Ru could do something in the account book to be able to avoid the scrutiny of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Comparison. It wasn't until his beautiful boss accidentally mentioned the changes in the financial system of Wuxia that he suddenly realized the key. Since ancient times, Wuxia had used the single-entry bookkeeping method. It wasn't until the 20th century that the double-entry bookkeeping method was introduced from the West. The single-entry bookkeeping method referred to the fact that every economic transaction that occurred was recorded in a single account. The single-entry bookkeeping method was simple and convenient, but the accounts were not directly linked. Take the account book of the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Tang dynasty as an example. The account that recorded the income and expenditure of copper was separate from the account that recorded corn and silk. The changes in the movement of funds were not linked. But in the double-entry bookkeeping method of later generations, every economic transaction had to be recorded in two or more connected accounts. His beautiful boss reckoned that Li Ru must have done something. To put it simply, a certain expenditure was recorded in the copper coin's income and expenditure account, and the income and expenditure were balanced on the copper coin's account. No matter how the account was checked, there was no problem. But with this expenditure, there should be an increase in other assets. However, the two accounts books were not related, which gave him the opportunity to tamper with them. The Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins was mainly the materials for the various Dao prefectures, the rations for the various military prefectures, the purchase of post horses and the fodder for the post horses. The lesson materials were the salary of the officials. Among these expenses, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss both felt that if Li Ru had embezzled important expenses, he would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, the place where he most likely tampered with was the expenditure of fodder for the post horses. It was precisely because of this judgment that Li Wangyu purposely used the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method to provoke Dai Zhou, making him send over the money and grain account book as the content of the competition. From the account book, Li Wangyu only selected the records of the Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins and the purchase of cooked food and horse fodder. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to finish reading the seemingly thick account books. In the second year of Zhengguan, from January to April, the Ministry of Civil Affairs purchased a total of 32 cooked food and horse fodder. As soon as he finished reading, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were still sweating profusely as they calculated the numbers. Li Qingxian and Li Tai respectively spoke. "Commander, the total expenditure is 370,000 strings of copper coins and 765 coins. Commander, the total amount of cooked food and horse fodder purchased is 17,619 coins. Once Li Qingxian and Li Tai's words left their mouths, the officials were all stunned. Even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were stunned. These two little fellows really calculated it? So fast? Were they talking nonsense? In the hall, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. They could only cast their gazes at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were still desperately fiddling with the calculation chips and calculating the results. The two little fellows saw that they had calculated the results, but no one praised them. Even their father and mother didn't say anything. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Li Qingxian pulled on Li Wangyou's sleeve. Commander, what do they mean? Did we calculate incorrectly? Li Wangyou chuckled and reached out to pat Li Qingxian's head to comfort him. Qingxian, they didn't expect you and Qing Ke to be so powerful. They were scared. Little fatty Li Tai raised his chin and proudly replied, who told them to look down on me and my brother? Now they know how powerful we are. Previously, Li Ru, Zhang Liang, Wang Renyu and the others had used the two of them as a bet, making it clear that they didn't believe them. This had already made Li Qingxian and Li Tai very angry. If it weren't for the presence of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, the two little fellows probably would have made a scene on the spot. Now that they had easily beaten the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the two little fellows were very proud. Under the gazes of the officials in the hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, the 10 most skilled officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs finally calculated the results. Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi spent a total of 370,000 strings of copper and 765 silver coins to buy 17,619 dan of cooked horse feed. Li Wangyou lightly clapped his hands a few times. Not bad. Everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you have calculated correctly. It is exactly the same as what was recorded in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately exploded. The officials didn't care about etiquette in front of the hall and raised their voices. They were all whispering to each other. Prime Minister Fang, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you aren't talking nonsense? They are only 8 or 9 years old. How can they be so powerful? Duke Wei, this old man also doesn't understand. Is His Highness the Crown Prince really so smart? Fang Xianling shook his head. He felt that today's events were too unbelievable. I think Hu Xianzi taught him well. His Highness the Crown Prince is also studying at the Hongwen School. He doesn't seem to be very smart, just average. Tisk, is Hu Xianzi really so amazing? Not only is he an unparalleled talent, but he also knows how to teach his disciples. This is really amazing. At this time, Zhang Liang was disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He couldn't help but angrily glare at his brother-in-law. It was all because of this bastard. Not only did he not win back Xiao Yebai, but now it seemed that he also had to lose the Jade Flower horse. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other big shots were also depressed. Losing to Qing Yaojin really made them unhappy. As for Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, their jaws dropped. These 10 officials were already the best at mathematics in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but they were actually beaten by 2 young children. It was really unbelievable. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were naturally pleasantly surprised. Pai Lupi still wanted to maintain a straight face to protect his dignity as an emperor, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As for Empress Zhongsun, if it weren't for the attention of the officials in the hall, she probably would have rushed down the stairs and hugged her 2 precious sons. After the surprise of Pai Lupi, he looked at the abacus in front of his son and waved to Li Qingxian, indicating that he should bring the abacus over. Chapter 372. When Li Qingxian heard his father's summons, he immediately ran to his father with the abacus and presented it with both hands, as if presenting a treasure. Qingxian, how do you use this abacus? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Father, it's very simple. Look at this abacus. The beads on the top represent 5, and the one at the bottom represents 1. Our teacher taught us the formula: 1 up, 1 down, 5 down, 4 down, 1 down, 9 down, 1 down. Li Qingxian immediately demonstrated to Pai Lupi while loudly reciting the formula for the abacus that Li Wangyu had taught them. Pai Lupi quickly figured out the advantages of the abacus. It was indeed much faster than a counting chip, but the calculation speed of the two could not be compared. Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs naturally heard the conversation between the two. They were even more clear on the advantages of abacus over counting chips. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at each other. They had actually lost to 2 children because of this abacus. It really made people unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. As for Dai Zhou, not only was he not annoyed, he even revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, we have lost. Huxianzi was right. The Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method was truly too inefficient. The abacus that Huxianzi made was truly a work of art that excelled the heavens, and its design was ingenious. This subject requests Your Majesty's permission to allow Huxianzi to teach the people how to make and use the abacus, and also to spread the abacus throughout the Tang dynasty. Dai Zhou, on the other hand, was quite open and candid. He directly admitted defeat and praised Li Wangyu. The officials in the hall were also very interested in this abacus. Although arithmetic was a minor art, most of the officials of the Tang dynasty were proficient in it. Everyone knew how to use the counting tokens, and they needed to carry them with them. The officials of the Tang dynasty all wore a sword around their waists. The so-called is a multifunctional storage belt, known as the Xian belt. It is made of leather or metal and has a strong storage function. It is worn on the outside of the belt. Among the hundreds of officials, there were 7 items, namely a bag, a knife, a sharpening stone, a kigizan, a kigiju, a syringe, and a flint. These were the 7 items of the kigizan, and were also the standard equipment of the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty. And the calculation pouch was the pocket that held the calculation tokens. Now that Huxianzi had made this abacus, it was even more convenient to calculate. Even the Crown Prince and the King of Yu, 2 young children, could rely on this item to win against the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It could be seen how extraordinary it was. That's a good plan. Pai Lupi praised. All right, let's end today's matter here. Son of Huxian, teach the Ministry of Commoners how to make the abacus and how to use it. I will reward you. Before he could finish, Li Wangyu suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Your Majesty, today's competition is not over yet. Your Majesty, please allow me to continue. Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't understand what he meant. The officials had already seen the use of the abacus. Dai Zhou also lowered his head and admitted defeat. As for the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts, Li Wangyu had already said that the accounts were accurate, so what was the point of continuing the competition? However, Pai Lupi naturally knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone to mess around. He couldn't be bothered to think about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. He simply nodded and said, since Huxianzi still wants to test Qingxian and Qingke, then let's continue. When Li Er said that today's matter would end here, Li Ru thought that he had escaped a calamity. His heart that had been hanging in the air had just relaxed, but when he heard that Li Wangyu wanted to continue, he was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. What kind of enmity and hatred is this? Why do you have to make me die? He had forgotten that he had refused to sell the Da and Square residence even if you beat him to death. He hadn't even given Dai Zhou face just to annoy Li Wangyu. Now that things had come to this, Li Ru was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What kind of madness had he gone through to oppose this Huxianzi? Now, it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi. He turned and picked up the corn account book. Flipping through a few pages, he indicated for the official from the Ministry of Civil, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai to prepare to begin calculating. Receive, 180 dan of cooked horse feed and 36 buckets. Receive, 470 dan of cooked horse feed and 17 buckets. This time, he read even faster. However, the things that needed to be calculated were very simple. It was just a simple addition. After he finished reading, Shao also reported the number. Teacher, a total of 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. The official from the Ministry of Civil also reported this number. Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi has received 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. When Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the official from the Ministry of Civil reported this set of numbers one after another, the face of the Ministry of Civil physician, Li Ru, instantly paled. It was as if his entire body had been pulled out, directly collapsing onto the floor. As for Dai Zhou, who had been twirling his beard and smiling, his expression suddenly changed. He turned and glared fiercely at the already collapsed Li Ru. Most of the officials in the hall also came to their senses. In the two accounts of the Ministry of Civil, the number of cooked horse feed actually did not match up. In the copper account book, the results of the calculations just now showed that in 2 years and 4 months, Zhenguan had spent about 370,000 strings of copper coins and 170,000 dan of cooked horse feed. However, in the other corn account book, in 4 months, the amount of cooked horse feed that had entered the account was only 166,000 dan. A total of 4,000 dan had been deducted. According to the price of 1 dan of cooked horse feed, the approximate price was around 200 coins per buckets. Calculating the price of 2 strings of copper coins per dan, that was around 8,000 strings of copper coins. In other words, someone had embezzled 8,000 strings of copper coins from the Ministry of Civil. This was not a small number. Moreover, this was only in 2 years and 4 months of Zhenguan's time. After understanding the crux of the matter, the hall immediately became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was speechless. This was an earth-shattering case. It had actually been so easily exposed by County Magistrate Hu Xian. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the collapsed Li Ru. Apart from this official of the Ministry of Civil, there was no one else who could have done such a thing. Zhang Liang's face was filled with horror. He truly did not know about Li Ru's embezzlement. Although he was normally domineering, he was not an idiot. Moreover, his estate had many properties, and Pai Lupi's rewards were even greater. There was no need for him to embezzle these copper coins. Zhang Liang was now only worried that he would invite trouble for himself because of this idiotic brother-in-law of his. At this moment, he felt more and more regret. Had he been blinded by lard just now? Why had he followed this Li Ru to make a bet with Li Wangyu? Dai Zhou stood up and stepped forward. He lifted his court robes and knelt in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this official was not strict enough and did not supervise properly. This led to people seeking personal benefits from the Ministry of Civil, taking bribes and bending the law. This is this official's fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. Zhang Liang's reaction wasn't slow either. He scrambled out and knelt down in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this subject really didn't know about the actions of this subject's brother-in-law. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. This kind of person who takes bribes and bends the law is guilty of the most heinous crimes. This official is ashamed to be associated with such a person. His words were beautiful, but they made the officials secretly shake their heads. No matter what was said, Li Ru was still Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. His breadth of mind could be seen from his clean-cut actions. On the imperial steps, Pai Lupi's face turned ashen. Chapter 373. Pai Lupi's face turned green. He naturally understood the meaning of these two accounts. Someone actually dared to mess with the Ministry of Civil Accounts and embezzle money from the national treasury. This touched Pai Lupi's bottom line. Pai Lupi hated corruption the most. In the first year of Zhenguan, the newly ascended Pai Lupi ordered changes to the laws. In order to show that the new ruler was gentle, Pai Lupi reduced the punishment for many crimes. However, the punishment for corruption and bribery was not relaxed and was even stricter. At that time, Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji both suggested that according to Han laws, one should be executed for embezzlement of 160 taels of gold. However, Pai Lupi felt that the amount was too high and did not have a deterrent effect. In the end, the Tang law decided that one should be executed by hanging for embezzlement of 15 bolts of silk. In the first year of Zhengguan, 1 bolt of silk was around 500 copper coins. 15 bolts of silk was only 7,500 copper coins, slightly more than the salary of a first-rank official. However, in the main hall today, in front of hundreds of officials, such a shocking case was exposed. How could Pai Lupi not be furious? Someone actually embezzled over 8,000 copper coins. According to the Tang law, how many times did one have to die? As for who the embezzler was, Dai Zhou, Zhang Liang, and Pai Lupi were all clear. As the head of the Ministry of Civil, the Ministry of Civil doctor had a high position and was in charge of the money and grain accounts. To be able to mess with the Ministry of Civil accounts, other than the Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou, there was only this Li Ru. Dai Zhou was loyal, talented, and familiar with the law. He was originally an official of the Sui dynasty and later became an official of the Tang dynasty. Li Er naturally had complete trust in this trusted aide of his. He also firmly believed that with Dai Zhou's character, it was impossible for him to be corrupt. Otherwise, he would not have appointed him to such an important position as the Minister of Civil Affairs. However, Dai Zhou was not without responsibility for the exposure of this case. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, if he did not discover the embezzlement of his officials, he would naturally be punished. As for Zhang Liang, Pai Lupi was too lazy to bother with him. Li Qin, do you have anything to say? Pai Lupi glared at Li Ru. His emperor's aura was filled with anger, making Li Ru unable to speak. He could only kneel there and kowtow. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Pai Lupi stood up and ignored Li Ru. He looked around at the officials in the hall and said in a clear voice, feeding for personal gain and corruption is not only a violation of public law and harming the people. Even if there is no news of this, how can the central government not be afraid? There is a lot of fear, and some die because of it. How could a real man covet riches and harm his own life? So that none of your descendants will feel ashamed? If the Lord is greedy, his country will be ruined. If the subject is greedy, his body will be destroyed. The officials were terrified, and they all bowed and kowtowed. We have learned from your teachings. Dai Qin, you're not strict enough with your subordinates. You'll be punished with 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong, you will be fined 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong was a famous general of the early Tang dynasty. He was Li Yuan's nephew and Pai Lupi's cousin. He was the Minister of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of the Comparison Department, which was in charge of auditing the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Therefore, if there was a problem with the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he, as the Minister of Justice, naturally had to take responsibility. 20 jin of copper was actually not much. It was just a few copper coins. It was just a small punishment. But to Dai Zhou and Li Daozong, these big shots of the imperial court, losing face was much more important than the copper coins. As for Pai Lupi's punishment, the two of them had nothing to say. They lowered their heads and accepted their punishment. Where is Minister Wei? Here. Wei Zheng stepped out. Take Li Ru from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and order the Imperial Censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice to investigate how much Li Ru has embezzled and whether he has any accomplices. Punish him severely. Arrest his family and take them from the prison. Confiscate their family's records and return them to the National Treasury. Li Ru had taken the position of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the 9th year of Wuda. It had been 3 years since then. In just 4 months, he had embezzled more than 8,000 copper coins. It was unknown how much Li Ru had embezzled before. After Pai Lupi angrily gave out the verbal order, the palace guards came forward and dragged Li Ru, who was already limp like a dead dog, out of the palace. His ending was self-evident. After being found guilty of embezzlement, other than being hanged, there was no other possibility. As for his family, they didn't end up any better. The women were thrown into the Yeting Palace to work, and the men were enslaved. Their descendants could never become officials. Although Li Ru and his family's ending was tragic, Li Wangyu did not sympathize with them. In the future, he was a loser. What he hated the most were corrupt officials. In his eyes, these people deserved to die. However, just as Pai Lupi finished giving out the verbal order, Li Wangyu ignored Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression and said, "Your Majesty, Li Ru's residence in and Square has already been lost to me. When the Ministry of Civil Affairs punished him with confiscation of his family's property, it cannot be counted. That is already my property." His words made Pai Lupi so angry that he almost kicked him. "You're still thinking about that residence at this time?" How could Pai Lupi know that Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble today and even helped him get rid of a big tiger? It was all for that residence in and Square. If Li Ru knew that he had lost his life because of a residence, would he sully himself to death before he could be hanged? Pai Lupi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before saying, "Yes, I permit it. Court is dismissed." After saying this, Pai Lupi turned and left. Empress Zhangsun helplessly shook her head and chased after her husband. After Li Er left, the almost stagnant air in the main hall suddenly relaxed. The officials all let out a long breath, but there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes when they looked at Li Wangyu. This county magistrate was truly exceptional. He had caused such a ruckus in order to expose the corruption of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, how did he know that the Ministry of Civil Affairs had falsified the accounts and embezzled the copper coins? Quite a few officials had a higher opinion of Li Wangyu in their hearts. They felt that this county magistrate could not be easily offended. At this time, Zhang Liang no longer had his previous arrogance. Although Pai Lupi did not punish him, he was still quite frightened. He walked in front of Li Wangyu and squeezed out a smile. "County magistrate, in a moment, I will have someone send the jade flower horse to your residence. I hope that county magistrate will kindly accept it." Li Wangyu naturally would not be polite. Then many thanks to the prefectural duke." After Zhang Liang left, the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin also walked over. A large palm landed heavily on Li Wangyu's shoulder. It hurt so much that Li Wangyu grimaced, but he still had to squeeze out a smile at the old hooligan. "Wahahaha, delightful, delightful. I won another 10,000 taels of gold today. Kid, you really are my lucky star. Uncle Cheng, hee, you can't eat it all by yourself. Old rules, when we meet, you get half. Get lost. Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? At most, I'll give you 30%. It's a deal." 30% was 30%. Li Wangyu did not mind that the money was too little. Today, he had obtained 3,000 taels of gold, a jade flower horse, and a residence in and Square. It was enough. He was not greedy. Now that there were no more obstacles, he could finally begin construction on his polo field. Chapter 374. In recent days, the people living in the south of Guqing outside of Chang, and liked to go to and Square and Zhaoxing Square to watch the fun. and Square and Zhaoxing Square had been flattened by the Ministry of Works. Even the walls of the square had been removed. The two squares had been renamed on the map of Chang'an and Wanyan counties. An and Zhaoxing squares were combined into one and called An Square. The polo field that Li Wangyu was building was also called Zhao Baseball Field. The baseball field was not difficult to build, but it was a huge project. To build the stands with yellow soil, other than the workers using stone rollers to tamp down the soil, the biggest project was transporting the yellow soil. Li Wangyu had once thought of using bricks to build the spectator stands. However, after a simple estimate of the construction cost, he immediately abandoned this idea. In this era, even the towering city walls of Chang'an were made of yellow soil on the inside. They were only protected by thick bricks on the outside. Therefore, after confirming with the officials of the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyu decided to use yellow soil to build the stands and add a layer of black bricks for protection. The stands were shaped like a triangular prism, 10 meters tall, and around 4,000 meters in circumference. Using the volume formula of the triangular prism, the construction of the polo field required about 130,000 cubic meters of earth. This project was huge in the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had the four-wheeled carriage, so the work that used to be the most labor-intensive had become much simpler. If they didn't have four-wheeled carriages and relied on ox carts to transport the earth, even Li Er wouldn't be able to afford the cost. The weight of 1 cubic meter of earth was about 2 tons. For long-distance transportation, the carriage could carry at most 400 kilograms. 1 cubic meter of earth required 3 carriages. The four-wheeled carriage could move 1 cubic meter of earth at a time, and it was even faster. All of the earth was taken from the foot of Qinling Mountain in Hu County. The four-wheeled carriage could make 2 trips a day. With Li Wangyu's 10,000 taels of gold as construction costs, the Ministry of Works was prepared to invest in over 200 four-wheeled carriages to transport the earth. About 400 cubic meters of earth could be transported in a day, and the construction of the polo field would be completed in about a year. Li Wangyu racked his brains and even helped Pai Lupi fight against the corrupt officials in the court. Finally, the construction of the polo field could begin. After flattening the original Da and Zhao Xing workshops, the polo field officially began construction. The originally quiet south of the city became abnormally lively. Every day, there was an endless stream of carriages transporting earth from Anhuimen to the construction site of Dazhao Square. As the terracotta stands continued to rise, more and more people came to watch. Everyone was curious about what the Dazhao baseball stadium would look like after it was completed. Li Wangyu was not willing to let go of this opportunity for publicity. He actually had people draw a huge rendering of the completed polo field outside the construction site of Dazafang. It attracted the people who saw this picture and they were all amazed. However, there was still a year before the completion of the polo field. In fact, this was quite fast for the Tang dynasty. After Li Wangyu started work again, he ran to the construction site a few times and no longer had any interest in being a supervisor. He threw all the work to the officials of the Ministry of Works and ran back to Dingzhou village to be a carefree, hands-off shopkeeper. In a flash, it was June, but the weather was getting hotter. Fortunately, with the saltpeter ice method, there was no shortage of ice in Li Wangyu's mansion. This made Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who experienced summer without air conditioning and electric fans, feel a little better. But even so, because the buildings of the Tang dynasty were all made of wood or yellow mud, they lacked insulation. Under the summer sun, the room was still uncomfortably hot. With the weather so hot, Li Wangyu was even more lazy to go out. He almost did not want to move except when the sun set and he went out for a walk. Changqing, remember to remind me to go back and tell the officials of the Ministry of Works that they must build a swimming pool in the manor. This damn weather is really too hot. Li Wangyu desperately waved the folding fan in his hand. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of ice water, but he was still sweating from the heat. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to speak. She was also sweating and constantly waving the fan in her hand. Zio, why is the Tang dynasty so hot? I think it's even hotter than the future. I also traveled to Xi'an in the summer. How could it be so hot? It's almost 40 degrees Celsius, right? Li Wangyu weakly replied, I think so too. Now that you mention it, I remember something. I seem to have read in a book that during the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, China's climate seemed to have entered a warm period. The temperature rose and the average temperature was higher than that of the future. In the Tang dynasty, there were 19 years of winters, but because the temperature was too high, there was no snow. The beautiful boss listened to his words and became even more dispirited. She lay on the table and said weakly, Oh my God, I really want an air conditioner. Even an electric fan would be fine. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. In your dreams. An air conditioner? Don't even think about an electric fan. Here, the hand-cranked generator in the courtyard has electricity. Go and build an electric motor, then you can use an electric fan. The beautiful boss raised her head and glared at him fiercely to express her dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu chuckled. When he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly thought of something and sat up abruptly. Zio, what are you doing? Why are you so surprised? The beautiful boss asked in a bad mood. Changqing, I think I know how to build an air conditioner. Are you crazy? You majored in e-commerce. You can't even build an electric motor for an electric fan, and you want to build an air conditioner? Li Wangyu carefully recalled the memory in his mind. After confirming that there was no mistake, he couldn't help but laugh. Huh, you don't say. I really do know how to build an air conditioner. It's very simple. Humph, I don't believe your words. Hee hee, then do you want to make a bet? What if I build an air conditioner for you? Seeing Li Wangyu mention a bet again, the beautiful boss couldn't help but blush. She remembered the bet from last time. Bah, stinking rogue. The beautiful boss didn't answer Li Wangyu's question, but she also didn't believe what he said. Forget it, this lord is magnanimous. I won't lower myself to your level. You wait, I'll go and build an air conditioner. Li Wangyu stood up and shouted outside the courtyard. Li Heng, prepare a horse for me. I want to go to the county seat of Hu County. Lang Jun, it's a hot day. If there's anything you need, you can ask the old slave or the Niu brothers to do it. No, you won't be able to explain it clearly. I can only go by myself. Go prepare a horse. Li Heng, the old butler, was helpless. He could only ask Miao Wu to accompany Li Wangyu to the county seat of Hu County. Seeing that Li Wangyu was actually going to build an air conditioner, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that in the Tang dynasty, there was no electricity, no mechanical industry, no freon? Could Li Wangyu make an air conditioner out of thin air? Chapter 375. Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He braved the scorching sun and made a trip to Huxin County, then went to the porcelain kiln in Huxin. This old man greets county head Huxin. The manager of the kiln hurriedly came out to greet him. Li Wangyu's reputation resounded like thunder in Chang'an, and there was no one in Huxin County who didn't know of him. Even if they didn't recognize Li Wangyu, just by looking at his precious horse and the blind Miao Wu behind him, they knew that this young man was the famous founder of Huxin County, Li Wangyu of Dingzhou village. Thank you, manager. I want to make a batch of porcelain. This is the pattern. Li Wangyu was too lazy to be polite. He was already sweating from running all the way here. He fanned himself with all his might and handed the pattern to the manager. The manager hurriedly took it with both hands. When he opened it, he couldn't help but be stunned. County head Huxian, you really want to burn this? How do you use it? Huh, I only have a use for it. Help me make it as soon as possible. You won't be short of money. His request was always so strange in the eyes of the Tang people. The manager of the kiln confirmed with him again and again, and after receiving a large deposit, he braced himself and agreed to deliver the finished goods to Dingzhou village in a few days. After customizing a batch of goods from the kiln, he returned to the village to find Carpenter Lu and have him make a few items for him. His beautiful superior was even more curious as she watched him busying himself. But no matter how much she asked, Li Wangyu didn't answer. He only gave her a mysterious smile and told her to wait for a good show. Several days later, the manager of the kiln led several carriages to deliver Li Wangyu's custom-made porcelain to Dingzhou village. Ever since those beggars from Chang'an had come to Dingzhou village to cause trouble, there were young men patrolling the village's entrance day and night. Seeing a carriage arrive, someone naturally went up to ask for its purpose and led it to the entrance of the Li family's old residence. Li Heng opened the door and asked the manager why he had come. Thank you, sir. I'm here to deliver porcelain to Hu Xianzi. These carriages of porcelain were all custom-made by Hu Xianzi. Li Heng recalled that a few days ago, his Lang Jun had gone to the county seat of Huxin County. From that, he understood what was going on with these delivery carriages. He asked the shopkeeper to wait for a moment and asked Perrin to go to the backyard to invite Li Wangyu. Then, he chuckled and picked up a piece of porcelain from the carriage to examine it. With one look, Li Heng couldn't help but be stunned. Shopkeeper, you're cooking the wrong way, right? Why doesn't this goblet have a base? Furthermore, there was such a huge hole at the bottom. How do you use it? The owner of the kiln smiled bitterly when he heard this. Sir, this is what Hu Xianzi ordered. I don't know either. How is this possible? Who would make a goblet without a base and with holes at the bottom? How can this kind of cup hold wine? The old steward Li Heng didn't believe the innkeeper's words. The porcelain in his hand was indeed very similar to the wine utensils and goblets from the Tang dynasty. Goblets were very similar in style to the goblets used to drink wine in the future. They all had a wide mouth, a round body, and a base at the bottom. However, the batch of porcelain that the innkeeper sent over only had a wide top and no base at the bottom. Furthermore, there was a round hole at the bottom of the goblet. How could Li Heng believe the innkeeper's words? He only thought that the innkeeper was trying to deceive him. Just as they were arguing, Li Wangyu came out. The innkeeper hurriedly bowed to him and said in an aggrieved tone, "Hu Xianzi, this one has already finished baking the porcelain you ordered. However, your steward insisted that this one had made a mistake." This, Li Wangyu laughed and picked up a goblet to inspect it. He nodded in satisfaction. "There's no mistake. This is the porcelain I wanted to bake." Li Heng, settle the accounts with the innkeeper. When Li Heng heard his Lang Jun say this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Lang Jun, this is the utensils you're going to bake? What's the use of these utensils? How do you use them to serve wine?" He still thought that these porcelain utensils were wine utensils, so he was completely confused by Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, his beautiful superior also came out with Aphrodite. When she saw the porcelain in the carriage, she was also puzzled. "Zio, what are you making?" She had never seen such porcelain in the future, so she couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Li Wangyu laughed. "It's an air conditioner. Have you forgotten about it?" The beautiful superior was speechless. A black crow flew over her head. "This is an air conditioner? Are you kidding me?" Aphrodite looked puzzled. "Lang Jun, what's an air conditioner?" Li Wangyu winked at the teenage version of Angelina Jolie. "It's something that can cool down indoors." "Lang Jun, you're not lying to me? These things can really cool down indoors?" Aphrodite didn't believe it either. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just asked Li Heng to collect the goods and ordered someone to inform Carpenter Lu that he could bring the goods over. Not long after, Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons to the Li family's old mansion with a cart full of goods. The beautiful superior and the old butler Li Heng couldn't understand what they brought. The thin wooden planks that looked like windows and doors were full of holes. The beautiful superior couldn't be bothered to ask further. She patiently watched how Li Wangyu was going to use these things to make an air conditioner. Li Wangyu instructed Carpenter Lu's family to carefully install the exposed goblets on the wooden planks one by one. The holes on the wooden planks that Carpenter Lu brought were the same size as the holes on the bottom of the goblets. After inserting the goblets on the wooden planks, they covered the joints with cement and glued the two together tightly. Soon, the wooden planks filled with rows of goblets were completed. It was a very simple process. Li Wangyu smiled and asked Carpenter Lu to remove the windows in the central room in the front yard and install the wooden planks. He then covered the central room that didn't have a door with the wooden planks. "Okay, it's done. Zio, that's it?" And then? The beautiful superior was speechless. What kind of air conditioner was this? And then? "Then we just have to wait for the room to cool down," Li Wangyu said matter-of-factly. The beautiful superior was completely confused. "That's it? Changing the doors and windows with these strange things could cool down the room?" Li Wangyu smirked. "It's scary how uncultured you are. This is an ecological air conditioner. It can lower the room's temperature by several degrees." The beautiful superior didn't even bother to roll her eyes. She wouldn't believe Li Wangyu even if she was beaten to death. He was purely fooling a fool. But something surprising happened. When the beautiful superior entered the central room again, she was shocked to find that the central room, which was originally as hot as a steamer, was now slightly cooler. The temperature inside and outside the room was just as Li Wangyu said. There was an obvious difference, at least a few degrees. The beautiful superior couldn't help but be curious. Just as she was about to ask Li Wangyu for an explanation, she saw him instructing Carpenter Lu's family to start working in the courtyard again. Chapter 376. What Li Wangyu came up with really gave his beautiful superior a pleasant surprise. Although she didn't understand why, she could clearly sense that the temperature in the room had dropped. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu got busy again as he instructed Carpenter Lu's family to use bamboo tubes to draw water from the backyard. Ever since Carpenter Lu had helped him renovate his house, the Li family's old house had always had clear spring water flowing into it through bamboo tubes all year round. Originally, the spring water was just connected to the water storage jar in the backyard to serve as tap water. At this time, Li Wangyu asked them to continue grafting the bamboo pipes, guiding the cool mountain spring water through the bamboo pipes to the roofs of every house in the old mansion. When Li Zhou was still alive, he had renovated the old house and replaced all the roofs with tiles. The spring water that was drawn to the roofs of every house by the bamboo tubes flowed down from the roofs. And Li Wangyu had already asked Carpenter Lu to renovate the eaves of every house in the old house. He still used bamboo to split it into two to form two semicircular water troughs, and drilled many small holes under the bamboo for the water to leak. In this way, the spring water flowed out of the bamboo tubes on the roofs and flowed down the tiles to the bamboo troughs under the eaves before dripping down through the small holes. For a moment, it was as if a water curtain had been hung in front of every house in the Li family's old house. His beautiful superior's eyes lit up when she saw this. Naturally, she understood the simple physics of using the principle of evaporation to lower the temperature. The actual effect was the same. The Li family's old house that Li Wangyu had turned into a water curtain cave instantly became abnormally cool and refreshing. His beautiful superior even added an extra layer of clothing for herself after staying in the house with Avro for too long. This made Li Wangyu a little depressed. Did he go overboard? The hot weather of the Tang dynasty was famous in history books. Li Bai once described the summer of the Tang dynasty in a poem: when the Wu buffaloes are panting for the moon, why bother towing boats? It meant that the water buffaloes of Wu were so unbearably hot that they regarded the moon as the sun at night. Even the water buffaloes were so hot, not to mention the boat trackers. Du Fu also complained about the hot weather in his poem: the 6th day of the 7th month is so hot that it can't be eaten temporarily. It was so hot that they couldn't even eat rice. One could imagine how high the temperature was. And the hot weather of the Tang dynasty also made the clothes of the Tang dynasty's women even lighter, thinner, and translucent. Due to the hot weather these days, be it his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Peilon, or even the 4 maidservants in the residence, they were all dressed so skimpily that Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare at them. This was especially true for Avro, whose sexy figure and thin clothes made Li Wangyu feel a kind of torment and torture, but he couldn't bear to look away. Because of this, his beautiful superior got jealous several times and pinched Li Wangyu's waist more and more skillfully. After Li Wangyu's renovation, the Li family's old house was indeed cooler, but the scenery of the mountains was much less beautiful, which made him feel very regretful. Staying in the cool room, his beautiful superior regained her composure and was in the mood to boil water in the red peat stove and brew a cup of fragrant tea to taste. While brewing the tea, she asked Li Wangyu curiously, "Wangyu, how did you manage to cool down the temperature with those weird ceramics you made? It's really amazing." It's your fault for not reading the news online." Li Wangyu said proudly, "I saw it in the news that because the weather in Bangladesh was hot, the locals couldn't afford to buy air conditioners. So someone invented this kind of ecological air conditioner. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. They made it out of beverage bottles, right?" "That's right, it was cut out of beverage bottles and inserted into thick cardboard. But the Tang dynasty didn't have plastic bottles for me to use, so I went to the kiln to custom make these ceramics." Li Wangyu's explanation made the beautiful boss suddenly come to a realization. She had also seen such news in the future, but she just looked at it as an interesting anecdote and didn't pay much attention to it. So when Li Wangyu came up with this thing, she didn't think of it. Li Wangyu's so-called air conditioner was indeed made by a company in Bangladesh in the future. After using this kind of ecological air conditioner, the temperature in the room could quickly drop by about 5 degrees. The principle was also quite simple, which was that pressure would cool the air. When one opened their mouth, the air they exhaled would be hot, but when one pouted, the air they exhaled would be cold. This was the principle. When the hot air entered through the wide bottle and was blown out through the narrow mouth of the bottle, the temperature of the air would drop due to the pressure. It was a very simple physical principle, but it was quite effective in an era without electricity and air conditioning. The ecological air conditioner and the continuous water curtain from the roof made the summer in the Li family's old house extremely refreshing. Li Wangyu didn't only care about himself. He custom-made a lot of porcelain bottles with two transparent ends at the kiln. After confirming that the ecological air conditioner was really effective, he asked Carpenter Lu to replace all the houses in the village with this kind of thing. This kind of ecological air conditioner, that used physical principles to lower the temperature, was terrifyingly cheap. Even if those porcelain bottles were specially made by Li Wangyu at the kiln, it only cost 100 copper coins to make the ecological air conditioner needed by a family. This small amount of money was not even a drop in the ocean for Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, although he didn't spend a lot of money, the effect was unusually significant. The old houses in Dingzhou village were mostly made of yellow mud and had thatched roofs. This kind of house didn't have any insulation, and it was as hot as a sauna in the summer. When Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons over to change their windows and doors, the villagers were all baffled. They didn't understand what the county magistrate was doing. What were those porcelain bottles inserted into the wooden boards for? Carpenter Lu didn't explain, only saying that it was Hu Xian's orders. With Li Wangyu's current prestige in Dingzhou village, let alone changing their strange windows and doors, even if he wanted to tear down their houses, the villagers wouldn't have any objections. They might even help tear down the houses. However, when these ecological air conditioners were changed, everyone immediately noticed a difference. The originally stuffy and hot houses were actually much cooler. This discovery made the villagers go wild with joy, but they didn't understand why. Just by changing a strange window and door panel, such a miraculous thing could happen. The ancient people of the Tang dynasty naturally didn't have the concept of air conditioners. Therefore, the villagers who originally stubbornly believed that Li Wangyu was a literary star who had descended to the mortal world were now even more certain. If it wasn't an immortal item that could change the temperature, then what could it be? This was clearly the work of an immortal. It must be that Hu Xian's son couldn't bear to see us suffer from this heat, so he borrowed the immortal power of the heavens to send us this immortal item to make the house so cool. Therefore, the villagers of Dingzhou village, who were already patrolling every day, became even more nervous about their treasured immortal item, fearing that it would be stolen by thieves. Under the arrangement of the old village chief, more villagers patrolled the entrance of Dingzhou village and all over the village. Chapter 377. Let's not talk about the old villager and the others. They are racking their brains to protect their treasures. After Li Wangyu solved the problem of the summer heat, there is a new problem in front of Li Wangyu. That is, there are too many mosquitoes. Speaking of which, the Tangs had all sorts of ways to drive mosquitoes away, the most direct being through smoke. Weave wormwood and mugwort into straw ropes, dry them in the sun, and set them on fire. The unique smell of the ropes could drive away mosquitoes. While the mosquitoes could be driven away, Li Wangyu felt like he was about to be suffocated by the smell. The smell of wormwood and mugwort was really unpleasant, and the smoke was too strong. However, between being bitten by mosquitoes and the unpleasant smell, Li Wangyu had no choice but to choose the unpleasant smell. Although the smell could drive away the mosquitoes indoors, he still couldn't avoid being bitten by mosquitoes when he went out, which was very distressing. In particular, Li Wangyu and Avro were particularly popular with mosquitoes. Li Wangyu wasn't used to wearing a perfume pouch. He always felt that it was too girly for a man to carry a perfume pouch around all the time. Every time he saw that old hooligan Xing Yaojin also wearing a perfume pouch and emitting a fragrant scent, Li Wangyu would be speechless. This bearded, dark-faced man also used a perfume pouch. It was really hard to look at him straight in the eye. Apart from being used for incense, the perfume pouches of the Tang dynasty also had the effect of repelling mosquitoes. However, for some reason, mosquitoes still liked to bite Avro, this European beauty, even when she wore a perfume pouch. Husband, it's so annoying. Why do these mosquitoes keep biting me? Avril pouted in annoyance as she gently scratched her arm where the mosquitoes had bitten her. Heh heh, that means mosquitoes like beauties just like me. Li Wangyu flirted with this little beauty of his. His words elicited a smile from Avro's beautiful eyes. Her sexy and seductive body trembled with laughter while her voluptuous breast stood proudly in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. Li Wangyu was so aroused that he almost wanted to leap onto the roof and howl at the moon. The beautiful boss naturally saw his pig brother appearance and snorted discontentedly. Humph, blood-sucking mosquitoes are female mosquitoes. Are you also a female? Li Wangyu choked on her words and couldn't say anything for a long time. After the beautiful boss rebuked him, she proudly stood up and walked out of the house, twisting her slender waist. When she passed by Li Wangyu suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his beautiful superior's butt. Ah! Suddenly being attacked, the beautiful boss exclaimed and reached out to cover her plump buttocks. Her pretty face suddenly turned crimson, and her eyes were full of shyness. The goddess that Li Wangyu was used to seeing was completely gone, and was replaced by shyness. You. Cough cough, that. Li Wangyu was also shocked and stuttered as he swallowed his saliva for a long time, feeling extremely embarrassed. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Li Wangyu hadn't retracted his evil hand yet, and it was raised in the air awkwardly. He didn't know why he was so bold just now, to actually have the guts to slap his beautiful superiors, but would he be directly KO'd by his furious beautiful superior? Damn it, what should I do now? I'm very anxious, waiting online for an answer. The beautiful boss didn't expect Li Wangyu to be so bold, and her face turned red, but she didn't say anything for a long time. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, before the beautiful boss let out a soft moan and turned to run out of the door. Avro, on the other hand, covered her sexy red lips and snickered. It was rare to see Sister Chongqing like this. As for her Lang Jun, she didn't expect him to be so bold either. After a long time, Li Wangyu retracted his hand in the air in embarrassment. Yes, he had to admit that it felt really good to the touch just now. That elasticity made Li Wangyu's nose start to itch again. He glared at Avro, who was snickering at the side, and pretended to be tough. What are you laughing at? If you're disobedient, I'll also serve you according to the family rules. However, Avro wasn't moved by his behavior. Instead, she propped her hands on the table and leaned over to Li Wangyu. She stared at Li Wangyu with a pair of beautiful and pure blue eyes and said coquettishly, Lang Jun, was I disobedient just now? When she leaned over, her full breasts were exposed, and Li Wangyu's soul was almost hooked. At this moment, Li Wangyu's mind was filled with the slogan of Wang Wang milk in the future, look again, and I'll eat you up. This little vixen, I can't afford to offend her. Li Wangyu also got up and fled. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really turn into a beast. This teenage version of Angelina Jolie wasn't even 16 years old yet. She was just an underage loli, yet she dared to provoke him like this. How embarrassing. Li Wangyu's heart was beating very fast. He couldn't help but look up and let out a long howl. He ran to the bathroom to take a cold shower to calm himself down. Seeing her husband in such a sorry state, Aphrodite couldn't help but laugh. After Li Wangyu left, she smiled sweetly. Ever since Li Wangyu brought her back from the barbarian tavern, Avro's heart had long been tied to him. In particular, that night in the barbarian tavern, Avro was honest with Li Wangyu when he was drunk and had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. She was thousands of miles away from her hometown and probably wouldn't be able to return in this lifetime. Avro had long regarded Li Wangyu as her everything. Li Wangyu's escape didn't make Avro sad at all. Instead, after Li Wangyu left, she became shy and her eyes were filled with love and shyness. She didn't mind sharing her Langjuan's love with other women as long as he didn't let her down. After taking a cold shower, Li Wangyu finally suppressed the lust in his heart. However, the annoying buzzing of mosquitoes flew past his ears again. Damn mosquitoes. Li Wangyu muttered and reached out to chase away the mosquitoes a few times. However, he suddenly slapped his thigh. How could he have forgotten about something as good as toilet water? Now that he had brewed a high degree of white wine, he could extract alcohol from it by adding quicklime and distilling it. Alcohol was a good thing and had many uses. Not only could it be used to disinfect, but it could also be used to brew toilet water. If a beautiful woman wanted it, it could even be used to make perfume. As for distilling alcohol into toilet water, it couldn't be any simpler. When he was young, the villagers wouldn't spend money to buy 6 gods. His grandfather had used fresh mint leaves to brew it. After soaking the mint leaves in alcohol for a period of time, the alcohol would turn emerald green. After adding 10 times the amount of water, it could be used. It was excellent for repelling mosquitoes and relieving itches. It wasn't inferior to 6 gods' toilet water at all. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu immediately ran to find Li Heng and asked him to prepare quicklime and distilling equipment for him. He was going to start making toilet water tonight. He happened to have the distilling equipment he used to brew wine at home, so he naturally didn't lack alcohol. Ever since the brewery started producing alcohol, there were countless jars of good wine in his warehouse. As for mint, it was even more convenient. He instructed Niao Wu to go to the hillside behind the Li family's old residence and pick a handful. They were all over the mountain and were no different from weeds. When the beautiful woman saw Li Wangyu messing around at home in the middle of the night, she was curious about what he was up to. When she came over and asked, she found out that he was going to make toilet water. Toilet water was good stuff. Chapter 378. Li Wangyu was the kind of person who would do whatever he wanted. When he thought of toilet water, he didn't even want to wait for a night and directly pulled everyone in the mansion to work overnight. Fortunately, everything was complete and it wasn't difficult to make. Only when it came to purifying the alcohol, because there was no reference, he didn't dare to taste it directly with his tongue. He wasn't sure how much alcohol he extracted was. However, this wasn't important. In any case, it wouldn't affect making toilet water or even disinfecting wounds. Li Wangyu felt that it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone was busy for more than 2 hours before they finally tossed out a few bottles of alcohol. Li Wangyu put the washed mint leaves into a porcelain bottle and soaked it in alcohol. After a few days, there would be toilet water to use. Wangyu, do you know how to make mosquito coils? The beautiful boss thought of mosquito coils and asked. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only helplessly spread out his hands. He wasn't Doraemon who knew how to do everything. He only knew that mosquito coils were made of wood powder and some chemical materials, but he didn't know how to make them. In any case, using wormwood and mugwort to drive away mosquitoes had the same effect. If he tried to make mosquito coils himself, it might not have the same effect. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. In addition, mosquito nets had been used in China since ancient times. Now that the Li family didn't lack money, the mosquito nets in the mansion were all replaced with silk nets made of silk. They didn't have to worry about mosquitoes disturbing them when they slept. Changqing, now that we have alcohol, do you want to make a few bottles of perfume? Li Wangyu thought of perfume and felt that the beautiful boss would like it. Therefore, he asked this question. Sure enough, when he asked this question, the beautiful boss's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, Wangyu, you know how to make perfume? As the white-boned spirit of the later generations, who didn't like perfume? Even if there were perfume sachets and incense in the Tang dynasty, they couldn't compare to perfume. In the later generations, there was a saying that perfume was a woman's most intimate lover. A woman's elegance and beauty, perfume was the best partner. Perfume was also the second skin of beauties in the later generations. It was the interpretation of a beauty's mood. It could be mysterious, refreshing, flirtatious, or shy. The beautiful boss naturally loved perfume, and Li Wangyu was also clear about this. In his previous life, his first impression of a beautiful female boss was when he was sitting in the corridor of the HR department, waiting for an interview. A beautiful female boss in a smart suit walked past him, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. It was a woman's fragrance, an unforgettable perfume. Li Wangyu firmly remembered the back of his beautiful boss. Now, the two of them had somehow traveled back 1,000 years and returned to the Tang dynasty to rely on each other. In the deepest part of Li Wangyu's memory, there was still that rich fragrance. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose in front of his extremely excited beautiful superior's stunning face. I don't know how to extract the essential oil from perfume, but I do know a simple way to make perfume. The effect should be okay. If you don't mind, I can give it a try. The beautiful boss naturally didn't mind. She nodded repeatedly with a face full of expectation. Li Wangyu knew that the traditional way to make plant essential oil in the later generations was to put flower petals in a copper pot and steam them with fire. Just like distilling wine, the essential oil of the flower petals was released with the steam and condensed through a bamboo pipe connected to the copper pot. However, knowing was one thing, and whether or not he could do it was another matter. First of all, making plant essential oil in this way required a lot of flower petals. About 8 tons of flower petals were needed to extract 1 kilogram of rose essential oil. In the Tang dynasty, there were no fields dedicated to planting flowers. Li Wangyu had no place to collect so many flowers. Secondly, he only knew the general idea. Extracting essential oil wasn't so simple. He might have experimented countless times but still couldn't really extract the essential oil. Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't intend to waste any effort. He knew a very simple way to make perfume. Collect the flower petals, wash them and dry them. Then, mash them and soak them in a solution made from alcohol and distilled water for a day or two. Then, filter out the residue of the petals and leave behind the perfume. The natural perfume made in this way had a short shelf life. Usually, it could only be stored for about a month. However, it was simple and convenient. Moreover, it had no harmful ingredients. Although it couldn't be compared to the Chanel No. 5 used by the beautiful boss in the later generations, it was definitely better than the inferior perfume made from synthetic essential oil. To win the favor of the beauty, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't be stingy. Early the next morning, he personally led Niao Wu to Mount Shouyang to pick flowers. At this time, azaleas were the most abundant on Mount Shouyang. There were also many wild peonies. Li Wangyu intended to pick some petals and experiment. If it was successful, he planned to send people to Chang and city to collect osmanthus, jasmine, and cherry blossom petals. In any case, the mansion didn't lack money. Spending some money to make perfume for his woman was reasonable. As for selling the perfume and the toilet water, Li Wangyu and the beautiful boss didn't intend to do so. The main reason was that the mansion didn't lack money now. Several of the family's businesses were flourishing and making a lot of money every day. It didn't matter how much money they had. Even if they were the richest man in the Tang dynasty, it didn't seem to be of any use. It was easy to be targeted by Pai Lupi. In this era, money couldn't buy a private jet or a yacht. Those rich families kept countless concubines. Although Li Wangyu envied them, he could only think about it. How could there be a place for other women in the family? Therefore, after paying off the debt, and the mansion's treasury was filled with money, Li Wangyu became tired. His previous desire to make money completely disappeared. Moreover, his handmade toilet water and perfume had a short shelf life. It wasn't suitable for sale. Li Wangyu only planned to make some after the experiment was successful. It would be great to give them away as gifts. Now that he had entered the Tang dynasty's influential class, although he didn't intend to intervene in the imperial court, it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with the big shots in the imperial court. At this time, he naturally didn't think that he would cause a lot of trouble because of giving gifts. This was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. A few days later, the perfume was finished. Li Wangyu found a fine white cotton cloth to replace the gauze. He carefully filtered the alcohol solution used to soak the flower petals several times. Then, he poured the filtered perfume into a small exquisite porcelain bottle that he bought in Shi City. The first bottle of perfume in the Tang dynasty was finished. The beautiful boss took the perfume bottle full of expectation. She couldn't wait to open the porcelain bottle's cork. A strong azalea fragrance came out. She carefully dripped a few drops of perfume on her white neck, wrists, and hair. After closing the porcelain bottle's cork, the beautiful boss gracefully spread her sleeves in front of Li Wangyu and turned around. The air was suddenly filled with a fresh floral fragrance. Beautiful, fragrant body. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of a poem in his mind. A beauty is enough to topple a city, but the fragrance is more affectionate. Chapter 379. He had to admit that Li Wangyu's self-made perfume was very successful. At the very least, his beautiful boss was quite satisfied with it. Although the perfume made from alcohol didn't have the same strong fragrance as the essential oils, it was naturally refreshing. When she transmigrated from the future, she had a bottle of perfume in her bag. However, she had already used it up in the past few months and only had an empty bottle left now. The perfume that Li Wangyu made could be poured back into her perfume bottle. At the very least, the spray nozzle on the perfume bottle couldn't be made in the Tang dynasty. Giving Li Wangyu a satisfied look, the beautiful boss casually swept away all the perfume bottles with her sleeves. Lang Jun, what's this? It smells so good. It smells so good. It smells like azaleas. Aphrodite reached out and hugged Li Wangyu's arm, her expression clearly saying, I want it too. This little girl's body condition was really too good. Li Wangyu immediately felt that his arms had actually sunk into two soft lumps of skin. Aphrodite, let go first. Li Wangyu stuttered and tried to pull his arm out in a panic, only to be hugged even tighter by Aphrodite. No, Lang Jun, you haven't told me what Sister Chongqing uses. Aphrodite wasn't willing to let go. The awkward expression on Li Wangyu's face only made her cling even tighter to Li Wangyu until she was almost hanging onto his arm. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and his body stiffened. Perfume, that's perfume. If you like it, I'll make more for you. Let go of me first. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a calm man. The reason why he was so nervous was because he was wary of Aphrodite's age. A 15-year-old girl was still a junior high school student in the future. No matter how horny and beastly he was, he couldn't do anything indescribable with Aphrodite. But the more he was like this, the more Aphrodite liked to tease him. Especially when her beautiful boss wasn't around, this European girl would become even more aggressive, often making Li Wangyu embarrassed. Then you can't lie to me, Lang Jun. Avro finally let go of Li Wangyu's arm after getting Li Wangyu's guarantee. Her bold actions caused the little girl, Perrin, to be extremely displeased. She pouted her little mouth and scoffed coldly. She then softly spat out, shameless vixen. Afro naturally heard Perrin's words, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she secretly stuck out her tongue at Perrin and made a funny face. This made Perrin stomp her feet in anger. She turned around and complained to her beautiful boss. Li Wangyu pretended that he didn't see their little actions. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Perrin had feelings for him, but he could only pretend that he didn't know. After all, this girl was only 12 or 13 years old. He didn't want to really be some perverted beast. The Tangs usually got married very early. When Empress Jiangsun married Pai Lupi, she was only Perrin's age and was basically a loli. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for this. In the future, Pai Lupi's behavior would take at least 3 years. If his beautiful boss had such an attitude like Aphrodite's, Li Wangyu would probably have turned into a wolf and done indescribable things. However, in the future, his beautiful boss only had a good impression of Li Wangyu. It had only been 3 or 4 months since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Even though the two of them were together day in and day out, their relationship had gradually warmed up. But as the white-boned spirit of the future, coupled with the fact that she had a knot in her heart, she wouldn't be like Aphrodite, who hated that she couldn't skin herself and send herself to Li Wangyu's bed. Therefore, if Li Wangyu wanted to succeed in his revolution, he had to continue working hard. The reason why a goddess was that she wasn't so easily captured by mortals. At the very least, he couldn't make his beautiful boss undress for him just by making a few bottles of perfume and saying some vulgar words of love. Li Wangyu worked hard to make the perfume and toilet water, which won the beauty's smile. But after 2 days of peace, a group of bandits came to the residence, making him miserable. This matter started with the two little traders, Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Ever since Li Wangyu renovated his house, the originally unbearably hot summer wasn't so unbearable anymore. It could even be said that it was rather comfortable. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie, the three little ones, came to Dingzhou village as usual to learn from Li Wangyu. Now, every time they came to Dingzhou village, it was the happiest thing for Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Because of this, the two little ones complained to Li Wangyu many times that they could only come to Dingzhou village once every 5 days, which was really too little. It would be better if they could come to Dingzhou village every day. They even glorified it by saying that they would follow their teacher around and serve their teacher to respect him. In this regard, Li Wangyu saw through the sinister intentions of these two little brats at a glance. What serving their teacher? They just wanted to play with the brats in the village every day. How could Li Wangyu be willing? Naturally, he mercilessly rejected them. Although being the imperial tutor of the crown prince seemed very glorious, how tiring was it to be the king of the children? Coming once every 5 days was already very troublesome for him. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's threat, he wouldn't even bother to be the crown prince's imperial tutor. Today, the three little ones arrived at Dingzhou village in a carriage. They felt a cool breeze as soon as they entered the Li family's old residence. Li Qingqian looked at the curtain of water flowing down from the Li family's central room and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he had never seen such a situation in his family's residence. The little fatty, Li Tai, even foolishly raised his head to look at the sky to see if it was raining or not. "Teacher, did you cast an immortal spell on this residence? Why would it fall into the water under the eaves?" Li Wangyu unhappily patted Li Qingqian's head. "You two little idiots, this is spring water from the back of the mountain. I had someone use a bamboo pipe to bring it to the roof. What's the use of it? To lower the temperature." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he walked into the central room with his hands behind his back. The three little ones hurriedly followed behind him. After entering the central room, the three little ones discovered that the room was unusually cool, without any trace of summer heat. Even Li Qingqian and Li Lizzie couldn't help but shiver because of the great temperature difference between the inside and outside. Li Wangyu was afraid that the three little ones would catch a cold, so he thoughtfully asked Perrin to bring them some clothes to put on. The three little ones sat in the cool room, eating ice cream and drinking cold drinks. They felt that the days of immortals were just like this. "Teacher, your residence is even more comfortable than the palace. These days, the palace is unbearably hot. Even mother and father can't rest well." Li Qingqian swallowed a mouthful of ice cream with difficulty. He had eaten too much. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but pat his own head. He had only thought about installing ecological air conditioners for the villagers of Dingzhou village, but he had forgotten to flatter Pai Lupi. He had miscalculated, truly miscalculated. Chapter 380. Under Li Wangyu's reminder, he finally realized that he had forgotten to flatter the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This was a mistake. He had even neglected elders like Yu Shinan who cared about him. He really shouldn't have done that. There were also those rich playboys. How could he have forgotten about those rich playboys? There were also Yang Quan, Lu Shao, and the others from the Hu County government. Fatty Cho Kun, shopkeeper's son from Sun Ji bookstore, and the others. These were all friends. How could he only care about himself and not think about the others? Li Wangyu blamed himself. He hurriedly had Niu Wu ride a horse to the Hu County government to inform the shopkeeper of the kiln to make another batch. However, after some calculations, he realized that the amount of porcelain that needed to be made was quite large. Changing a window would require more than 40 specially made porcelain bottles. Changing a door would require more than 100 porcelain bottles. How many palaces were there in the imperial palace? Yu Shinan, Kongyingda, and the other big shots also had many rooms, not to mention Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Now that he knew a lot of big shots in the imperial court, the demand for this ecological air conditioner was really high. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu helplessly shook his head. He simply ordered Niu Wu to bring enough gold and inform the shopkeeper of the kiln. For the next few days, he didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to focus on making porcelain bottles for him. He temporarily took over the shopkeeper's kiln. As for the wooden planks needed for the ecological air conditioner, he couldn't rely on Carpenter Lu. Even if the old man and his 3 sons worked themselves to death, they probably wouldn't be able to make much. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and simply had Li Heng accompany Niu Wu to the Hu County government to ask Yang Quan for help. He asked Yang Quan to find craftsmen in Hu County to help him process the wooden planks. After arranging these trivial matters, Li Wangyu waited for the porcelain bottles to be made at the kiln. Then, he would send these ecological air conditioners to Chang and as gifts. But before he could deliver the gift, a group of uninvited guests came knocking on his door. On the second day after Li Qingxian and Li Tai returned to Chang'an, Pai Lupi led a group of bandit dukes to Dingzhou village in a mighty manner. Li Wangyu was shocked by the murderous look of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin. What were they trying to do? Are you here to fight me to the death? It was still early in the morning, and today was not the day off. Did Pai Lupi and these big shots not go to court often? Zio, why didn't you think of giving the good stuff to your uncle and aunt? He really deserved a beating. If Qing Qian and Qing Ke had not returned to inform us, we would still be kept in the dark by you. Pai Lupi didn't wait for Li Wangyu to open his mouth and scolded him. Li Wangyu was so angry that his teeth itched. Those 2 little traitors, little bastards. They ate and drank well in their own home, and they enjoyed themselves enough. How dare they turn around and sell me out? Li Wangyu secretly made up his mind. The next time Li Qingxian and Li Tai came, he would definitely let them have a taste of his power as a teacher. Humph. Copying the epigraph of my shack 100 times was a good idea. Naturally, he knew what Pai Lupi was referring to. It was the ecological air conditioner that he had invented. Yesterday, he had specially explained the principles of the ecological air conditioner to Li Qingxian and Li Tai in detail. It was like a science lesson for them. Li Wangyu also shamelessly told them that the ecological air conditioner was called the air conditioning window, and that he had painstakingly researched it. Because of this, his beautiful superior rolled her eyes. She couldn't bear to see him being so shameless. But she didn't think that these 2 little bastards would be so quick to talk. As soon as they returned to the palace, they went to find Pai Lupi to present the treasure. As a result, the Pai Lupi, who had been suffering from the scorching heat for the past few days, even stopped attending court. He directly led a group of court officials to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained. It would not be a good thing if the head of the Tang dynasty held a grudge against him. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just experimenting with it. Once the effect is good, I'm going to present it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Qing Yaojin, who was at the side, was dissatisfied again. His furry black face came over, and his saliva was about to spray on his face. Brat, where's mine? You actually have the heart to let your Uncle Qing suffer from the scorching heat. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't hand over that air conditioning window today, I won't leave. Uncle Qing, how could little nephew forget you? Hee, there is. Little nephew has also prepared some for your residence. However, the air conditioning window is still being fired, and it can't be completed in a short time. At most, little nephew will personally send it to Uncle Cheng's residence in 2 or 3 days. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he felt a stab of pain on his back. He turned his head and saw Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other big shots looking at him with murderous eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of these big shots? He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Everyone, I've also prepared something for your residence. Once the craftsmen are done, I'll send it to you. Li Wangyu's tactful appearance made these big shots nod in satisfaction. The crowd did not need Li Wangyu to call them, and they consciously poured into the Li family's old residence. As soon as they entered the gate, everyone noticed the curtain of water that kept flowing down from the roof. Because of the flowing water, the courtyard was obviously cooler than outside the courtyard. The pattering sound of the water added a bit of elegance to the residence. Pai Lupi naturally saw the bamboo tube on the roof and could not help but say enviously, "Zio, you found a good place for your residence. It's backed by the mountains and cooled by the spring water. It's not easy." The big shots were also quite envious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their residences were in Chang'an City. They could not rely on manpower to transport the well water to the roof, could they? Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and other big shots naturally would not do such a stupid thing to relieve the summer heat. However, this method of relieving the summer heat at the expense of manpower was really done by some people. It was recorded in the records of Feng's family that Wang Bei, a powerful minister of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, built a pavilion that would reign in his residence in Taiping Square on the west street of Chang'an City. On the eaves of this pavilion, water flowed in all directions. Living in the pavilion in midsummer was as cool as late autumn, but outside the pavilion was still unbearably hot. The pavilion made people feel the difference between ice and fire. In Chang'an City, to make the pavilion like rain, there was no other way except to transport the well water up and pour it out by manpower. In fact, in the Qinling Mountains, there was also a summer palace of the royal family, Cuiwei Palace. Cuiwei Palace was not far from Dingzhou village. It was in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, also known as the Royal Valley. It was 70 miles away from Chang'an City and 40 miles away from Dingzhou village. It could be reached in less than an hour by horse. These days, because Empress Jiangsun was pregnant, she could not stand the heat in Chang'an City and was ready to go to Cuiwei Palace to relieve the summer heat. Pai Lupi was reluctant to leave his wife. After hearing that Li Wangyu had made a magic device to relieve the summer heat, he came to Dingzhou village early in the morning, intending to see if the air conditioning window was really effective. After all, Empress Jiangsun had been pregnant for 8 months and was about to give birth. Pai Lupi did not want his wife to go to the summer palace at this time. Chapter 381. After figuring out the purpose of Pai Lupi's visit, Li Wangyu naturally needed to show Pai Lupi, as well as the group of dukes and bandits, the effects of the ecological air conditioner. The houses in his residence all had flowing water to cool them down, so it was not easy to see the effects of the ecological air conditioner. Li Wangyu simply led Pai Lupi and the group of bigwigs out of his residence and into the village. Nowadays, everyone in Dingzhou village had ecological air conditioners installed in their homes. Li Wangyu randomly found a house and after greeting it, he led Pai Lupi and the group of dukes into the thatched huts built with yellow soil to tour. This feeling was very strange, just like a tour group in the future. Li Wangyu felt that he was just short of raising a little red flag, while Pai Lupi and the rest were short of a little Red Riding Hood. Although the owner of the manor did not recognize Pai Lupi and the rest, he could tell that Pai Lupi and the rest were nobles just by looking at their gorgeous clothes and the expensive accessories on their waists. Naturally, they did not dare to be rash and retreated to the side without saying a word. Although they were not happy, they allowed the nobles to point fingers at their treasures. "Oh, this house is really much cooler." Qing Yaojin noticed this when he entered the thatched hut. He pointed at the window and said in surprise, "Gentlemen, when you come to the window, the wind that blows in is actually cold. It's really amazing. Boy, how did you do it? Could it be that there really is an immortal technique?" It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin was surprised. It was really difficult to make the Tang people understand the principles of physics. The same was true for the ecological air conditioner. When the natural wind from the outside blew through the porcelain bottles with big mouths and small mouths, due to the principle of air compression, it could quickly cool down the originally hot air. Of course, there was a prerequisite, which was that there must be wind blowing in. Traditional houses in Wuxia paid attention to the front and back of the house to form convection, which was the wind passing through the hull. However, the wind itself was just the flow of gas and would not cool down. On a hot summer day, even the wind blowing on the body was hot, so it was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu's ecological air conditioner could instantly cool down the temperature of the room when the hot air passed through the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't explain this kind of physical principle to Pai Lupi and the others. He could only vaguely reply, "Uncle Cheng, you must be joking." I don't have any celestial magic. It's just a method of investigating objects. It's the same principle as water moving a water wheel. After visiting the cottages of the Zhou village's villagers and truly feeling the effect of that air conditioning window, not only was Qing Yaojin not happy, but he also impolitely slapped Li Wangyou's shoulder. You rascal, all the houses in your manor have air conditioning windows. Why didn't you think of your uncles? If it wasn't for the bad reputation, Qing Yaojin would have taken the air conditioning windows installed in the thatched houses in the village and taken them away. He was a dignified duke, but every night he couldn't sleep because of the heat. Unexpectedly, he was not as comfortable as the villagers of Zhou village. It was really annoying. Hee, Uncle Cheng, these are experimental products. They're very rough. How can they enter Uncle Cheng's eyes? Li Wangyou smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, he made up his mind to inform Yang Quan later and asked the craftsman to make the wooden base more beautiful. In addition, the porcelain at the entrance of the kiln couldn't be so simple and elegant without any decorations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, these ecological air conditioners were installed in the village. In order to rush the work, Carpenter Lu casually used the wooden boards. He didn't even use a carpenter's plane to smooth the wooden boards. He just pieced them together, opened the holes, and inserted the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyou was quick-witted and found an excuse that wasn't an excuse. Qing Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. If I don't see the air conditioning windows in the house in 3 days, don't blame me for coming to settle accounts with you. Li Wangyou could only smile and nod in the face of the old hooligan's threat. But in his heart, he had already raised his middle finger to the old man. What kind of person is he? He's simply a bandit. The moral standard of the Tang dynasty was dragged down by people like Qing Yaojin. He should really learn what 8 honors and 8 disgraces are. After visiting the thatched houses in the village, the group returned to the Li family. Li Er walked boldly into the living room and sat down. He took out a folding fan from his waist and started fanning himself. Then, he glared at Li Wangyou in dissatisfaction. Zio, why isn't there any ice cream? Also, the fruit juice with ice cubes was also sent. How can you treat your guests like this? Don't you welcome us? Uncle, what are you saying? Hee, uncle and all of you have come to my humble abode, bringing light to my humble abode. How could I not welcome you? Uncle, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately ask someone to send the ice cream and cold drinks. Li Wangyou was cursing in his heart. Needless to say, the ice cream was sent back by the 2 little traders to show off. He quickly asked the maids in the house to prepare ice cream and cold drinks to entertain this group of freeloaders. Ha, this guy's house is really cool and refreshing. It's really refreshing. Qing Yaojin wiped the sweat on his forehead and drank a glass of fruit juice full of ice cubes. Zio really knows how to enjoy life. No wonder you don't want to live in Chang'an. Dingzhou village is also a good place. Fang Xianling was naturally not as vulgar as Qing Yaojin. She held the glass and drank slowly while praising. Hee, Prime Minister Fang, you flatter me. Li Wangyou said politely while wondering when Pai Lupi and the others would return to Chang'an. Qing Yaojin ordered loudly, boy, ask your maids to prepare good food and wine. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Ha. Bring out the mahjong. I want to play with His Majesty and the other officials. Li Wangyou was about to break out in cold sweat when he heard Qing Yaojin say that they wouldn't go home until they were drunk. He immediately thought of the day when he had just brewed the sorghum wine and this old guy was drunk in his house. Damn, was he not satisfied with tearing it down once? Was he going to do it again? However, he obviously had no right to object. As the youngest master here and the lowest rank, he had no right to speak. Li Wangyou could only obediently agree. He asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to bring the mahjong table and asked the maids to boil water and make tea. He himself waited on the side to play mahjong. Ever since Qing Yaojin played mahjong in the Li family, he liked the gambling equipment very much. After returning to the house, he asked the craftsman to make a set of mahjong using the best ivory. When he had nothing to do, Qing Yaojin often invited Qin Xiong and the others to play mahjong in the house. Gradually, the quintessence of Wuxia, mahjong, naturally became popular in Chang'an city. Now, even Pai Lupi had learned how to play mahjong. In the harem, including Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang, they all enjoyed it. Today, there were more than a dozen officials who accompanied Pai Lupi to Dingzhou village to enjoy the cool air. Obviously, a table of mahjong was not enough. Fortunately, the playboys also came to the house to play from time to time. This group of playboys was naturally a fan of mahjong. For this reason, Li Wangyu prepared many mahjong sets in the house for everyone to play. The sun outside was hot, but the central room of Lai Hot was as cool as autumn. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court were naturally in a good mood. They sat down at the mahjong table, set up the battlefield, and began to play. Li Wangyu looked at the central room with 4 mahjong tables and heard the sound of mahjong. He couldn't help but have the illusion that it was an activity center for the elderly in the future. Chapter 382. Wahahaha, today's luck is indeed not bad. Your Majesty, everyone, pay up, pay up. 20 taels of gold per person. Qing Yaojin's luck was off the charts today. He won Pai Lupi, Zhangsun Wuji, and Fang Xianling at the mahjong table. Their faces darkened. Facing the old man who was laughing wildly, they gloomily took out gold ingots from their pockets and threw them to Qing Yaojin. I'm not playing anymore. Zio, get someone to serve lunch. Pai Lupi pushed away his tiles and stood up angrily. Old man, don't be so proud. We'll play again after lunch. Qing Yaojin didn't mind at all. He laughed and put away the gold ingots. His smug look really deserved a beating. Unfortunately, there weren't many people present who could beat this old man. Li Wangyu hurriedly arranged for the servants to serve the food that had already been prepared. Before the Tang dynasty, most of the meals were served separately. Each person had a small table to eat at. When it came to the Tang dynasty, the separate meal system evolved into a shared meal system. Just like in the future, everyone sat around the table and ate together. However, during the Zhongguan era, although the shared meal system was used, it was usually the same as Western food. However, Li Wangyu didn't have this habit. The meals in his residence were the same as in the future. A table of dishes was divided and eaten by everyone. Pai Lupi and the other big shots didn't care about this. Facing the table of delicacies, they frequently reached out with their chopsticks. Now, the beautiful boss's good cooking skills were passed on to the maidservants and Peilon at home. The dishes cooked in the iron wok looked, smelled, and tasted good. It made Li Er and the other big shots very satisfied. Qing Yaojin, on the other hand, was most interested in the wine in the cup. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked, "Kid, why is the wine so sweet today? It tastes different from the wine this old man usually drinks." "Uncle Cheng, I've added sugar to the wine." Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and the others curious. "Zio, why did you add sugar to the wine? What use is it?" Icing sugar was rock sugar, which appeared in the Sui and Tang dynasties. "Uncle, this sugar frosting is sweet and mild. It can moisten the lungs and stop coughing. It can improve the taste of the wine." In the future, when Li Wangyu's grandfather drank sorghum wine, he liked to add rock sugar. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought of adding sugar to the wine in the residence. Pai Lupi picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, this Xiao Dao has sugar frosting. It tastes sweet, but it is a perfect match." The group of high dukes also praised after tasting it. Only Qing Yaojin snorted discontentedly. "You be *tch, you're really not straightforward. Why is it that every time you have something good, you unconsciously take it out and give it to us? How petty of you to hide it." Li Wangyu wanted to splash the wine on this old hooligan's face. This was too much. "You're eating my food and taking my money. Not only did you not say thank you, you even scolded me. You're really going too far." Li Wangyu pretended not to hear the old hooligan's words. He turned his head and chatted with the others. It was not worth getting angry with this old hooligan. He was purely looking for trouble. Everyone was satisfied with the lunch. Li Wangyu thought that it was getting late. Should these high dukes go back? Today was still okay. Although Qing Yaojin's face was dark red from drinking, at least he did not go crazy and tear down his room. But before he could say anything, Pai Lupi, who had eaten his fill, actually went back to sit at the mahjong table. He stretched out his hand and beckoned Qing Yaojin and the others to continue the game. Jijia, come. Don't think you can run away after winning my gold. Today, I must let you, this old man, know my power. Your Majesty, there is no reason to lose a bet. As long as you bring enough gold, how can I refuse? Wahahaha. Come, let's continue. Seeing that Pai Lupi and the high dukes were still sitting at the mahjong table after eating and drinking, Li Wangyu could not help but feel speechless. What was going on? Were they planning to stay in his residence? Damn, this kind of freeloading behavior was too shameful. It should be severely condemned. Although he complained, he had no right to speak in front of Li Er and a group of dukes. He could only ask the maids in the mansion to bring cold drinks and ice cream, as well as some fruits and snacks, to these big shots that he could not afford to offend. It had to be said that sitting in the cool room and playing mahjong on a hot summer day was a kind of enjoyment. The fierce mahjong game in the central room of the Li family's residence went from noon to sunset. Li Wangyu cautiously reminded him, "Uncle, it's already 5:00. The hidden meaning of his words was, "Why aren't you guys going back? Don't tell me you're still planning to stay for dinner?" It was not that Li Wangyu could not bear to treat Pai Lupi to dinner, but that Pai Lupi, the head of the imperialist Tang dynasty, was too stressful to stay in his residence. As the saying went, being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Although Pai Lupi was good to him, he was still the emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was really awkward to stay in his residence all the time. Even his beautiful superior only came out to greet everyone when they arrived, and then stayed in the backyard with Afro and Perrin. The two daughters-in-law of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, who were temporarily staying in the wing room in the front yard, did not dare to show their faces. Even their meals were sent in by the Niu brothers. Both of them were palace maids and were even more afraid of Pai Lupi's majesty as the emperor, so they did not dare to offend him easily. As for the 4 maidservants in the residence, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their cautious looks made Li Wangyu's balls ache. Therefore, Li Wangyu could not wait for Pai Lupi to return to Chang'an City as soon as possible. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi would glare at him? What? Zio, don't you welcome me to have dinner in your residence? Do you want to drive me away? Li Wangyu was about to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Uncle, you've wronged me. I can't wait for your majesty to stay in my residence every day. I'm just worried that Chang'an City is going to close its gates." Bastard, do you think Chang'an City will lock your majesty out of the city? Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go and get someone to prepare dinner and more wine." Li Wangyu was speechless and could only do as he was told. Bad guest. Should I ask the village chief to put up a sign at the entrance of the village? Lu Guogong and dogs are not allowed to enter. In the central room of the Li family's old residence, people were exchanging cups and drinking merrily. It was very lively. Even so, Qing Yaojin complained that the Li family did not have any singers to add to the fun. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Qing Yaojin really did not treat himself as an outsider. When he was drunk, he did not care that it was late at night. He began to wail and howl at the top of his lungs. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi and the others applauded him. His hoarse voice frightened the dogs in the village and made them bark incessantly. It was very frightening. Everyone drank to their heart's content at the banquet. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that Li Ertsai burped. He and the other marquises got on their horses with the help of their guards and headed for Chang'an. Before Qing Yaojin left, he left a sentence that scared Li Wangyu so much that he almost fell to the ground. Wahahaha, nephew, not bad. I'm very satisfied today. I'll come again tomorrow to disturb you. Do you still welcome me? Damn it. Again? Are you addicted? Chapter 383. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin's words were just words. The next day, Li Wangyu was in a state of anxiety for the entire day, afraid that he would hear that earth-shattering laughter again. In order to prevent Qing Yaojin from having an excuse to come to Dingzhou village again, Li Wangyu had Niu Wu make another trip to Hu County and spend a large amount of copper coins. His goal was to urge the porcelain kiln and woodworkers to hurry up and make the air conditioning fans as soon as possible so that he could report back to Cheng and city. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin did not come to Dingzhou village again. After all, there were many state affairs. Pai Lupi and the dukes could slack off for a day, but they could not skip work every day. The playboys, however, came to Dingzhou village the next day to freeload off the air conditioning. Li Wangyu naturally welcomed the playboys' visit. Although these guys were not very good at drinking and liked to mess around after drinking too much, Li Wangyu felt that they were as cute as a group of playful brothers in the future. Even his beautiful superior was now familiar with the foppish playboys. She was also very welcoming of their arrival. There was good food and drink, and it was cool and comfortable. The playboys also frequently visited these days. If not for the Li family's old residence being too small, they would have stayed there forever. 3 days later, the first batch of eco-air conditioners was made in a few hundred. Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered Shun Feng Carriage Company to send out carriages to personally escort the eco-air conditioners to Cheng and city to deliver the gifts. He first sent 100 fans to the Imperial Palace, then another 20 to 30 fans to the various dukes and prefectural dukes' mansions. He didn't forget about Yu Shinan and Kong Yingda's mansions either. He even sent 10 fans to Chou Kuan's residence. At present, Hu County was still rushing to make air conditioning windows. In Noda's Cheng and city, there were so many nobles and officials that Li Wangyu could not be biased in his gifts. Otherwise, he would attract jealousy for no reason. He even sent air conditioning windows to Chongping County Duke Zhang Liang's mansion. This was also the way of the world. In the next month or so, Li Wangyu ran to Cheng and city almost every day to deliver gifts. It was quite tiresome for him. However, as the air conditioning windows began to be installed in Cheng and city's civil and military officials, its cooling effect immediately surprised everyone. Any room with an air conditioning window was obviously much cooler than a room without one. The officials who received Li Wangyu's gift naturally had a good impression of Hu County's son. Li Wangyu's gift was given at the right time. It wasn't expensive, but the officials loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. The Tang naturally did not understand the principle of the air conditioning windows, but there were smart people who copied it and the effect was just as good. As a result, Li Wangyu's air conditioning windows quickly spread among the people of Cheng and many porcelain kilns began firing. Fired the air conditioning windows. Soon, the air conditioning windows and city. Li Wangyu relied on the air conditioning windows to gain another wave of popularity in Cheng and city. Even the air conditioning windows were nicknamed Wangyu windows by the people of Cheng and city. Not only did it refer to Hu County's son Li Wangyu's invention, but it also referred to the fact that after installing the air conditioning windows, there was no need to worry on a hot summer day. Wangyu, forget your worries. However, this was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Now, Li Wangyu was still braving the scorching sun to deliver gifts all over Cheng and city. He was already sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were already soaked. He felt that delivering gifts was also a tough job. Brother Chumo, how many more families are going to deliver gifts today? Li Wangyu asked listlessly as he rode on horseback. In the four-wheeled carriage team that delivered the gifts, however, were the profligates who were also sweating profusely and listless under the scorching sun. Li Wangyu naturally did not spare this group of fellows who were eating and drinking in his residence. They were brothers, so of course, they should share weal and woe. How could he let these fellows eat and drink in his residence while he was running around alone? Moreover, in Chang and city, there was no one more familiar than these fellows. He wanted to go to each residence to deliver gifts, so naturally, he needed these fellows to guide him. Therefore, even if Ching Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others were unwilling, they were dragged out by Li Wangyu to accompany him in the sun. Ching Chumo wiped the sweat off his face. There are still 2 more. They are all in the Shioda workshop. Then let's go quickly. After delivering the gifts, I'll treat my brothers to a drink. Drink on a hot day like this? I have no appetite. I just want to drink your cold drinks and ice cream. Huh, Brother Chumo is right. Ziyu residence has a lot of good things. It would be so refreshing to have a cold drink on such a hot day. Li Wangyu was riding on horseback and was dizzy from the sun. Hearing this, he casually said, "Isn't it just cold drinks? When we see a vending machine later, I'll treat you guys to a drink." Ziyu, what nonsense are you talking about? What vending machine? What is that? Country bumpkin, don't you know about vending machines? It's a machine that's placed in the streets and alleys. It doesn't need anyone to watch over it. You just have to put in some money, and it will automatically sell you cold drinks. Li Wangyu was still dizzy, so he replied without thinking. Halfway through, he realized that something was wrong. Damn, this was not the future. This was the Tang dynasty. Where did this vending machine come from? He was really dizzy from the sun. How could he talk nonsense? His words caused the fellows to burst into laughter. Ha, Ziyu, are you dizzy? Where would there be such a magical machine? Ziyu is talking nonsense again. If there really is such a machine, I'm afraid only gods can do it, right? Li Wangyu, who felt that he had said something wrong, was not happy after being laughed at by the fellows. He straightened his neck and argued, didn't Zhuge Wuho create the wooden ox? It doesn't rely on feng shui. It operates on its own and doesn't require manpower. What's so difficult about a vending machine? His words made the fellows laugh even louder. Ha, Ziyu, your silver tongue really knows how to talk. The wooden ox is just a rumor. Do you really think it's true? I also don't believe what Ziyu said. That vending machine, Ziyu, you probably thought of it on your bed, right? Ziyu, if you can create a vending machine that doesn't require manpower to sell cold drinks, I will give you the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Haha. Chai Lingwu laughed and joked. The Wang Yu's army he was talking about was Wang Shiji. It was unknown where Chai Lingwu obtained Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He treated it like a treasure and did not normally show it to others. It was only when Chai Lingwu drank too much and let it slip that everyone found out. After forcing Chai Lingwu to take out the calligraphy, Li Wangyu liked it very much. This was Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy. In the future, there was not a single authentic Wang Shiji left in the world. There were only copies. Li Wangyu had long coveted Wang Shiji's calligraphy, but he could not obtain it. Wei Shuyu's words immediately made Li Wangyu's spirit rise. He couldn't help but sit up straight on the horse. Brother Shuyu, are you serious? If I really create a vending machine, you can't go back on your words. Humph, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Why would I lie to you? However, if you can't create it, then your residences Zhao Yabai and Jade Flower Horse will lose to me. Chai Lingwu also laughed mischievously. He had long coveted the 2 treasured horses that Zhang Liang lost to Li Wangyu. Come, come. Clap your hands as an oath. Brothers, be witnesses. Chapter 384. Li Wangyu's straightforward agreement made Chai Lingwu hesitate. Could it be that this kid could really make a machine that could automatically sell drinks without manual labor? Although Chai Lingwu didn't believe it, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this kid had never lost a bet with anyone. Thinking of this, Chai Lingwu immediately cowered. Ha, Zio, what are you talking about? I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Brother Lingwu, you just said that a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your words? No, we have to make this bet today. Li Wangyu saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away and hurriedly stopped Chai Lingwu. However, the more he acted like this, the more suspicious Chai Lingwu became. That copy of Wang Shiji's calligraphy was his treasure. How could he bear to lose it to Li Wangyu? Did I? Zio, perhaps because the sun was too bright, you heard wrong. I definitely didn't say that. Today's weather is really good. Everyone, let's go drink with Zio after he delivers the gift. Chai Lingwu wanted to whip his horse to leave, but Qing Chimo and the others grabbed the reins. Wait, brother Lingwu, we can testify that you did say that you wanted to make a bet with Zio. As a man, how can you go back on your words? This group of debauches just wanted to watch a show. Moreover, the vending machine that Li Wangyu mentioned sounded quite interesting. Since that was the case, how could they let Chai Lingwu run away? Chai Lingwu only just realized that he had caused trouble because of his loose tongue. He had a vague feeling that his beloved copy of Wang Yu's calligraphy would be lost. With a long face, he said, "Brothers, can you pretend that I didn't say anything just now? I was wrong. I apologize to Zio and everyone. Today, little brother Ping Kong Square will be treating. Brothers, please feel free to order any of the ladies in the painting house, okay?" Fang Yai, Qing Chimo, and the others looked at each other and replied in unison, "No. Today's bet must be made. We will be witnesses." Chai Lingwu wished he could give himself a slap. Why did he have to provoke Li Wangyu? When Li Wangyu saw the debauches forcing Chai Lingwu to accept the bet, he smiled brilliantly. "Wahaha, brother Lingwu, give little brother 3 days to prepare the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Little brother will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly." In a moment of excitement, he even imitated Cheng Yaojin's laughter. Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers could not help but cast him a sidelong glance, wanting to see what was wrong with this fellow, to actually copy their Darren's frightening laughter. Li Wangyu's words made Chai Lingwu feel as if his parents had died. He felt that his life was simply gloomy. "Zio, it wasn't easy for me to get the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. It's my favorite." Chai Lingwu still wanted to struggle. "Yes, I understand. I will cherish it well. Thank you, brother Lingwu." Li Wangyu replied matter-of-factly. His appearance of victory made Chai Lingwu have the urge to spit out blood. He had met the wrong person. Chai Lingwu looked up to the sky and sighed. He did not look at the almanac when he left the house today. Li Wangyu, who had been dazed by the sun's rays, regained his energy and quickly went to the last 2 noble residences to deliver his gifts. He didn't even have time to take a sip of tea before he took his leave. As for Qing Chumo and the others' invitation to drink at Peace Square, Li Wangyu was naturally too lazy to go. He was in a hurry to find a craftsman to make a vending machine so that he could win Chai Lingwu's calligraphy. Regarding this, Chai Lingwu could only helplessly raise his 2 middle fingers at Li Wangyu to express his excitement. At the same time, he secretly prayed that Li Wangyu was just bragging. The reason why Li Wangyu was so confident in making a bet with Chai Lingwu was naturally because it was not difficult to make a machine that could automatically sell drinks. When he was studying e-commerce, the professor in class was talking about the influence of vending machines on modern commerce. He once said that as early as the 1st century AD, the ancient Greeks had made a device that automatically sold holy water. It was the world's first vending machine. Li Wangyu was very interested in this matter at that time. He even went to the library to look for information and saw the restoration of the vending machine. The principle of the vending machine of the ancient Greeks was very simple. Coins were inserted from the slot, and the coins fell into a small plate in the instrument. The small plate was connected to a lever, and through the lever mechanism, the valve in the holy water bucket was actuated. After the valve was opened, the holy water would automatically flow out. The small plate containing the coins would constantly fall and tilt. Until the coins on the small plate slipped, the lever would be reset, and the valve would automatically close. This vending machine that sold holy water was seen as a miracle by the ancient Greeks. It caused quite a stir at that time. Therefore, when Li Wangyu heard that Chai Lingwu wanted to make a bet with him, He laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. He had long been drooling over Chai Lingwu's Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He did not expect this guy to deliver himself to his doorstep. What a good guy. After bidding farewell to the playboys, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu directly to Yan Liben's residence. When a teacher has something to do, he naturally needs a disciple to do it for him. As a junior supervisor, Yan Liben was also good at craftsmanship and had many ingenious ideas. Li Wangyu only knew the principle and general appearance of the beverage vending machine. As for how to make it happen, he naturally needed Yan Liben's help. Moreover, there were all kinds of skilled craftsmen who were good at crafting different kinds of tools. When the beverage vending machine was designed, he also needed to find these craftsmen to build it. In the main hall of the Yan residence, Yan Liben was playing chess with Ma Zhou while chatting casually about his teacher and the various activities that had been stirred up in Cheng and recently. Li Wangyu naturally did not forget about his two disciples. He had sent the air conditioning windows over early in the morning to install them. At this time, the main hall of the Yan residence was also quite cool. Brother Bin Wang, teacher is really not an ordinary person. Look at the air conditioning windows. There is no need for manual labor. Just a few dozen porcelain bottles with two transparent ends can blow out a cool breeze. It is really magical. Yes, teacher may not be old, but his skills are profound. The more I learn from teacher, the more I feel that teacher is unfathomable. Every time he does something shocking. Brother Bin Wang is right. I was originally a painting addict. It was only because of teacher's stunning drawing skills that I was moved to become his disciple. But I did not expect that it was not only his drawing skills. Teacher's wonderful ideas are the real treasure. I am deeply grateful to be able to become his disciple. Just as the two were sighing, they heard a servant come to report that their teacher had come to visit. This surprised the two. They did not even have time to wear shoes and hurriedly ran out barefoot. Teacher, why are you so free to come to my residence today? Quickly come in, quickly come in. Yan Liben was overjoyed. He and Ma Zhou quickly went forward to greet him. Li Wangyu did not expect Ma Zhou to be here as well. He could not help but laugh. It is good that you are here. I have something that I need the two of you to help me with today. Chapter 385. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou invited Li Wangyu to take a seat in the central room. Teacher, what do you need us to do for you? Please tell us. Liben, bring me a brush and ink. I'll draw a drawing for you two to see. A servant of the Yan family brought them paper, ink, brush and inkstone, including a few feather brushes. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou had seen this feather brush in Li Wangyu's mansion. After trying it out, they found it very interesting. They also learned how to make it from Li Wangyu and made some when they returned home. However, this feather brush, as a hard brush, had not spread in Cheng and for the time being. The main reason was that the Tangs were not used to it. The way of holding a brush was completely different from the way of holding a hard brush. The scholars of the Tang dynasty had never touched a hard brush, so they naturally did not know where to start. Even if they forced themselves to change the writing posture, the words they wrote were not very beautiful. Naturally, no one was willing to use it. Later generations wrote beautifully with a hard brush, but writing with a brush would probably be a mess. Even if one knew how to write with a brush, writing with a hard brush might not be good. In the Great Tang, only a scant few people had tried to learn how to use the quill brush. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, these two little fellows, found it much easier to use the quill brush than the brush. They were abnormally earnest in their studies, and their handwriting was the best. This was normal. It was indeed easier to ask 8 or 9-year-old children to lift a brush and write with a hard brush than to write with a hard brush. However, Li Wangyu did not care about this. Anyway, he made this feather brush for his own convenience. It had nothing to do with him whether other people liked to use it or not. Picking up a feather brush, Li Wangyu began to draw on the paper. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou quickly stood behind Li Wangyu and curiously looked at what their teacher was drawing. Teacher, what is this cabinet for? Why are there so many mechanisms inside? Yan Liben became more and more confused and asked in confusion. As Li Wangyu drew, he explained, "This is something I came up with. It's a mechanism that can automatically sell drinks. There is no need for manual labor. Just put in a copper coin, and the drinks will come out from it." It can be used like this? How can this be done? Ma Zhou's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked. Li Wangyu pointed at the blueprint and began to explain the key points to the two. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou both nodded and applauded. Wonderful. In this way, as long as I set the amount of copper coins I need to put in, I will be able to get a fixed amount of drinks. I understand. Teacher is indeed amazing, to be able to figure out such an intricate mechanism. Yan Liben clapped his hands and laughed. Li Wangyu blushed at Yan Liben's praise. He had only plagiarized the wisdom of the ancient Greeks. He was a little embarrassed to be praised by Yan Liben like this. Ma Zhou curiously pointed at a spot on the drawing and asked, "Division Commander, in your drawing, why is the can used to store drinks double-layered? What is that thing wrapped around the jar?" The part that he was referring to was something that Li Wangyu had figured out and made to the vending machine of the ancient Greeks. In the vending machine that he had designed, the huge ceramic can used to store drinks had a wooden bucket wrapped around it. Li Wangyu planned to put ice cubes into the bucket when the time came to cool the drinks. This way, the drinks would be cool and refreshing after they came out of the vending machine. He thought that it would be more popular. The wooden bucket was wrapped with a cotton blanket to keep the ice cubes warm. It was tied tightly to the outside of the wooden bucket as an insulating layer to prevent the ice cubes from melting too quickly. After Li Wangyu's explanation, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben couldn't help but frown. Division Commander, the heat of summer is already unbearable. After the ice cubes were taken out from the ice cellar, they melted abnormally fast. Why did you wrap it with a thick cotton blanket? Wouldn't that be hotter and cause the ice cubes to melt faster? Nanny? Li Wangyu was a little confused by the two's words. It took him a while to react, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bin Wang, Liben, what are the two of you talking about? Do you think that the ice cubes will melt faster if they are wrapped in a cotton blanket? Ma Zhou asked doubtfully, isn't that the case? When the weather is cold and the ground is frozen, we need to cover ourselves with thick cotton blankets. In the summer, we need to wear thin clothes to feel cool. Division Commander, isn't that the case? Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. He could only patiently explain to them that the cotton blanket didn't heat up, but it was insulating. In the winter, it felt warm because the cotton blanket prevented the body's heat from dissipating. It was the same when it was used to wrap the ice cubes. It could isolate the heat from the outside and maintain the temperature in the bucket. However, even after he explained for a long time, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben still couldn't understand. Li Wangyu couldn't help but facepalm. He thought of a variety show in the future where the production team asked the guests to transport the ice cubes. One of the guests was the same. They couldn't understand why the ice cubes wouldn't melt faster when they were wrapped in a cotton blanket, since the guests in the future who had studied physics couldn't understand. It wasn't strange that Yan Liben and Ma Zhou couldn't figure it out. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain further. He simply asked the servants in the underworld to take out 2 ice cubes from the ice cellar for them to experiment on. One of them was placed on the floor of the central room, while the other was placed in a wooden box and wrapped in a cotton blanket. After half an hour, the ice cubes placed in the central room had completely melted and turned into a puddle of water. Ma Zhou hurriedly ran to open the wooden box wrapped in the cotton blanket. He was shocked to find that the ice cubes in the wooden box didn't show any signs of melting. It only became slightly moist. This made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben even more surprised. The truth was right in front of them, so they couldn't doubt it. As for Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, he was even more in awe. Yan Liben was good at craftsmanship and Ma Zhou was good at calculation. With the help of these two people and the skilled craftsmen who were supervising the work, they quickly turned Li Wangyu's sketch into reality. In less than 2 days, a few beverage vending machines were made. Even the craftsman who had personally created such a magical mechanism could not believe that such a magical thing had actually been created in their hands. Li Wangyu was bursting with joy. Wang Shiji's copybook was in his hands. Wahaha, so fast. 3 days later, in front of the Chai residence, a group of silk pants surrounded Li Wangyu. They planned to drag Chai Lingwu to witness the beverage vending machine. Greetings to the county magistrate and all the young dukes. The Chai residence's housekeeper immediately came out to greet them. Today is really unfortunate. My family's Xiao Lang, Kuan ate something bad yesterday. Today, his stomach is uncomfortable and he is bedridden. I'm afraid he can't go out with you. Xiao Lang, Kuan asked me to apologize to you. Please forgive me. The Chai residence's housekeeper's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked. Shameless, Chai Lingwu was actually shameless. He even used such a shameless trick like pretending to be sick. He was really too shameless. Chapter 386. How could Chai Lingwu's trick of pretending to be sick fool the group of wastrels? Amidst the laughter, they ignored the Chai residence's housekeeper's advice and barged into the Chai residence. In any case, they were familiar with each other and had been to each other's residences countless times. They were already familiar with the place and knew where Chai Lingwu lived even with their eyes closed. The Chai residence's housekeeper could only shake his head and smile bitterly as he followed the group of wastrels to his Lord Xiao Lang's courtyard. Brother Lingwu, we heard that you had a stomachache and came to visit. Quickly come out and welcome us. Fang Yi Ai shouted as soon as they entered Chai Lingwu's courtyard. Seeing that his little trick had been seen through by a group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could only walk out of his room with a pained expression and bow to the group of wastrels. Everyone, why do you have to do this? Can this little brother admit defeat? Ziyu, that Wang Yu army's copybook is really Big Brother's favorite. Can you change it to another one? How about this Big Brother give you 10 beautiful singers? Chai Lingwu saw Li Wangyu and knew that he had lost for sure. He quickly admitted defeat and begged for mercy. As for the conditions he proposed, Li Wangyu snorted disdainfully. Bah, am I that kind of person? Not to mention 10 singers, so what if there were 20 of them? Do you think I would dare to take them home? Damn it. You're really pissing me off by bringing up my sore spot. Brother Lingwu, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Don't act like a woman. Hee, where is the copybook of Wang Yu army? Ziyu, do you have to be like this? Do you really not care about our brotherhood? Chai Lingwu's face stiffened as he stared fiercely at Li Wangyu. He looked as if he was about to fight to the death with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not buy it at all. There are no brothers in the casino. Cut the crap and hand over the copybook, and I'll spare your life. The wastrels also laughed and shouted for Chai Lingwu to hand over the copybook. Otherwise, they would personally search his room. Facing this group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could no longer pretend and could only admit defeat. You're ruthless. Humph, you bunch of bastards, don't fall into my hands in the future. Let's go. I want to see what kind of ingenious idea Zio has to come up with to create a mechanism that automatically sells drinks without any human effort. Naturally, Chai Lingwu wasn't really angry. Although Wang Shiji's copybook was rare, it wasn't to the point where he would go back on his word. This was purely a joke between friends to relieve boredom. That's right. Let's go, let's go. Ziyu has already placed the mechanism in the East Market. We're just waiting for you to go there and reveal it yourself. Ching Chimo laughed and pulled Chai Lingwu's sleeve as they walked out. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys laughed as they rode to the East Market. In the Tang dynasty, apart from drinking and eating tea, there was also a popular drink called happy drink. The Tangs naturally did not use the term drink. The foppish young masters had all learned from Li Wangyu, which was why they used the term drink. In the Tang dynasty, the drink was called cooked water. In the various markets of Chang'an, there were many shops that sold cooked water. Moreover, there were many types of drinks sold. There were juices from fruits and vegetables, such as watermelon juice, sugarcane juice, grape juice, and black plum juice that were commonly drunk in the future. The second was dairy products, which the Tangs called milk. The most common ones were feta cheese, horse cheese, or goat's milk and horse's milk. Finally, there was yinzi, which was Chinese medicine powder. It was the same as the herbal tea that the Cantonese liked to drink in the future. It was boiled with various Chinese medicine herbs and had health benefits. Li Wangyu led the group of playboys to a shop that sold cooked water in the East Market. There was a row of cabinets covered by red silk. When the crowd in the East Market passed by the shop, they all cast curious glances. They didn't know what these tall, square, and tightly covered cabinets were. Some of the regular customers asked the shopkeeper of the shop, but the shopkeeper just smiled and replied that it was a novelty that Hu Xianzi came up with and that they would know later. This made people even more curious, and they discussed and speculated with each other. Li Wangyu had made a bet with Chai Lingwu to make this drink vending machine. Originally, he just wanted to win Wang Shiji's calligraphy from Chai Lingwu. He didn't intend to popularize this drink vending machine in Chang'an. After all, he didn't think that it would make much money and was quite troublesome. However, Li Wangyu didn't want to make it industrialized because he wanted to constantly replenish the drinks in the machine. Did he want to open another shop, boil drinks every day, use saltpeter to make ice, and then replenish the vending machine? Li Wangyu, who was rich, didn't care about the profits that the drink vending machine could bring. However, this idea of his was laughed at by his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu was not convinced and planned to have a good debate with this top student from the University of Pennsylvania. Changqing, am I wrong? Do you want to treat this drink vending machine as your family's business? Humph, let me ask you, how much does it cost to make this machine? I asked Yen Liben to invite the craftsman to make it. It should be around 10 times. Okay, let's say 10 times. How much do you want to sell a cup of drink for? How much does it cost? The beautiful boss asked again. It can still make money. This machine can adjust the price, from 10 to 50 coins, according to the different drinks sold. As for the profit, I asked the shopkeeper of the shop. He said that it should be around 80%. The drink vending machine designed by Li Wangyu could automatically dispense 500 milliliters of drink at a time, which was equivalent to a bottle of mineral water in the modern world. However, drinks were definitely not cheap consumer goods in the Tang dynasty. In this era, the cheapest drink was about 150 coins per bucket, which was about 2,000 milliliters. The price of cooked water was slightly cheaper than cheap drinks. According to the conversion rate, 1 coin was almost equivalent to 4 yuan in the modern world. A cup of 500 milliliters of inferior wine would cost 150 yuan. The same amount of cooked water was equivalent to 40 to 200 yuan, which was much more expensive than the milk tea in the modern world. As for the drink, it was even more expensive. There was such a record in the Taiping Guangji, when Chang'an was at its peak, there was a shop that sold drinks in Shi City. 100 coins per cup. 100 coins per cup was 400 yuan, which was a sky-high price. In response to Li Wangyu's answer, the beautiful boss nodded and continued, let's calculate it at 30 coins per cup, and make 20 coins per cup. A vending machine can sell 100 cups a day. That's not much, right? Li Wangyu shook his head, not much. Then one machine can make a profit of 2 times per day, and you can recover your cost in 5 days, right? The summer is so long, are you afraid that you won't make money? What if there are 100 vending machines? That's 200 coins per day. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu speechless. After a long time, he muttered, but we don't have so many people to make the drinks. How many more people do we have to hire? Isn't that also the cost? His words made the beautiful boss's eyes almost roll up to the sky. She disdainfully threw him a contemptuous look. You're so stupid that you can die. Chapter 387. You're so stupid. The beautiful boss glanced at Li Wangyu with disdain. Don't you know what a franchisee is? Her words made Li Wangyu stunned. After a while, he asked, Changqing, do you mean that we should license the beverage vending machine to the wet water shops in Chang'an? Let them be our franchisees? Will that work? Why not? Don't tell me that the beverage vending machine can't attract customers. It should be able to attract people, right? Even if it's a taste, many people will buy it. But how do we control the sales of those wet water shops? And this vending machine is not complicated. Can't others find craftsmen to copy it? Li Wangyu scratched his head and asked a new question. The beautiful boss was speechless. She couldn't help but stretch out her slender white finger and point at Li Wangyu's forehead. Why didn't I realize that you were so stupid before? Is it too late to return the goods? Li Wangyu replied with a cheeky smile, sorry, the goods are sold. No refunds. The two laughed for a while before the beautiful boss explained to him, did you forget that saltpeter can make ice? You didn't tell anyone about this, did you? No, I didn't even tell Li Shiming when he asked. Li Wangyu seemed to understand the beautiful boss's meaning. You mean that we control the supply of ice so that the franchisees will choose to cooperate with us? Bingo, that's it. The beautiful boss snapped her fingers. The shopkeepers of these wet water shops don't have the financial resources to dig their own ice cellars to store ice like those nobles, right? We can provide them with ice every day in the middle of summer. That's our advantage. Even if they can copy the vending machine, as long as we control the technology of making ice, they will cooperate with us. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu suddenly realize that she was indeed a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. We can provide the beverage vending machine to those wet water shops for free and provide them with enough ice every day. The wet water shops will be responsible for maintaining these vending machines, replenishing them with drinks and adding ice. Li Wangyu nodded and asked, how are we going to split the profits? 50-50. Get the craftsmen to modify the vending machine and let the copper coins fall into the sealed money box. Every day we send someone to open the lock, take out the money box, and count the money on the spot. The sales revenue from these vending machines will be split in half with the Shui shop. Li Wangyu naturally did not have the slightest objection to his beautiful superior's words. He raised both of his hands in agreement. After the two of them discussed the details of the operation, the matter was settled. Li Wangyu didn't plan to partner with Pai Lupi for this kind of small business, but he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to monopolize it either. After all, the Li family didn't have much power. His beautiful superior was in charge of the carriage business and the underwear shop. She was already very busy. Li Wangyu didn't have the energy to take care of the beverage vending machine business himself, so he chose to cooperate with others. And the best partners were naturally the farmers of Dingzhou village. Firstly, the ice workshop was located in the village, so the confidentiality was guaranteed. He didn't have to worry about the secret being leaked. Secondly, the farmers in the village were all his households. Now that the mutual trust between the two sides was at the max level, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed or deceived by the farmers. Moreover, most of the farmers worked in the carriage business in Chang and city, going back and forth to Chang and city every day. When the time came, they would go to the wet water shops to deliver the ice and count the money. It was very convenient. With so many benefits, Li Wangyu naturally chose to cooperate with the village. He wouldn't be stingy with the shares in his hands. The farmers in the village could make more money, so he and his beautiful superior were happy to see it happen. He asked Niao Wu to invite the old villager to the mansion and show him the vending machine. Then he told him his idea. This made the old man very happy. Without hesitation, he agreed on behalf of the farmers. A good thing like a pie falling from the sky. Unless the old man's head was caught in the door, he wouldn't refuse. Needless to say, Li Wangyu was the head of the 127 farmers in Dingzhou village. Even if he didn't give them any money and only let them work for free, no one would say no. Being willing to share the money with the farmers was the county head's benevolence. The old villager was naturally moved to tears. Li Wangyu was also very generous. He directly gave 40% of the profits to the farmers of Dingzhou village. This made the old villager thank him again and again. After everything was arranged, Li Wangyu went to the east side of Chang and city and contacted a wet water shop. The manager of the wet water shop was also very smart. When he heard that Li Wangyu could provide him with ice every day, he agreed without hesitation. With the sale of iced wet water, it was unknown how much sales would increase in this summer. As for the beverage vending machine, it was also very miraculous and convenient. He didn't even need to hire a few more shop assistants. All he needed to do was to boil the water and pour it into the vending machine every day. Although he had to give half of the income to the county head, the shrewd manager calculated in his heart and felt that this was profitable. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. The wet water shop in the east side of the city became the first distributor of the Wangyu wet water vending machine. Wangyu wet water vending machine. Li Wangyu was originally against this name. What kind of lousy name was this? Why did they want to use his name to name a beverage vending machine? However, his beautiful boss was very insistent. She gave him examples of the Wangyu window and Wangyu elbow that were popular in Chang'an City. This proved the importance of the Wangyu brand name. The Dongpa pig knuckle that Li Wangyu made at the pig slaughtering feast was renamed by Yang Quan to Wangyu elbow. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao liked this dish the most. They specifically asked the chef in their residence to go to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu to learn how to make it. As a result, this Wangyu elbow quickly spread because of its soft pig knuckle and mellow meat taste. Nowadays, if the major restaurants in Chang'an City didn't know how to make Wangyu elbow, they would be despised by their customers. As for the Wangyu window, it was needless to say. It was now the most popular thing in Chang'an City. Whoever didn't install a Wangyu window would be laughed at. Even the Tang dynasty's lottery was now called Wangyu Lottery. His beautiful boss's words were so reasonable that Li Wangyu had no words to refute. He could only pinch his nose and accept this lousy name. Li Wangyu led the wastrels to the wet water store and dismounted from their horses. A waiter came forward to help them tie up their horses. Ziyu, are these things covered by the red cloth, the beverage vending machines you mentioned? Chai Lingwu asked curiously. That's right. We're just waiting for Brother Lingwu to unveil the vending machines so that we can start selling. Brothers, you're the first batch of customers. Please support us. Chai Lingwu couldn't help but reach out and grab Li Wangyu's collar. Ziyu, do you mean that I have to pay you for the drinks? And I have to give you the copybook of Wang Yu's army with both hands? Do you believe that I won't fight with you? Brother Lingwu, let go, let go. Let's talk things out. This little brother will treat you, okay? The wastrels roared with laughter. In the midst of the commotion, Chai Lingwu and Li Wangyu reached out and tore off the red cloth covering the vending machines. Chapter 388. The shrewd shopkeeper decided to be the first to try the Fanji cooked water store in the East Market. After joining the company, he bought 5 vending machines in one go and sold 5 different kinds of cooked water at the same time. Sugarcane juice, grape juice, black plum juice, goat cheese, horse cheese. The 5 vending machines were labeled with the types and prices of the drinks. There was also a manual to guide the Tang people who had never seen a vending machine before on how to use it. The foppish young masters swarmed up and surrounded the 5 vending machines. Ziyu, if you really put a copper coin in here, the drinks will automatically flow out? Chai Lingwu had already forgotten about the copybook of Wang Yu's army. He circled the vending machine a few times, trying to figure out how Li Wangyu did it. Ching Chumo was a man of action. He grabbed a bamboo tube on the side and placed it in the position indicated by the vending machine. Then he took out a handful of copper coins from his money bag and put it in the slot. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't make disposable paper cups in the Tang dynasty. But fortunately, bamboo was everywhere in the mountains. He could get as much as he wanted. He only needed to send people to cut them down. The cups that came with the vending machine were these bamboo tubes. After Ching Chumo put in the copper coins, under the curious gazes of the foppish young masters, white horse milk automatically flowed out of the vending machine and into the bamboo tube below. Wow, it really came out. I actually put in 30 copper coins and horse cheese came out. Zio, don't tell me you're lying to us. What kind of vending machine was this? Could it be that someone was hiding in it? Otherwise, why would horse cheese come out after I put in 30 copper coins? Let me try this black plum juice, 50 copper coins. Hey, it's really interesting. I put in 30 copper coins and there was no reaction. I really put in 50 copper coins and the black plum juice came out. Amazing. How is this possible? How can this inanimate object tell how many copper coins there are? Zio, tell me the truth. Is this some sort of magic trick? Is there someone operating it behind the scenes? In the face of the foppish young master's doubts, Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and continued to maintain a sense of mystery. But when Xing Chumo and the others took a sip of the drink and tasted it, they were all stunned. Wow, Zio, these drinks are all chilled. Where did you get so much ice? This was too extravagant. It was actually iced black plum juice. It's fine if you use ice in your residence, but this vending machine actually uses ice as well. Ziyu, did you rob the palace's ice cellar? Huh, why do you guys care so much? This chilled cheese tastes even better. Hurry up, you guys. I haven't drunk anything yet. Fang Yai shouted in dissatisfaction. There were a total of 5 vending machines. He was one step slower and didn't get the chance to buy it. He was anxious now. The few debauches who were having fun did not care about Fang Yai's shouts. The few of them occupied the 5 vending machines and kept throwing in copper coins. They were having so much fun that Fang Yai almost wanted to beat them up. The debauches shouting had already attracted the attention of the passers-by. But because of their status, no one dared to come forward. They could only watch the debauches occupy the 5 vending machines. Li Wangyu found a problem at this time. That was, the Tang dynasty only used copper coins. It was really troublesome. When the Tang people went out, they had to carry a money pouch with them to hold the copper coins. But the copper coins were too heavy. A single copper coin weighed 5 kilograms. And counting the copper coins was also very troublesome. For example, if the debauches wanted to throw in 50 copper coins, it would take them a long time to count. It was quite a waste of time. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he should suggest to Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. The Tang dynasty itself was also lacking in copper coins. So, most of the time, they bartered. Even silk was legal currency. Li Wangyu never accepted silk. He always felt that it was quite strange to use silk as currency. So, in the treasury of the Li family's old mansion, there were only copper coins and gold coins. Although silver was not a currency in the Tang dynasty and could not be circulated in the market, its value was about the same as a copper coin. Li Wangyu felt that he could definitely advise Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was equal to 1 copper coin. This way, it would be convenient for merchants to trade. When they went out, they would not need to carry so many copper coins. It was much more convenient. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He kept the matter of making silver and gold coins in his mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss and find an opportunity to advise Pai Lupi. While Li Wangyu was daydreaming and thinking about the gold and silver coins, the debauches finally had fun. Each of them had a cup of bamboo drink in their mouths and were happily drinking from the reed tube. Many people thought that there were no straws in China since ancient times. But in fact, this was not true. In the Tang dynasty, there were already ceramic tea sets with straws. Li Wangyu had people prepare bamboo cups with reed tubes to replace straws. Naturally, the debauches knew how to use them at a glance. After waiting for the debauches to leave the 5 vending machines with great difficulty, the crowd, who had been itching for a long time, instantly swarmed over and surrounded the vending machines in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store. Manager Fan hurriedly called out to the shop staff to guard the vending machines in case they were damaged. The crowd had already seen the debauches using the vending machines to buy the cooked water. At this time, a man at the front of the crowd grabbed a handful of copper coins with difficulty and stuffed them into the coin slot. The crowd beside him was counting loudly, 5, 6, 29, 30. It's flowing out. It's flowing out. It's really flowing out. Tao ancestor above, is there really no one hiding in this cabinet? Hey, if you're done buying, get out of the way. Don't waste time. We also want to buy the cooked water. God, the cooked water is actually iced. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've drunk iced cooked water in the middle of summer. Seeing that there were too many people crowding in front of the vending machines, the shop staff hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice, "Line up, don't push." Why are you pushing? Line up at the back. Haven't you bought a lottery ticket before? Tian Shilang, line up at the back. Fortunately, after the baptism of the lottery ticket, the people of Chang and city now had the consciousness of lining up. Under the shop staff's hoarse shouting, 5 long lines quickly formed in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store. Because there were too many people in the line, even the main street in front of the store was blocked. The caravans and cattle carriages heading to the East City were completely unable to pass through and could only take a detour. The commotion in front of the store was naturally spread everywhere. It didn't take long for most people in the East City to hear that there were 5 magical cabinets in the Fan Ji cooked water store that could automatically identify copper coins and sell the cooked water without manual labor. What was even more amazing was that the cooked water sold was actually iced. Therefore, as word of mouth spread, the line in front of the Fan Ji cooked water store became longer and longer. Chapter 389. The Wangyu boiled water vending machine became the hottest topic in the East Market that day. There were also commoners in the streets around the East Market who heard the news and came to see the machine that could automatically sell boiled water. Lang Jun, I heard that this boiled water vending machine was made by Hu Xianzi. Of course. Look at the machine. It's written very clearly. Wangyu boiled water vending machine. You know Wangyu, right? That's the name of Hu Xianzi. Today, the Wangyu elbow and Wangyu window in Chang and city are both masterpieces of Hu Xianzi. Tsk. This Hu Xianzi is really a deity. I heard that he's only 16 years old and hasn't even turned 20 yet. Yes. Otherwise, why would everyone in Chang and city praise this Hu Xianzi as the reincarnation of an ancient person who had achieved Tao since birth? I think it's true. Look at the vending machine. Put in enough copper coins and it automatically flows out boiled water without manual labor. It's even chilled. Have you ever heard of such a divine object? Of course not. I'm afraid that only the gods in heaven have such ability. These commoners of Chang and city were talking about Li Wangyu as they lined up, their faces full of admiration. At this time, a few people dressed as merchants passed by and overheard their conversation. They couldn't help but ask curiously. Excuse me, may I ask who this Wangyu you're talking about is? What's the meaning of this boiled water vending machine? The Chang and commoners couldn't help but look at each other. I'm afraid you're not from Chang'an, are you? The merchants cupped their hands and said, we're merchants who came to Chang and city from Yi province to sell silk. We're not from Chang'an. Yi province was Jiannandao, where the Sichuan basin was located in the future. Chengdu was the administrative center of Yi province. Yi province's shoe embroidery was very famous. These were merchants who came to Chang and city from Yi province to sell shoe embroidery. Seeing that these merchants didn't know who Huxian was, the Chang and commoners who were lining up immediately became interested and began to introduce Li Wangyu to these merchants. Ladies and gentlemen, Wangyu is Li Wangyu, the founding county magistrate of the dynasty. He is only 16 years old, but he is knowledgeable and multi-talented. He is the great Confucian scholar of the age, the emperor's tutor of the crown prince. The Yizhou merchants were dumbfounded by the incessant introduction of popular science. They wondered if the Chang and citizens in front of them were telling a fairy tale and making fun of them. How could anyone be so powerful? In just a few short months, he had earned tens of thousands of gold coins, and even spent tens of thousands of gold coins to repair some baseball field. These merchants worked tirelessly to transport goods from thousands of miles away, but they only had a net worth of a few thousand strings of coins. In comparison, did they spend all their years living in the belly of a dog? They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a merchant asked, "May I ask, is the Huxianzi you are talking about the one who wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" "Yes, it is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Huxianzi." "Have you read it before, Lang Jun?" "Huh, I love this Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I study it every day." "So that's how it is. Then it's not strange. Someone who can write such a wonderful book like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms must be extremely talented." Ladies and gentlemen, let's also line up and try the vending machines made by the famous Huxianzi. Of course, we must give it a try. When we return to Yizhou and tell others about it, I'm afraid their eyes will fall out of their sockets. From the opening of the market at noon to the beating of the drum at dusk, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. The 5 vending machines of Fan Ji cooked water shop were full of customers. Shopkeeper Fan called out to the shop assistants. Just by continuously adding all kinds of cooked water and ice into the vending machines, he was already half dead from exhaustion. In the end, when he opened the cashier of the vending machines and counted the coins, even Li Wangyu was shocked. In just half a day, the 5 vending machines had counted a total of nearly 30 strings of copper coins. Shopkeeper Fan was smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. Although his shop was doing well, he usually sold 8 or 9 strings of cooked water at most. After all, a bowl of cooked water that cost dozens of copper coins was not considered cheap even in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people might not be willing to spend money to drink it. 5 vending machines, but the profit was several times higher. How could shopkeeper Fan not be happy? Even if he had to share half of the profits with Huxianzi, it was still not a loss. If it weren't for the fact that his shop couldn't fit all the vending machines, shopkeeper Fan even wanted to ask Huxianzi to send him a few more. However, even if he had this idea, Li Wangyu couldn't agree for the time being. After all, it would take time to build the vending machines. More importantly, the workshop used to make ice in the village hadn't been built yet. They couldn't provide ice to Cheng and on a large scale. Li Wangyu hummed a little tune as he returned to Dingzhou village with Wang Shiji's calligraphy that Chai Lingwu had given him. "Changqing, take a look at this." "What is this?" You didn't see how ugly Chai Lingwu's face was when he gave this to me." Li Wangyu showed off Wang Shiji's calligraphy to his beautiful boss as if he was showing off a treasure. Although Su Changqing didn't understand calligraphy, he knew how precious Wang Shiji's calligraphy was. He opened the scroll and carefully read it before carefully putting it away. "You're bullying others. Be careful not to anger the Chai family." I won't. He's not that petty. Besides, I don't intend to take advantage of him. Isn't the perfume at home a lot better? Tomorrow, I'll send some to him so that he can give them to his mother and his concubines. You don't know this, but this guy is still young, but he already has 3 or 4 concubines. His beautiful boss couldn't help but stare at him. "What, are you envious of him?" Su Changqing's words made a drop of cold sweat involuntarily fall down Li Wangyu's forehead. What a strong murderous aura. Li Wangyu's strong desire to live made him immediately shake his head. How is that possible? I despise people like him. Bah, shameless. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Humph, I don't believe it. All men are big pig trotters. Damn it, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I have concubines. Isn't this a little too broad? But thinking about Aphrodite whom he had brought back from the mansion, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't dare to continue this topic and hurriedly changed the topic to talk about the vending machine's profit today. Changqing, you're still the best. Today, those people in the East Market are like crazy, crowding in front of the cooked water store to buy drinks. It's simply crazy. When the ice factory in the village is built and can provide ice to Cheng, and on a large scale, we can fully open the vending machine. Humph, of course. Otherwise, why would I be your boss? Su Chongqing raised his neck proudly. I'm also the founding viscount of the Tang dynasty. What's there to be proud of? Li Wangyu muttered softly. What are you talking about? The beautiful boss glared at him. No, nothing. I'm just saying that you're smart and beautiful. Humph, I don't need you to say it. Chapter 390. Brother Lingwu, this is the floral water and perfume that I personally made. It's a small token of my appreciation for your mother. Please accept it. In the central room of the Chai residence, Li Wangyu presented 2 exquisite wooden boxes with both hands. After opening them, there were 12 exquisite porcelain bottles neatly arranged inside. There were also various flower designs on the porcelain bottles. It was obvious that they were expensive. Li Wangyu had specially gone to the most famous porcelain kiln in Chang'an city to make these bottles. He had spent a lot of money on them. However, the money was not spent in vain. These exquisite porcelain bottles made people unable to put them down. In the words of the later generations, they were of high class. Zio, what are this floral water and perfume? Chai Lingwu asked curiously as he reached out to pick up a green porcelain bottle. Hee, Brother Lingwu, floral water is good stuff. If you get bitten by mosquitoes in the summer, you can apply it to stop the itching. Li Wangyu gestured for Chai Lingwu to open the bottle cork. Once the cork was opened, a strong mint smell immediately wafted out. Chai Lingwu's spirits were lifted after smelling it. Oh, there's such a good thing. Ha, Zio, thank you for your consideration. It would be impolite to refuse. I'll shamelessly accept your generous gift. Is this perfume also used to repel mosquitoes? Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, that's not the case. The perfume is for your mother and your concubines. Apply a little on their necks and wrists, and it will have the same effect as a perfume bag. The fragrance will last for half a day. The flowers on the bottle represent the fragrance of the perfume. What? There's such a good thing? Chai Lingwu couldn't wait to pick up a bottle with a peony design and open the cork. This guy actually smeared it on his wrist a few times. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to stop him. Damn, does Chai Lingwu have this kind of hobby? Should I stay away from him in the future? This guy doesn't have a special hobby, does he? Oh, it really is the fragrance of peonies. Zio, how did you do it? It's really amazing. The so-called national beauty referred to peonies, and peonies of different colors had different fragrances. The bottle that Chai Lingwu took was the perfume that Li Wangyu soaked in white peony petals. It had a very pleasant floral fragrance and was very elegant. Ha, Zio, you really are my good brother. You didn't forget about me when you found something good. Do you have any more of this perfume? Give me some more. Are these 12 bottles not enough for you? Brother Lingwu, you only have 3 or 4 concubines in your mansion, right? Heh, don't I still have some close female friends in Peace Square? Chai Lingwu replied shamelessly. Li Wangyu could only raise his middle finger at him to show his respect. It's not easy to make this perfume. We still have to send it to others. Brother Lingwu, why don't you go and discuss with Brother Chumo and ask them to share some with you? Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with scum like Chai Lingwu. In any case, there was only so much perfume. If he wanted more, he could go and talk to the other debauches. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with the perfume, but it wasn't easy to collect the petals. Just the petals used in the perfume had cost him a lot of effort and copper coins to get people to collect them. How could he bear to give them to Chai Lingwu and let him use them to curry favor with the prostitutes in Peace Square? After leaving the Chai mansion, he went to each debauchee mansion to deliver the floral water and perfume. This was the proper exchange of favors. Since he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to make the floral water and perfume into a business, it was perfect to use them as gifts. However, when he went to Duke Lu's mansion to deliver the gifts, Li Wangyu unfortunately bumped into the old hoodlum, Qing Yaojin. Thus, not only was the remaining floral water and perfume robbed by this old man, he also forced him to promise to deliver some more tomorrow. What was even more excessive was that after receiving the gifts, Qing Yaojin didn't let them go and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to eat and drink in the mansion. If it was someone else's mansion, eating and drinking like this would be fine. However, in Qing Yaojin's mansion, Li Wangyu felt that it was a kind of cruel torture. In particular, when he saw the Qing mansion's chef bring in the mutton that was still bleeding and obviously not cooked, Li Wangyu lost his appetite. Qing Yaojin even pulled out a small knife and cut a large piece of the bloody mutton, dipped it in spices, and sent it into his bloody mouth to chew. This made Li Wangyu feel nauseous. Was the Qing mansion's food all like this? Li Wangyu looked at Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and Qing Chubi sympathetically. The meaning in his eyes was, "Did you guys grow up eating these things?" The three Qing brothers firmly nodded silently. At this moment, Li Wangyu clearly saw the tears in the three Qing brothers' eyes. Poor children. Li family's child, why aren't you eating? Is the cooking of this old man's mansion not to your liking? Seeing Li Wangyu not moving his chopsticks, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare. Eat your sister. Not to mention the taste of this half-cooked mutton, if he ate it like this, he would have to spend a lot of time in the toilet. It would be strange if he didn't have diarrhea. Hee, Uncle Qing, this little nephew just ate and now my stomach is bloated and uncomfortable. I really can't eat anything. Humph. If you can't eat, then drink. You little child, only the Shaodao wine is to this old man's liking. After drinking your wine, drinking any other wine is no different from drinking horse piss. Come, De Lang, Lang, San Lang, fill the Li family's child's wine cup and drink. Li Wangyu looked at the table in front of him. The wine cups were big enough to be used as soup bowls. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Drink your sister. Is this drinking or risking your life? He desperately winked at Qing Chumo and the other two, implying that he was begging them to let him go, but the three Qing brothers acted as if they didn't see it. They grabbed the wine jug and poured wine into the wine bowl in front of him. Zio, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we are powerless. Come, drink. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to resist, Qing Chubi and Qing Chumo clamped his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Qing Chuliang picked up the wine cup and poured it into his mouth. Save me. Li Wangyu was trapped in Duke Lu's mansion and was as powerless as a quail. After the banquet, Li Wangyu was already drunk until he was dizzy and unconscious. He was carried back to Dingzhou village by Niu Wu. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up in bed with a splitting headache. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Old Sheng. This one and you cannot live under the same sky. Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't rush to Duke Lu's mansion to take revenge. But considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he could only endure. Qing Chumo and the other two brothers changed sides and helped the tyrant, which made Li Wangyu even more distressed. He really couldn't have such brothers. A classic example of biting the hand that feeds you. After the trip to Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu deeply realized that giving gifts in the Tang dynasty was risky, so he should cherish it. Chapter 391. Li Wangyu rested in his mansion for a few days after being forced to drink by that old man Qing Yaojin, and only then did he regain his senses. In Li Wangyu's mind, Duke Lu's residence was no different from a terrifying existence like Sanluo Temple. If he went to Chang'an again, Duke Lu's residence would be a forbidden area that could not be approached. On this day, he sat in his flowing water room, listening to the sparse sound of running water, drinking fragrant tea, and listening to Aphrodite plucking the zither strings next to him. Idling away in a daze, he felt that this was life. Recently, Li Wangyu felt that he had been too busy, completely going against his desire to be a carefree landlord. He had to reflect. Unknowingly, he had found himself a pile of things to do, and none of them could be delayed. The most important thing now was to supervise his own manor. The progress of the construction of the manor on the hillside facing the sun had sped up a lot. The main building had been completed, and the interior construction had begun. In about a month's time, it would be ready to move in. The decorations of the Tang dynasty were all in their original state, and there was absolutely no formaldehyde. Therefore, once the manor was completed, Li Wangyu could immediately move in. The construction of the new houses for the villagers, funded by Li Wangyu, was progressing even faster. Many of the 127 houses and courtyards had already been completed. Li Wangyu originally wanted to let the villagers start moving, but the old village chief did not agree no matter what. In his words, how could the villagers move to a new house while the main family was still living in the old house? If the villagers of Dingzhou village did this, they would probably be criticized behind their backs by the surrounding villages. The old village chief insisted that they must wait until Li Wangyu moved into the new house before they were willing to move. The villagers also had the same attitude. No one was willing to move before Li Wangyu. In the face of the stubborn old village chief, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and let them be. However, under the suggestion of the old village chief, a new high and sturdy wall and gate was built around the new village, which was connected to Li Wangyu's manor. In this way, in order to enter Li Wangyu's manor, one had to pass through the gate of the new Zhou village and the village. Li Wangyu naturally understood the old villager's thoughts and did not refuse his kindness. This was treating Dingzhou village as the outer defensive perimeter of Li Wangyu's mansion. If there were any thieves who wanted to harm him, they would have to pass through Dingzhou village first. Li Wangyu was very concerned about the safety of his residents. Not only did he request the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him, but he also requested for the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him. He even invested his own money and hired many craftsmen to dig a circular ditch along the outer wall of the mansion. In the ditch, there was a stream that flowed from the mountain. After flowing through the ditch, it converged into an artificial lake that was dug out at the foot of the mountain. After that, it flowed through the new Dingzhou village and finally merged into the Gan River. In this way, not only did the manor have a moat, but the manor and Dingzhou village's water supply were also guaranteed. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to spend copper coins to have the craftsmen lay down cement and insert large pieces of smooth pebbles into the ditch. These ditches were made exceptionally beautiful, and the stream that flowed through them was so clear that one could see the bottom. Passing through the ditches in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu also had carpenter Lu build many water wheels and place them in the ditches. They continuously raised the stream water in the ditches and poured it into the bamboo pipes. These bamboo pipes were connected to 127 courtyards. Not only could it be used for daily use, but it could also be used like the currently family's old residence. The stream water was connected to the roof and created a rain house, making the house unusually cool in midsummer. Li Wangyu racked his brains when designing the new Dingzhou village in order to realize the peach blossom spring in his beautiful superior's heart and also for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Every household in the village had a sewage pipe that could directly flush the sewage into a huge methane pool. Not only were every household equipped with methane lamps, but even the roads in the village were equipped with methane lamps for illumination at night. These methane lamps that could burn without the need for oil were no different from the sci-fi movies that people of the Tang era watched. They were both difficult to understand existences. Li Wangyu even helped the village build 2 public bathrooms, which made the villagers feel that it was too extravagant. These villagers liked to take a stroll around the new village when they had nothing to do. Not to mention how happy the original villagers were. Even Niu Wu and Niu Yang's wives and the dozen or so palace maids who were married to the soldiers of the old residence were so excited that they could not control themselves after seeing these residences. In their eyes, even the Taiji palace that they had lived in for more than a decade might not be as comfortable as these residences. This made these palace maids feel even more fortunate, and they became even more gentle and virtuous when serving their husbands. In addition to his own manor and the new Zhou village that Li Wangyu had to worry about, he also had to visit the polo field that was already under construction from time to time and discuss some matters with the officials of the Ministry of Works. As for the brewery in the call of the Qinling Mountains, it was now on the right track. Li Wangyu was too lazy to worry about it, and directly threw it to the internal servant sent by Pai Lupi to supervise. He only needed to look at the account books every month. In any case, the Pai Lupi was the one who took most of the money, and he could not afford to worry about it. Now, he first had to build the ice-making workshop in the village. It was simple to make ice, and it only needed a large amount of saltpeter. In order to keep it a secret, Li Wangyu had the villagers split up and run around Cheng and city and the surrounding counties to buy saltpeter from medicine shops of all sizes. Fortunately, saltpeter could be used repeatedly to make ice. If they bought enough saltpeter at one time, they would not have to worry about it in the future. The ice-making workshop used the same method as Li Wangyu used to make ice in the past. After filling the 2 containers with water, saltpeter would be placed in the large container. The saltpeter would react with water, absorb heat, and condense into ice. At the same time, the water in the small container would also be frozen. The ice cubes in the small container could be collected and placed in the excavated ice cellar to be transported to Cheng and city. The ice cubes in the large container that contained saltpeter would be sent to the furnace for distillation. After the water was evaporated, the saltpeter condensed and could be used to make ice again. The only thing that needed to be consumed was the firewood burning on the furnace. With the help of the villagers, the ice-making workshop was built in 2 days. After producing a large amount of ice cubes, the 4-wheeled carriage, which had been modified to have thermal insulation, could be continuously transported to Cheng and city. As for the matter of recruiting merchants in Cheng and city, Li Wangyu would not do it himself. As the founder of the Tang dynasty's Hu County, he would be laughed at if he personally went to talk business with the shopkeepers of those brewed water shops. Li Wangyu was smart. He found Fatty Cho Kuan and asked him if he was willing to take over the business. Cho Kuan naturally would not refuse. He did not care about how much money he could make. The key was to get closer to Li Wangyu. How could he refuse such a good thing? Therefore, the Cho family became the general distributor of the beverage vending machine in Cheng and city. Li Wangyu was also very generous and directly gave him 10% of the shares. After being busy for more than half a month, he finally settled all the miscellaneous matters. Li Wangyu then went back to hide in Dingzhou village and went back to his leisurely life as a small landlord waiting for death. But early in the morning, the Li family's old residence had a guest, which made Li Wangyu somewhat confused.